Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんおかえりなさい。今日は108日目です。It is day 108. Today is 0 day for our Wanikani, so tomorrow would be our, well, actually the day after our level up day. We're gonna do lessons today for Bunpro and HanziHero, and then get to it's very auspicious timing because we got a P5X thing to cover later in the day. Let's get right into our grammar here. Garu. Garu. Feel, to think, to act as if, to want, or to desire. Garu is used in agaru construction, which is simply tai plus. Oh, that garu. Okay. Maybe it mentions the kanji at some point. So we take the adjective. Okay, e adjective construction, drop the e. I see, and then the adjective does not, and it only attaches to adjectives. Garu is a godan verb that is primarily used as a suffix in Japanese. When used in this way, it means to act like. Okay. Or to show signs of being a, where a is the word that is attached to. Use garu. You will need to link it to the stem form of an e adjective. Simply remove the e. Okay, so not the conjunctive form or like a conjugated form, or to the stem form of a na adjective. The stem form of a na adjective? Do not include the na. Oh, okay. I'm like, what? The stem form of a na.
彼はいつも女の子の前では強がるけど、友達の中では彼は一番の怖がりだ。
Okay. Okay. 強がらでも友達の中では彼は一番の怖がりだ。It's kind of cute. Scared cat. 怖がりだ。Okay. I see.
犬が嫌がることをしてはいけない。
Interesting. Huh. So, wait, let me...
犬が嫌がることをしてはいけない。
Yeah, so garu is a verb which means to give the impression of a, or to act like a. It is very important in Japanese, as you would not necessarily say how somebody else feels, right? Yeah, this is that garu, where you can try to make it seem like something is or would not. So it's often a suggestion of feeling. Unless they told you directly and you're simply repeating what you heard, in which case you would use the quotation particle to and maybe add omo, right? Which is, yeah, that's the example, right?
トムはこの新しいゲームを欲しいと思うよ。
Yeah, omo yo. And also for emphasis and confirmation, possibly, to make it a little stronger, but yeah. When you want to express the way you think that someone else feels but don't have any direct information about it, that is when, you know, garu would be natural to use. For example, if you see someone shivering in the cold, you would say something like the following.
あの人、寒がっている。ジャケットを着ればいいのに。
Yeah. And then garu is a godan, and it's a ru godan. So to make it into the present progressive, it would be nga deiru. Ngatteiru. The main difference between ngaru and ngatteiru is that ngaru will be used when a person usually always acts a certain way. Okay. I see. Whereas ngatteiru is more about the way something is acting in any specific moment. Yeah, okay. I see.
この子はいつも新しいおもちゃを欲しがる。
Okay.
キムは新しいパソコンを欲しがっている。
I see. Ngaru may also be used to describe yourself in the third person. Yeah. This is when you want to express the way you think, that you act or are acting, or way you assume other people view your behavior. Which I think this was what that one time James was trying to elicit when you refer to yourself in the third person and then use the word think. But this can also be, in my opinion, achieved by ngaru or to omo when you're trying to refer to yourself, suggesting feeling of something. 俺はいつも人の前では強がる。Right? 私は今犬を欲しがっているけど、マンションに住んでいるからまだ買えない。Right now, I want a dog, but the apartment that I live in, I can't get one yet. Okay, yeah. The use of ngatteiru to express in the moment way that someone is acting is slowly becoming less and less common in modern Japanese, so you're just inferring by context or you're replacing it. Regularly, so will be used instead to express that someone or something seems a certain way. So だね。あの人扱っているね versus あの人熱そうだね。They take the stem and replace it with so. I see. You still take the stem though of the adjective. Interesting. We're still hitting around 80% with the current sets. All right. Okay. がする が plus する Is this related to が and する In Japanese, describing things that can be experienced with the senses, excluding visual, is a little bit different to the way that we would convey it in English. All right, go ahead. I'm listening. Traditionally, we would use unique verbs for each of these situations. Fair? Such as smell like A, taste like A, and feel like A, etc. While this is still possible in Japanese, it is not the most common way. That's a slightly surprising, actually, considering how concise most things are. Nga and suru, yeah. So this is we're finally hitting the dekiru, tsukeru, and suru thing, where the nga, whatever is before the nga that suru is doing, is contextualizing what suru is. That also applies to like dekiru, like the really utilitarian stuff. Like even Skuru is slightly dependent on the thing before. So that's their grammar point for sudo first. I imagine there's gonna be a existing grammar like hard thing blip for dekiru next. Possibly dekiru is next. So Ngasuru is a grammar construction that focuses on the source of the smell, sound, taste, or feeling. It makes the sensory experience itself the subject of the sentence. You use Ngasuru, simply attach it to the end of any phrase that expresses which type of sense is being created or given off. Right, one of the many uses of Suru.
この石鹸はバラの匂いがするから好きです。
So it's a smell, right? So noi, not nioi. I said noi, nioi. Chi, soap. Oh, yeah. Sekken. この石鹸はバロ。Is that rose? Bara. Interesting. Bara no noi. Nioi. No nioi. Ni. Oh, that's kind of. I say it's bara no nioi. Nioi ga suru kara suki desu. Okay, alright, sure.
誰かが階段を上がっている音がする。
So we have oto first here. Oto is the context. Okay.
このバナナが変な味がする。
Smell. Or not smell, taste. Oh, did they use aji? Okay. I feel like completely glossed over aji. I didn't even hear it.
このバナナが変な味がする。
That's it. Alright, and then 誰かに
見られている感じがする。
The feeling of being watched, yeah. So not the feeling of seeing something, like not seeing something, but something is seeing you, or like looking at you, because they did say excluding visual. So I'm not sure in what way at the moment how that works, but this is the act of something watching you, not the other way around. You're having the feeling of being watched. You aren't necessarily doing the watching or the seeing. Which I think that's what this is getting to. It's the feeling. You are feeling all of these things as opposed to doing the act of all of these things. So every single one of these have an act verb. Like to smell, to taste, to touch, and to see. Actually, there are multiple sees, kind of multiple touches. Smell? At the moment, I can only think of one smell. And then there's multiple acts of like involving the consumption of something. Japanese often uses ki, energy or spirit, as something that can be perceived with the senses. Due to this, there are many phrases which will use kiga suru in the same way as this grammar point. Huh. Yapai, yapai, or like bread. Yapai, kagi o kakeru. Oh, kakeru no owareta ki ga suru. Owaki ka ki ga suru. Owareta ki ga suru. Okay, the feeling. I forgot to lock the door. Yeah, okay. I feel like okay. Got you. なんか割れた気がする。I feel like I forgot something. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. Very neat. So we're thinking of senses. Okay. Angaru. So I'm guessing it's the word ending to the verb. Okay, and then put ngaru. Interesting. As we explored in our lesson of ngaru, this verb can be used with adjectives, right? Okay. Oh, okay. So they separated it, and they have a separate one for verbs to express the way in which people are acting. I see. Separate grammar point. I'm kind of curious how they decide to separate the grammar points. There are some grammar points where like the whole it's a triple stack or a double stack, and then there are grammar points like I'm kind of curious how they weighted it. Like, oh, is this related to each other? So you have like a double stack. This was what I was curious about. I'm like, just adjectives? And here we go. This verb can be used with adjectives to express, right, the way people are. However, it can also be partnered with auxiliary verb, tai. Okay, so specifically tai, to form hangaru. This grammar construction is used when expressing that someone's acting like they want to do something. That's fair, right? Using the tai form, dropping, I guess I would call it like the stem of the tai form, and then add ngaru. To use this structure, attach tai to the mas stem. What you do to the form of any verb? Oh, maybe it's not. No, that's kind of what you do for that. Okay, and then replace the e and tai with ngaru. Interesting how that's described.
ジョンはなんでいつも悪口を言いたがるんだろ
う。And then we even have the daro. So emphasis, casual emphasis, colloquial emphasis, and then a confirmation as well on top of it. John. なんでいつも悪口 Oh, bad mouthing. 悪口をOkay, so oh no, it's not. Wait. Oh no, yeah. Oh yeah. It is itai. Okay. I thought this might change. I don't remember if tai form has any irregulars. Whenever I see e, I'm like, Okay. When I hear e, anyways.
みんなは彼が作ったケーキを食べたがる。
Okay. Yep. Tangaru is in contrast to te hoshi, which means to want someone to do. These differences will need to be practiced and memorized. Check and check. Okay. 彼はこのステーキを食べたがる。Alright, and then 彼にこのステーキを食べたいほしい。Yeah, I want him to, which is still kind of strong, but This is also in contrast the E adjective hoshi to want a to describe hoshi to describe that someone seems like they want something rather than that they want to do something, right? Naru will be paired with this adjective. Oh, interesting. Right? Fair enough. Yep, you can stack on hoshingaru. I think I need to use this quick because that's definitely a phrase that it's like this type of expression is kind of more along the lines of the personality or the mindset that I would be speaking to when it concerns people outside of Japan, or like a very particular behavioral pattern, always constantly suggesting that you may want something, which I probably even soften it, like it seems or appears like this person wants to do this, or they want this to happen, etc. And that is usually the phrasing that I typically use in English as well. Like, unless I'm being direct, which I typically preface, sumimasen. Niku o taberu, right? Like, or like I could say like this, where just tabegaru, right? That's kind of good. That's great. Like it kind of just flows nicely. Or even do hoshigaru, right? Interesting. Very neat. And I would excuse myself. That's kind of how I see as a sumimasen, and in order to be polite about it. So when I'm using English, so far I have a lot of phrases that I would use, like pardon my frankness, as opposed to defaulting to like sumimasen, because I don't know how to express any other way in Japanese, and there might not actually be any like sumimasen might be the thing that is good enough contextualized. That is something that I'm kind of slowly getting accustomed to, where it's not so literal about the variety of diction, because in my opinion, English is a kind of, that is the tendency. You, in order to find an equivalent of all of these Japanese contextualized phrases, English simply, in my opinion, you elaborate, you create new diction combinations, like new word combinations, and it can be seen, I guess, people who are very short in words, a little bit wordy, but I think that's one of the beauties. That's one of the things that are unique to English, in my opinion, where, right, you can say, pardon me for being frank, but personally, in my opinion, it feels like you suggest that you may want to improve in Japanese, but perhaps your improvement in Japanese can make a reflection on your English competence, right? That's kind of the idea of all of these things. I do like learning about every type of conditional that you can place onto a phrase, because that gets me closer and closer to my natural tendencies. And I'm not saying that they're the native Japanese tendencies, but if I were to portray myself, right, there is a combination of compromise. While I may adhere to the formalities of the Japanese, like if I'm visiting Japan, I would obviously attempt at best to adhere to certain colloquialisms and whatnot. then I would like to also curate what it's like to embellish a little to reflect that I am a foreigner, and I want to demonstrate like maybe a little bit of trying to reflectively show what it is that I want to say in the tendency that is intended to. So oftentimes I rarely ever make a statement. It's still a little bit weird to say things like I eat, or I am eating, or I have eaten, or what are you know, I'm doing this, I will do this, I will do that, I have done this. It's more like I tried to do this, I wanted to do that, I think this is what I'm going to do. So that's we're kind of like getting to that point, which is nice because it not only makes it feel like I'm motivated, or like it feels like I would use these things too, which is built up on top of the foundations. Obviously, you still need to know all of the non-pass and all that stuff to really get to this point. But really, this stuff really hits home. The Thai form expresses personal desires, right? Such as Nihon ni ikitai. I want to go to Japan. And ngaru, on the other hand, is a suffix that shows when someone else appears to want something, like Nihon ni ikita kagat. Man, ikita iga ngateru. Oh man, I need to hear that. That's rough. Like ikitanga iru. I don't know how well I'm gonna have to practice this. Double ahs, like double terminating ahs, get me a little tongue-tied a lot of times. Like it's the atatakai situation. Quite often, multiple tas in a row, like ratata or tabata, right? Tabata, or I'm not even sure if that is supposed to be pronounced that, but tabata, where like your that structure where you like go on off tabata, things like that. Ta nga da next to each other. It's kind of like the whole nakata, right? Nakata. So the nakat leading into the ta. The nice thing is there's a pause there, and this is like angat deiru, right? I know my limits. Anyways, okay. So we got the thinking and the senses, right? Okay, cool. Really awesome grammar point. 私の猫は怖がる。
私の猫は怖がる。
私の猫は怖がる。車の音がする。
車の音がする。
Okay. So it says, yeah. 車の音がする。彼は動物園に行きたがIt says he wants to go, so maybe like いる。
彼は動物園に行きたがる。
I was unsure about this one. if I'm expressing he's acting like he wants to go. Oh, yeah, okay. So they take both. This is, in my opinion, where there's a chance that English kind of fails. Or like English requires maybe a little bit more. Alright. Okay, alright, let's do our routine now. So we got Hayo. Oh no, Hayu. Oh, this is weird. Hayu is weird. Pretty sure. Hayu is fine because most of the material that I consume deals with Hayu. Because the way the primaries that were used is not the greatest. So this is a character that outside of actor is attached to haiku, as in the haiku, the poetry thing, and then you is outstanding or superior or something of superior nature. So haiku, I kind of pivot to understand that when you're performing something of superior nature like poetry or the arts, right? So the arts, outstanding arts performance, then you get actor, actress, player, and performer. It's a bit of a pivot though, still. Nabe. Arukoru. No, arukoru. I'm like dipping a little, so if I sing arukoru, it's kind of dipping. Interesting. Arukoru. Is this the ending or is this the... We got the yo. Okay. This is the suffix yo. The other yo. Like sama is the other one. So I don't think you can distinguish it by displaying this. So you just go with it. Right. The manner in which something is done. Yo. Okay, iru? Or no, oru. Oru. I don't know what this oru is. Interesting. I mean, I get it. It's related. Yeah. Interesting. Oh. I like humble speech. Kenjo go. I see. I'm right. So the only way you would know for this is maybe the sentences are slightly different. But generally speaking, this would create a 50-50. I don't think you would know from a sentence context too well. This is also iru. But iru is not kenjogo. It's like neutral, I guess. Yeah, it's written the same way. Same character. Although the way I would probably tell is we're gonna make this assumption, right? They're gonna do iru this way, and then whenever they're referring to the kenjogo, you get oru, right? We'll figure that out in a bit. Not that necessary, but this is act. So tame. Or benefit, not benefit. Not or sake. Sake, sorry. No. Sake. Tame? What was that? How did the sake thing go? Oh, taming an eagle? Tame? I believe this is the mata. Mata, which is again. I don't see it very often. As mata. Oh, this is, this one's of Okonau, no, Okonau. How did it work? Okay. Might have to write something for Okonau. Okonau is rough. Hey, what? Gozara. Oh, Gozaru. Oh, Gozaru is like super old fashioned. Yeah, Tenego. I see it. It's part like the. I think this might. This is gonna probably be a problem. What can we do about it? That's okay. Yep. Not familiar with this. Although those yeah. There is this is the dominant read for me for this one. And then there's Uwaru when you drop this. The closest thing to za that I got is Ginza. Ginza Zaseki. Zaseki is the other one. I think many of it is peculiar whenever there's oh no, there's immediate. Soksa. Interesting. Yeah, could you? Okay, that one will be weak, probably. Key. Coincidentally. Probably heat for the standalone. Kokoro. Oh, Kokoro. Oh, I actually for the longest time thought it was Kokoro. And then this is Matawa. Huh. Or okay. Just have to remember one if you know it or you don't. Tokuni. particular. Fair enough. I guess this is kawaru. It's just to change. Kawaru. Might need something for the ending. Because when I think of change and transform, I'm gonna slightly favor kaeru. So this could become a thing. Soul. No. Oh, this is companion or partner. So aite, double can read aite. Speaking of kairu, there's kairu, the view that is kairu as opposed to kairu. I will still remember the conversation I had with Drama when I was talking about kairu, and then after some investigation, like my default is kairu. The one that I would use most, which is to return, or even like there are various ones where you kairu, and there was a thought that one of us had the pitch accent, but it's both. Like the kairu, there's a return that deals with kairu versus kairu. I just sat there for like 15 minutes saying like, huh, realizing that kai, right? Anyways, I'm sure it's a very common early discovery. We got kit, huh? Like come to fruition. Oh yeah, this one's a little. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Kit, that's like to tie together with the fruits, so like the fruits of labor situation, to bear fruit. Aru. Oh, wait. What? Huh. I'm not even sure if I've seen this. I have not. Also not included. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this kanji. What is... Yeah. Actually, yeah. Han. No dice. Gan. No, I thought it was Han. Go with... Oh no, this is Huo. Oh, Huo. Right. Weak Hanzi as well. Huo. And first time I've ever seen it as a kanji. Adu. Gonna need some work on this. Gonna have to add something to this too. A certain or some is fine with huo. The first time kanji, I've not seen that. And then karada. Okay. All right, we got some. Oh, you know what? That's what I forgot. We're gonna put it in the beginning, right? So let's quickly. So this is going to need some goal. Oh, still goal. Actually, yeah, goal is the default. What happens if I have compound work? I want to add everything. Yeah, sure, let's try it. We got loiter. Oh goodness. Oh goodness gracious. What is the thing in the middle? Did they separate it with Oops. Okay, I do see the noon. A noon into the stop. Okay. Loiter, noon, stop, stamp, goal. Guess that's a canopy. I will have to consolidate in the future between Hanzi and Kanji. And then we'll say sit. Or not. Can't do that. Canopy. Yeah, I see. We'll do people. Dirt. And its primary thing is that. Well. Root. Be interesting. At noon, you loitered. You go to loiter. Stop at a canopy to for some dirt. With the people out the do in the area. Okay. Okay. I'll do which do I have to worry about Matawa definition thing? We'll hold off on that. Probably have to do Awaru. Well, I'm not even sure if this is gonna help with the Kaidu and Kaidu situation. I think we're gonna pass on this for now. Yeah. I mean, there's a Kaidu in it too. We'll fill it out a little bit for bits. And then Adu needs something. So what is Adu? Let's go and do. We'll break it down using Wanikani. So we have the drunkard, mouth, brown, Undo. Certain. Drunkard. And yeah, and we need we'll use some. And some on the maybe like birds. Not the greatest. It's fine. Not the greatest. Definitely could be better. Oh, there. I knew that. Right. And now let's go through it. A person who performs in plays, films, or television production. Okay. Okay. You is pretty wild. Pretty wild combination. Okay. A cooking vessel often used for making soup or stews. Okay. Any drink that contains ethanol and may result in intoxication. Okay. So they went with arukoru. A word or suffix showing manner, appearance, or condition, often used to form adverbs or nouns. I think this might actually get mixed up by that description. This might get mixed up with like hata, like a way of doing things in the manner in which it is, hata, or maybe even status, like some sort of status as well, although they're not suffixes. So yo. Okay. Okay. Verb meaning to present or in existence, used primarily to describe living things, but this is kenjogo, which, so we have to remember the oru. It does check out though. I think our shortcut for this is probably o is a honorific. Often, you know, it's an honorific thing. So pivoting from iru to oru, it'll be okay. They're the same character. A word used in context where something is done or happens for a particular reason or purpose. Right, for the sake of something. Right. Comment. Okay. An adverb indicating something that is recurring or traditional. Or traditional, additional. Or additional, right? Okay. Ata. A slightly formal or ceremonious verb meaning to perform or execute an action or event. Right. Formal or ceremonious verb. Yeah. It's another one of those. So we had the... I was gonna write something for this actually. So maybe we should. Oko... The... Okonaru... No. No. Let's write something. So... Got... Loiter... Loiter the whole thing? No. What's the right hand thing? What did they assign to the right hand? Oh, it's separate. Okay, it's just loiter is a separate thing. Okay, so let's do go. Go, call, call, na, and to perform. So then we have you go to call. Actually, go to call at the O station. O station with the call to perform the task of buying some na. Sure. You have a whole essay to send you if you don't mind? Sure, Anuda. It's cool. Like, at least I know you're not you are confirmed to be a real human being. If you wrote, it would be my pleasure to read a whole essay, because nowadays I don't know if you're interacting with people, but it is very kind of difficult to know if you're speaking to someone or something nowadays. So it would be my pleasure to read an essay and have prepared. A somewhat old-fashioned way to express existence in Japanese, often used in period dramas. Yeah, man, this one's gonna be... Okay, alright. And then, what did I use? Ozaru. Right. And I did the do. Oh, yeah. So you went, canopy, at the O station. Not O station, you go. Loitered around, canopy, talked to Za and the peeps. So then it became... You were talking to your coworkers and she's mentioning how she hates how upper management makes her feel bad for taking notes on everything. Okay. Because they say she should just remember everything if she's a manager. Okay. But she learns and performs best with having notes on every little minute thing and doing constant review. Okay. And she asked me if you also learn by taking notes, and you said no. And you also just remember by doing. I see. You don't mind notes here and there, of course. They can be good, but you have to do something over and over. Okay. You just feel like you could read your notes a million times. have someone tell me how to do something a million times, but if I don't actually do it, RIP, yeah. Completely out of your memory, but it made you think about language learning. Here's what you think this could mean for your mindset approach to language learning. And also, just curious, your personal style of your detailed note taker or not. All right, your personal learning style. Yeah, you are definitely a pragmatist for sure. I would say that there are two spheres, right? There are two spheres. There you have your conception, right? Your conception. Actually, probably the thing I would say is the difference is if we had to think about like distributions of specialization, we'll say tendencies. Hang on, let me break out a pen. This is a little bit quicker if I use a pen here. Well, we need some space. All right, so there are two big groups, and this is dealing with, I guess you're dealing with the aspect of retention. And right now, I do feel like there are some segregation between these two, but there is a point of overlap, and that is the idea of we're gonna call it like knowledge versus experience. And I do feel like when we're talking about, so the topic is about retention, right? Like if you remember something, and then that retention, you kind of tied it to the outcome of performance. So this person that you have, her form of retention, her form of retention is based on a tendency for knowledge. And that knowledge then informs her performance, which inevitably would translate to some experience that goes back to creating new knowledge and then repeat the cycle, right? That's the idea that when something happens, she retains it by record keeping. So one of the knowledge bases is to record keep. And then the repetition of record keep translates it into reviewing, right? So when you have record keep, you create a review to provide the experience. And the experience is based off of the knowledge component. And that creates that performance. Then she executes on the performance, right? And then you're contrasting it to your portion where you take an experience. So in order to form the retention, you create the experience. So this is where we were to divide this. Let's divide this here. You take the experience, so it would be it's kind of similar because the knowledge, you said that you had someone tell you how to do something a million times, but you don't actually do it. Okay. So what I feel like you're trying to say, which you still have an element, but there is a tendency where experience means that you're doing the thing, right? So you perform the task in a way that that task will then inform your knowledge, and your knowledge is probably going to be results based. So the flip side is there's not the greatest distinction between what she's doing and what you're doing per se, if you're talking about like a huge continuum, right? The idea is there's often this separation where record keeping is considered like not doing something. And that is up to the person to treat if record keeping is an action tied, like if the action is tied to the application. So what I mean by this is, if you had to treat something equal, like what she's recording down, for example, if she's recording down someone's aptitude, like she observed someone, and that is the act, right? That is the act. She observed someone and then she record down her thing. That is not quite the same as like someone doing something themselves and then recording it. And what I mean by recording, either your brain or your notes, right? So your form of recording is through the act of doing it, possibly with repetition. So in both cases, there really isn't a distinction between them, largely because she's doing something else. Unless you're talking about you're equivocating. So if we equivocate both of them, say if we're you and her, say, okay, we need you to do task A, right? Let's say we're gonna have her do it. So person her, we'll go refer to her and you. And that means if the task is to do A, she will probably do the task and then take notes. You will do the task and repeat, right? Repeat the task is what you're suggesting. Even if you decide to take notes, this is deficient, right? Let's just say 20%, 80%. Repeat the task. She will also take notes and also repeat the task. That's like most people do that. So, however, if you're suggesting the difference between the two of you is that she's getting her performance and her results from taking the notes, and she's getting, maybe she's, because if you take the notes away from her, right, her performance in repetition goes down. The way I would see this is there's a preference, not a built-in limiter. There's a preference. So my thought to you is, if you evaluate how you interact, right? How you interact versus how you interact. So the two ways you interact with taking notes and doing your task, your task-based stuff is probably more well developed. And for her, the likely case is her process of taking notes is more developed. So in no way am I suggesting that, oh, she just can't learn from doing a task like you. So when she's asking you, oh, do you take notes after you do a task? If you say no, she could stop taking notes and her performance could reflect within your scale. Like she could understand you by stop taking notes and doing what you do. So both of you have capacities to do so. The idea is, how well developed are your process between both of these? I don't know enough other details, but if I had to tell you, it sounds like, yeah, you're a task-based person. And this is the two types of mindset that happens a lot. If you're more of a output oriented person, so the output produces the input for you. So that's what like in terms of language learning, then like if we have to contextualize for language learning, the description that I mentioned earlier about when you input something, when something is deliberately given to you as input, like someone explains to you a grammar point, right? That's explicit. And oftentimes explicit, whatever you're doing for your explicit input, it's like less. It's 20% or something. We'll use a smaller number. However, the moment you take that input and apply it to an output to inform a result, then you get your outputs, whatever you're doing for your task, you have a more well-developed way of analyzing an output. And when you know that you do a lot of output, that result that you have creates input to correct the original thing. So doing more is great, or if it's applying to language learning, because this leads into when you ask what is my personal like balance. Learning styles, I want to stray away from using the word learning style versus like maybe an interchangeable word would be learning preferences, because there is this thing that people talk about, and it's probably kind of summarizing this contrast between you and this person. Style implies that there's an inherent advantage or like a built-in efficacy. Basically, there was this, not that it's as common now, but there was maybe the last 3 decades or so, this became really popularized, where people sell on like intrinsic ways of studying or intrinsic ways of performing. Like, are you a thinker? Are you a visual learner? Are you a note-keeping learner? Usually that's not the case. Most of the time they are preferences built on experience. And this is what I'm trying to highlight here. If you're saying that you have a preference for task-based output in order to form your input, you can think of it this way. You have more to gain. There is more to gain from evaluating how well you take notes. So your notes are less efficient, relatively speaking, and your task is more efficient. However, the magnitude of these contributing factors is based on your experience. Your most practiced way of learning something will be your most efficient way. It will pave your preferences, but it doesn't lock you into any like some sort of existing style. And if I had to share a personal thing, my answer to your question is I do both. I take detailed notes and a preference for output. So the output I take detailed notes about. So I do the task and then I take detailed notes. And the detailed notes, in order to make it like take advantage of task-based things, my details are the relevant details. So that provides application. So here's an example. I think one of the, oftentimes the weaknesses, we'll say one of the pit traps, the weaknesses we'll highlight one of the cons that people highlight about note-taking. And that's in your scenario here, which is the lady, right? The manager. It is inferred by the higher up, the upper management, that this manager is taking excessive notes. So what is considered as excessive? They are implying that her note-taking skills are not being refined. Like she's not refining her note-taking skill over time. And if you do not refine your note-taking over time, then it takes up a lot of time. So oftentimes these things would create a glass ceiling. And this, one of the pitfalls about excessive note-taking is the idea that you do not prioritize. So without prioritization, you basically want to record everything. And when you're recording everything, there's going to be not relevant things. So the combination of losing time and not relevant things leaves less time to do what you're doing. So while she is spending an excessive amount of time, this is what's inferred from upper management, in my opinion. They believe that the manager is trying to record everything, like incredible excessive note-taking, inferring that she is going to increasingly spend more time creating a glass ceiling or a non-scalable problem. As in, there's going to be a time when she requires to do a lot of tasks and she will not have enough time. And this time means that she might be recording non-relevant things, and what less time means that she's not going to work on task-based skills, which is what you do, right? So task-based skills also require time, but if she's using up all her time to do that, then she's leaving growth or balance, basically a balance on which she can gain more things on tasks. So the idea is, and the answer typically is, from, at least in my opinion, from a learning process oriented thing, is that you have to do both. And it's a balance of both that creates the, let's just say, the optimal, I don't really like saying best, or an optimal like balance. If you're taking excessive notes and you're consistently relying on one sort of process, then oftentimes the other process will have more to offer, because now no matter how much better her note-taking is, right, continue to note-take, she can alleviate some time. So she can reduce the amount of time. So this is refinement, right? You're going into refinement. And that means that, how do you refine? How is she going to refine her note-taking? You have to place pressure on not micromanaging all your details, because there are irrelevant details. There are details that you can compress. So the thing about only doing one thing, like one preference, at least from a learning perspective, is it creates a glass ceiling. It's a diminished return. You create a diminished return. So no matter how much more note-taking she's going to take and continue to bootstrap that thing, she also has to show a sign of becoming more efficient with it, because note-taking doesn't scale, like it doesn't scale anymore. So she can spend some time, and that's where the criticism comes from, at least in my opinion, that she may perform best when she invests some time in task-based things, which is what you do, right? Now the thing is, now let's reverse the role. So you suggests that you work very well on task-based output, right? So you do the thing, it creates an output, like you output by doing the thing, and then the output creates new input. Basically, if you go and tinker with an engine, and then you did that, and then you can inform your learning, then your tasks first. The thing is, though, if you do this, yes, this is provided you can keep doing the task. So same deal. You keep doing the task. So much like her note-taking, if you're constantly relying on the task, eventually that will also form a glass ceiling. Which is, the more you repeat, eventually you might have too many tasks. And too many tasks, or you're unable to do all the tasks to the point in it retains it. So for example, let's use a physical response. Say you're lifting weights, right? And then at some point, you're no longer going to gain literal strength from doing the task, but you can learn conceptually new things without actually doing the task. So that involves conceptualizing and note-taking. So say you keep doing the task and you're building muscle, right? You're building muscle. All right. Then you remembered, oh, you're building muscle. Okay, but how much? Well, as long as you can repeat it and it goes up, right? Something goes up. Maybe your weights go up. That's fair. And as long as that keep working, that's great. But at some point, maybe you'll say, well, I'm not improving very much. The thing is about memory is that sometimes memory consolidates when you're relying strictly on memory, like your feeling and your task. So that does still involve some form of record keeping. And you might be thinking, well, as long as you're continuously doing the task and you remember it, it's good enough. And I think to be fair to her and you, as long as you're performing, as long as you're meeting, right, your requirements, which for her is a little bit unfair because she has to meet the requirements of upper management. That's how you guys keep your job. So as long as you're meeting your requirements, most of the things you do is good enough. If you're talking about how do you get better, like at stuff, usually if you did something for a very, very long time and you're very good at it, you're going to continue to be good enough. But oftentimes from my perspective, when it comes to learning, if you're constantly doing the same process, you no longer learn. You're not learning anymore. You're more practicing for refinement. And it is practicing for refinement that will give you more time to go back to learning. And one of the things is to get better is often to avoid the glass ceiling when you have time to do that, to get better. So for me, for like SRS, for example, let's do language learning. SRS is based on repetition. And repetition in a language learning sense is the closest thing you're going to get to a task-based output, right? If you day in and day out, like for example, Bunpro, day in and day out, if you consistently up your accuracy, right? As your accuracy improves from doing, which is basically output recall. So you get a flashcard, you see it, you get the right answer. Next day, do it again. A month from now, do it again. You're consistently doing to remember, which is what I would say you're an SRS person. So the way you described your task-based things in your workplace, SRS goes a very long way. Like a form of space repetition, because it's the act of repeating the task that you already know. So despite all the good notes you take like this, right? Getting the task done can be good enough to not have to take notes, right? However, to place it in the context of language learning, eventually the task requires that you do thousands of words and like, you know, or 10,000 and like maybe hundreds of grammar points. And it's true that what you can do is maybe come up with a way to condense this into a task. So for example, you could do a task that triggers 10 grammar points and like incorporate, I don't know, 20 words and maybe like throw in 10 kanji. However, if you're a task-based person, eventually this can become a scalability problem. And where note-taking comes in is some of the skill sets that deal with note-taking, which I don't know if she's doing, by the way. I have no idea. One of the note-taking skills that don't overlap is conceptualization. So when you conceptualize things, which for the record deals with explaining things, right? Like for example, this Bunpro summary. If like say a character like this hito is I always use person, but hito means person. However, if you need to learn by task, hito has like maybe 15 different applications. That means that in order to retain strictly from task-based things, you would remember the best things based on how frequently it comes up. So if that's good enough, no problems, right? However, note-taking, what note-taking does is that you can conceptually go beyond the bounds of literally doing something. And that's where kind of is a tough part about creation. If you're not sitting around thinking about what could happen and what may happen when you're note-taking, like you're keeping track of your stuff, it's not quite the same as always witnessing the thing. So here's, and it's not really necessary. For example, like creating a sentence. Can be achieved by listening to a lot of sentences and taking notes. Or you can go and like learn something, I suppose, like input, right? Which is your notes, maybe like 20% of it. And then you're gonna say, I'm gonna use this and just go and create some sentences. If I create sentences, I would get better. Yes, you can. There is also the chance that you simply create a habit based on the most obvious thing to you. So one of the pros and cons about task-based output is there is no conceptual reform. Basically, let's say you learn that a word means hate, and then you go and you're like, the best way I can learn how to do hate is to use it. So you learn it from your first source. You saw it and you're like, now I'm gonna go use it. And then that is going to be the way you use it. And usually this is one of the trade-offs of using task-based. This will immediately become the habit. And task-based people tend to rely on habit. And oftentimes it's not going to be clear whether it's a good habit or a bad habit until you repeat it, right? However, note-taking can tell you things beyond this. And no one does these in isolation. I'm illustrating the isolation to illustrate like the pros and cons. So I think most people do some balance. Most people do some balance of note-taking. You take notes in order to account for, to me personally, you take notes to account for frequency. Right? That's what you have to gain. So if you're a task-based person, note-taking, a benefit that you can achieve is to account for frequency. Task-based things, the advantage of task-based things is that all the notes that you'll probably take are application-based. Right? And one of the drawbacks is you may run out of time to do the application. Your time might go down. So note-taking can offset that. Now, what I mean by frequency, all the rare things that happen in your application will not be apparent when you're relying on task. So for example, if you do a task, let's say running, and then every once in a while your leg gets sore, or like your right leg is a problem, you encounter a right leg stiffness. But then the following day, it goes away. So your feedback would be, I'm running correctly. I'm running correctly because it just went away, right? You do the task and you continue. And then the stiffness comes back again, like maybe like once every 6 months, right? But the question is, are you going to remember it? The thing about task-based thinking is that it's based on frequency and reinforcement. So you actually have to do the task, right? You have to do the task. And the most memorable things you remember is based on how consistent it is. Now, her skill when she's taking notes is that there are certain things that are across a very long period of time. Like, for example, that's why Bunpro, right? Bunpro tracks. So most of the things have trackers. And nowadays, task-based people are really good. Like, they're usually pretty good, is because most of the things they use have trackers on them. And those trackers compensate for this part. So you might not need to do that at all. The idea is to complement it. If you're a task-based person, you may want a tracker if you don't want to develop the skills for tracking. What she's doing, though, is it sounds like upper management noticed that she's tracking everything. So now she's double downing on her crutch. She does not have without focusing on task-based things, she can't narrow down what is essential. So when someone is entirely focused on note-taking, they would record everything. There's no sense of refinement. You have a sense of refinement because everything you notice is application-based. So whatever is most frequent is going to be memorable. Memorable. However, anything that is less frequent and possibly very rarely related may be difficult to remember. Now, what does this have to do with language learning? Well, there are concepts when you're learning a language that will take a very long time for a task-based person. A task-based person would have problems conceptualizing abstract things that don't exist yet. So you can choose to take detailed notes when these things happen. So what's an abstract thing? Something that doesn't naturally occur regularly. And to relate back to what type of preference you have, that's why you mentioned casual input. In my opinion, it checks out with your casual input. You like casual input because it involves practice. And it involves practice by doing something that you want to do. So like learning grammar is going to suck for a bit. But at least when you're using Bunpro, it's tasking you and it's tracking your progress on abstraction. The idea is it's going to be rare until it's not. So if I was talking about your mindset, yeah, you're going to spend 80%. Like for me personally, I do spend 80% of my time practicing. And I spend 20% of my time learning something. However, when I'm learning something, I'm doing what you're doing, which is by doing. However, when I'm practicing, I'm taking notes of all the rare things. And what are rare things when you're a task-based person? So I am closer to you in this nature. I spend more of my time practicing. So what are the rare things? Your mistakes. So if you're wondering, do I take detailed notes? I do. I take detailed notes of my mistakes because they occur rarely. If they occur rarely, practice doesn't help with that very often because you pay attention to what works most of the time. So if all the things that you're doing that works really well, keep doing it, right? Because you're really good at it. You'll learn and refine all of that. However, I pause and I spend most of my time keeping detailed notes of all my mistakes, because mistakes won't occur as if you're trying to like squeeze out consistency, like improve your stuff, the rare mistakes will be brushed over. Then what you'll have in terms of people who practice is they are good at most of the things, but there will be gaps. There will likely be gaps in your skills and or your knowledge. And that's where note-taking is going to balance it. Although note-taking, you can use note-taking to pay attention to the gaps, and most of the gaps in your skills would be dealing with the less frequent things. And then when you combine them, it's a balance. The balance would be like you make note of all the things you're doing differently or all the variances, so you don't have to waste your time, you don't have to use your resources. And the nice thing about SRS, for example, in Bunpro, is it is keeping track of all those things. right? So you don't have to use your time to learn how to note take. The nice thing about tools is you might not have to develop those skills. So for myself, here's the kicker though. For myself, I don't rely on the tracker. I do the tracking myself. And why is that important? When someone practices a task and they only chase after a positive result, that's how task gets reinforced. Usually they're not great at problem solving. What do managers do? They're pretty good at problem solving. What do upper management do? Problem solve for the managers. So the note-taking skill, there's probably a very excellent reason why her note-taking skills, she was hired and she takes lots of detailed notes, and she happens to be a manager position, because a lot of times you don't get to do all those things. You have to manage all those things. And problem solving skills involve looking at non-frequent things in your life, like in their life. So for example, if you're a task-based person, you're probably not that great at problem solving. The reason why is problems are rarer. So if you don't have the problem, like what makes a task, one of the weaknesses of a task-based, or a trade-off, we'll call it a trade-off. If you're doing something and it always works, then that's as much as you're gonna know. It requires note-taking skills and other concepts of note-taking. Then you can hear other people's problems, right? Because you're not encountering them. So like if you're a manager or you're an executive or someone who's in charge of making sure everyone's problems are in line, if you're constantly only focused on the task you're doing, you're not going to be concerned with other things. You like how careful I use which words? Yeah, we want to be careful with our words. The language learning. Language learning is very important, right? And for the record, I am a service worker, so like most of my life is dealing with service working. That means that the thing that I do most is speaking, as opposed to like I don't like do any type of physical thing. So like I can't just demonstrate running or do a flip for you. So I do kind of empathize with this lady of your manager, or like this manager figure of yours. However, there's also a doing aspect. The speaking is the doing aspect. And I'm very careful with my words because it's important to know that if you're kind of hand waving the words, that is the only act that you can do to get better at communicating. And the reason why you need to get better at communicating is sometimes when someone is just doing something, it can be easy to explain, but confusing if you're not making the distinction between things. Like for example, like if you wanted her to improve, like she would ask you, you take notes? You're going to say, no, I just do things. And if you think about it, to her, taking notes is doing something. So when the act of doing notes is the task that's helping her retain her memory. So you and her are technically doing something that you do well to remember something. They just happen to be two different processes. But when you explain, like when you say no, you mean yes, but no. And words are kind of tough that way, right? Because if you say no, I just do the task. Well, technically, if you say yes, I do the task, it's also correct technically, because if she asks you the question, the task is to take notes. So if you say no, I don't take notes, to get better at taking notes, that would be a bit of a confusion. You could say yes, I do the task, and if you thought like her, that getting better at taking notes, then you would have to take notes. So the idea here is technically you and her like aren't doing the same thing. So I'm careful with these words, in my opinion, is because both of you are technically doing similar things. Similar things for learning and like remembering things. Your language, the way you're qualifying what the task is different. She's asking you how to do how you go about learning the things you're learning to do. And you're thinking that she's not talking about taking notes. So a person gets good at taking notes, for example, still by taking notes. That still happens. The act of taking notes is what her problem is. So like the upper management is concerned about her process of taking notes. And she's asking you about the process of taking notes. However, she asks you if you take notes. Which if you say, no, I don't take the notes, and yes, I do the task, but does not include notes, then what you would infer is that the proper way, like if you were to respond, like if I were to respond, I would say, no, I do not take notes. That means I'm not good at taking notes, but I do the task, whatever the task is, which is not notes, right? That is good enough. So like in both ways, both of you can do a task sufficiently. The task is different. So you both have different tasks. And in either case, both of you have to like make note of something either on paper, like either conceptualize, right? You have to conceptualize in some way along the way, and you also have to do something. Which the carefulness here is we have to remember that note-taking is a skill. I think upper management is concerned with her skills in note-taking when applied to the other tasks that she has to do. And she was asking you, in my opinion, not quite the specific question. And there might be a miscommunication here, sort of, because maybe she's asking you, is note-taking important to do this task? But to you, it should be a solid no, because you don't practice the skill of taking notes. So it would be irrelevant, right? This conversation happens quite a bit, and it often involves a leap of logic. So if her path is she takes an input, she takes notes, then she outputs. And if you like do the task, right? If you're suggesting that you do the task, so you output, then take notes, and then it provides your input. If you stretch this out, she's gonna go back to this, and you're gonna go back to this. So at some point, you're gonna be doing output, input, and notes. The thing is, your notes is going to be based on frequency, because your process of taking notes is based on your frequency of the highly frequent things, the highly consistent things. What she's taking notes of, that upper management is worried about, is she's taking notes of everything. And taking notes is great for infrequent things. The most, like, the major I would say one of the major differences between a note taker, like a input first or an output first, is or preference, right? These are preferences. Is that in order to get the best of both worlds, or sort of a balance of both worlds, is know that note taking is for infrequent things that don't occur very often, because those are the things you will likely forget, right? That's the skill of note taking. What the upper management is concerned is that she's taking notes of everything. So even things she should remember by doing the task, which is where you come in. She's not doing this. So upper management is scrutinizing her and chastising her a bit, is because she might be overcompensating for something she can gain in efficiency. So the idea is, if you want to be both, you're using note-taking, or a note-taking skill. One of the aspects of note-taking is to record all the infrequent things. That's where you can gain as a task person. A task person, you don't have to take notes on frequent things, right? Especially frequent things that are working. Those things you're constantly doing. It's part of your lifestyle. These are called the habits, right? That you establish, and usually they're positive habits. Now, the thing is, without note-taking, there's also bad habits. And bad habits are not as apparent to task people. As long as it, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Until it's broken. Like, you don't fix anything, so you never learn how to fix anything. You don't adapt to changes. You don't notice things going wrong. It is still possible to notice. Like, it's not like you'll notice obvious, like if a mistake comes up very often, right? A very often mistake, then that you can iron out. But we're talking about things that are infrequent, right? When you're putting infrequent things, that's where note-taking comes in. And you typically hear this a lot. Like, what is the point of note-taking? Things that you might forget, or things that you may forget. And if you're task-oriented, you got to make note of all the smaller things, because there are going to be tasks where your task is to keep track of rare things, unless that's not your job, right? So for me, as a personal share, the reason why I take detailed notes, or when I take detailed notes, is when it's applicable. Much like you, I prefer my outputs to inform what is applicable. And why do I take detailed notes during applicable times? Is because I like solving problems. I prefer to solve problems. I'm not enamored by trying to improve something that I already know how to do. So I'm less of like a master kind of person. I'm more of a problem solver. And the thing about people's problems is I don't experience them. So like if you're a worker, right? And you don't need to worry about other people's problems, worry about other people, then you don't need the skill. You typically don't need the skill. I was a scientist, right? I was a scientist by training. And if you think about your stereotypical nature of a scientist, what do? They record everything. They take detailed notes, because it's usually taking track of things you might not notice, and might not notice specifically from doing things, and especially doing things only a few times or very rarely. Like you can't simply rely on tasks like to repeat a $1 million experiment. You have one shot. Maybe if you get lucky, you might have 2 shots at it. So one of the limits of a task-based person is that it has to be a task you can repeat. And that may not always be true. And oftentimes the thinking part and the problem solving part is upstream. Who are those people? Probably someone who takes a lot of detailed notes. So the people who have done all the bootstrapping, like all the testing, the theorizing, the optimizing, is upstream. It's upstream of it. So Bunpro did this already for you. So now you can use a task-based learning strategy so that you don't have to organize these things, because these things are technically part of note keeping. So in terms of your area of language learning, trying to find great sources of organizational things, if you don't want to develop that skill, right, would feel really comfortable. So definitely not like what I'm doing here. This type of strategy is probably going to be exhausting at first. So in both ways, even if you're task oriented or like conceptual, well, let's just say conceptual oriented, yeah, like a preference. If you do each skill, it still will eventually lead to overlapping with the two. How quickly will vary, right? This will be exhausting at first, because the task of doing this is laborious. You don't need to do this. I did it. I also did it for fun. Like I did it for curiosity. So most of the time I spend is conceptualizing. I conceptualize because I simply want to look at the mistakes that I make and then how I reduce it. And I talked about my thinking process before, these mistakes only still represent like less than 5% of my time. But it's my interest in the less than 5%. And if you're gonna try to vibe out your less than 5%, usually the drawbacks of language learning is that you can still be 95% correct most of the time through task-based things. However, this 5% could be spread out in communication that leads to miscommunication. Right, and that can create growing pains. However, you can continue to do this. The idea is to be aware of it, right? Like you can do whatever you want. You don't have to do both to be successful. Knowing the weaknesses and the drawbacks allow you to compensate for it. Like, is less than 5% tolerable? I would say yes. And then understand that you can use other ways. So I combine conceptual with task. I still do task most of the time, 80% of the time. But whenever I need to practice my conceptual things, I look at mistakes, which applies really rarely. And this is why this mnemonic exists here. Hello there, Crocodile. Couldn't stick around much yesterday. Oh yeah, no worries. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. When you put za and nu in your mnemonics, are they short for something? Yes, they are. All of the Japanese sounds are short for something. So go is go. So this is go. And za is zar. So za is zar. And all I picture is a guy with one of these hats. I'll let you use your imagination. So I don't actually have to think about zar. I simply visualize a person. And then ru can be rude or rule. In this case, rule is fine. And rule, I think of a piece of paper that's attached to a za. And then go, there's a format. I could use a different type of punctuation. Go is this guy here. Right? This guy here. And it's also go in English. So, and then loiter, noon, stop, stamp is how to write this character. And then how to visualize the character. And then go is the primary read. And in this case, this is an exceptional read, so it's like solo read. But usually it would be the onyomi. And then canopy, people, dirt is this character, which helps me write this character. And then after it is za. Za ended up being the primary read for this one too. So these two have primary reads that are atypical. So that's the nomenclature. So it'd be, here's the writing character for the visual. Here's the dominant read, writing character, dominant read. And then the next bit is kana. So kana accounts for endings and grammatical particles and whatnot. And then followed by the meaning. So this meaning of the entire phrase. So then I organize them in clusters. The first part of the mnemonic deals with the first part of the character. The second part with the second character. And then this part, anything that's kana, can be visually be anywhere. So then this says, at noon, you go to loiter and stop at a canopy over some dirt to chat with the czar and people about the rules in the area. And then you would get gozaru, because you're going to meet with the czar about the rules. And the thing about going you go to loiter is because this is to be, and to be is simply to be. So this one is kind of an exception a bit, but there was a lot of acts of being somewhere, going somewhere. It's not usually the case because oftentimes you can throw in the actual meaning, but these ones are the rough ones. So the rough ones require mnemonics. And that's how I break down my mnemonics. This is a combination of this part is constructed based on a bit of HanziHero. I would say like 50% of how HanziHero constructs their stuff. This part and these particular things, go, za, ru, is based on wanikani. Right? I would say like 30% wanikani. And then the relationship between objects, people, and how to integrate this stuff is what I did with Duolingo to remember. So like you throw in about like 20% Duolingo. And then whatever I'm doing now is the new encoding. So anytime I come up with a mnemonic, I'm trying to attach this summary to this. So now the new thing is to attach these type of things to that along with any grammar points. And that's how I will remember them now. And these notes only come up like 1 out of every 30 vocabulary entries. And I think this frequency is pretty much okay. It helps me retain whatever the wanikani stuff is. So to illustrate, like Anuda talked about like a contrast between someone who takes notes, like note taking in a business, and then someone who's task-based. Basically like, oh, you'll never remember something unless you do it, right? And then note taking may be not considered as not doing something. And this would be an example of where, because I made this, which is considered notes, the act of doing this is the task I'm doing, but it's also the same time I'm taking notes. So when I look at this character, I ask myself, what do I notice that is going to be a problem? Like the rare thing. So this is a rare situation. It's a rare situation in which is a to be. And I see that is tenego. Tenego is rare. And it's also archaic. Right? So there are many signs that I would say, okay, so this is one of those rare moments. And I can use the task that I built off of my notes from Wanikani, HanziHero, and Duolingo in order to generate something that would address potential problems. And problems are rare. You can continue to do this, and the alternative way, like Anuda would, and yourself, James, like I think you and Anuda has similar approaches. You could simply do it, and then if you get it wrong, it'll just come back up, right? It'll come back up again. And then eventually you'll get it right consistently. And that's fair. That's what Bunpro is designed for. That's what's so great about SRS. For myself, I'm not using the SRS portion. I already said that this is a choice that I made because I'm practicing other skills. This type of skills is what makes me, in my opinion, what I like about science and teaching. Because the idea of if you're constantly doing task-based things and application, rarely are you going to practice skills that help you explain things to another person. Because it would involve understanding the other person. So if you work like in HR, for example, this is one of the deficiencies about HR. If HR, like human resources, if you hire a staff member who's very excellent mechanically, as in they know how to file their reports, they know how to see what they want to see, like they can train to see what is wrong, right? That involves aspects of rarity, because it's not you that is experiencing the problem. It's you noting and seeing what the problem is for other people. So if you're a task person, it makes you kind of apathetic to other things. Humans, you know, part of the human condition for task-based people is application. And if the application is self, then you will remember a lot of things about yourself and be really good at it, or sort of good at it. Like, good at it until it doesn't work. And then when you go to solve problems, one of the downsides is you typically only know what works. Less so, but not like entirely exclusive, less so all the rare things that aren't working. As well as other problems. And that's like, for example, if you're in a profession that you're not concerned with like a phenomenon, or I don't know, space travel, something that is highly conceptualized with very few opportunities. So in science, that's the part that is emphasized. In science, conceptualized, like methodology, conceptual understanding and whatnot is incredibly prized, because if you're not a rich lab, if you're not part of a rich lab, which you can like throw billions of dollars to like actually do the task to inform, then it's gonna be very tough. So I wasn't part of a rich lab. Well, technically there was a part of my career where I kind of worked for the government, and the government wanted results. They wanted quick results. So oftentimes brute force. You hear this a lot when it comes to task-based things. Brute force. Learn by brute force. Learn by doing things. And that works when there's no resource limitations. And the resource limitations, with no resource limitations, you get high results. Right? Or like efficient results. Meanwhile, the trade-off for note takers and conceptualize is it takes the resources time. So if you don't have any time, throw money at it to create resource and high task oriented. And usually I like this because it's all about sufficiency. When you're doing note taking and stuff, the propensity of a human being is to think about best. Best this, best that. And that's usually, if I wanted to do an anecdote, it's kind of one of the fundamental differences between academia and apply, like, maybe not even that, but it's kind of one of the things that are applied between industry and academia, or basic research and applied research, right? If you're someone who likes to do things and know that the foundations are good. You don't have to look at foundations or anything like that. You don't have to sit there, brainstorm, meticulously look at rare occurrences or correlate with non-frequent occurrences with frequent occurrences. Then the application exists because the foundations already exist. So basic research provides the foundation for applied research. But academia and basic research requires detailed note-taking and like observational skills. They do not necessarily have the luxury, right? The luxury of having a strong foundation already in order to do it. Now, whether that's appropriate or not for your workplace is kind of tough. If you're, in my opinion, if you're a manager, and in order for a manager to do their jobs by managing like 30 people, and then you need to find out if all 30 people have similar or different problems, right? Because you're the manager, you're responsible for that. Task-oriented things would be very inefficient. It would require that you engage consistently with the 30 variances, right? Without some sort of aid or tracking or something like evaluating all the idiosyncrasies, because idiosyncrasies and anomalies. So in order to do detailed analyses with similarities and differences, it requires detailed notes. Meanwhile, if you're one of these people and you are only concerned about your performance, so you're one of the performance, then your task, as long as you provide sufficiency, you're good to go. And repetition of sufficiency can often naturally lead to refinement and possible expansion, and then back to refinement. The thing is, what's missing from this is that where are you getting your foundations? Sometimes foundations can lead to foundations, but if you're constantly building on sufficiency, you're refining most of the time. And foundations lead to expansions. It comes from outside most of the time. And where's that outside? And this would be one of the slowest steps for a task-oriented person, because they would have to take notes to some extent and understand the abstraction of the foundation. So adoption of a new language, the first step, if one of the symptoms of task-oriented people is the first step is probably the hardest and longest part, or the deal breaker, so to speak. And that would deal with habit formation. So that's what we were talking about with, or at least what I was trying to talk with Anuda, because habit needs to exist first. Whether that's a trust, in the foundations, so that you don't have to expand, but only to do a task sufficiently to refine, or you have to do it yourself. So creating a new idea, just give the like for a task person, you probably heard this before, just give the guy something good enough and go. And I'm that. I like that. Like Bunpro is good enough. I see it. I have enough experience, task-based. I have enough experience. Let's go. However, when I do that, I want to balance out that. So I do conceptualizing after I go. So as I'm going, I'm conceptualizing. And that's a combination of two, of both of them. I stopped working in science. Right? I stopped working in science, and that's my driver. So I need something to work on. So no, when I'm using Bunpro, I'm not saying, oh yeah, this is everything I need. I'm more thinking, what else do I need? Or what else can I do? What else can I like mitigate or doing? So I'm combining both. So my personal style is, yes, it's still 80% practice. However, when I'm learning, which is only 30% of the time, right? Or like 20% of the time, which is the rarer time, I want to make the most out of it. So most out of it is this. We are doing these things. And I don't think I ever went and did something where by the time I come out of it, I'll be doing exactly what the thing told me to do, but more efficiently, like faster. Because I think faster is not as interesting to me. Better or different, I would even prefer different from better or worse. In fact, sometimes I might prefer different. I might prefer worse to same or faster. So like you can do this task and trust Bunpro and just keep doing it faster and faster. That's one of the most intuitive part about the human experience, the human learning process. When you do something and you minimally change, you will intuit ways to do it faster. In fact, I kind of made this funny example before. One of the earliest things you learn in less than 3 years of age is how to get faster at something. Like, you know, shortcuts, abbreviation. Like, you get this really quickly. Most people learn intuitively before they even understand the concept of optimization, right? However, I intentionally slow down the moment I have to conceptualize. And that's where, despite saying I'm doing 80% of practice, I'm not talking necessarily about time. I'm more talking about my energy. My energy, like, or not my energy, but the volume. And not like, so not necessary time, but the volume of stuff. So I practice a lot of the volume of my time is going over things I know. Like, I'm not learning a lot of new things, but when I'm doing my 20% of the volume of learning, this part I need to like work on because I haven't really described it very well. 20%, this is where most of my energy goes. This requires the most energy. So quite literally, when I stop, the parts that take hours or an hour and a half or 3 hours it's this part. And then, you know, a task-based person would say, well, isn't that just a waste of time? Like, you're only making this one mistake, right? Like, just iron it out with repetition. And I'm like, well, if it's a rare mistake, no matter how much you do it, it's gonna come up rarely. So that mistake is not gonna go away with repetition. It's gonna go away with conception. The reason these mistakes get decreased in value is that I unnaturally, that's what people would use. If you're a task-oriented person, this would be considered an unnatural way of reducing a mistake, because I'm unnaturally making it occur more frequently. Or in other words, for the unnatural gang, this is abstraction. So whenever, if if you hear me like do something out of the ordinary and I invest a disproportionate amount of time in it, I'm probably creating an abstraction of a system to lump a rare occurrence into a more frequent occurrence. And that's how I improve my retention. So like loiter, noon, stop, stamp, these are already radicals. They come up more often already. So I'm defining something rare, to me personally, rare, that I'm defining it all based on something that is more common. But it is unnatural. Because if someone is already competent in this, they would think of it as an unnecessary way of reflecting its natural occurrence. Basically, if this is rare, then they deal with it, that it is rare, right? That is a way to naturally learn it. If you naturally learn it, then you're not forcing it to be often. You're simply going to do the task as much as possible, and if it comes up like 1 out of 1,000 times in your natural thing, you're gonna have to scale up your exposure over and over again until this becomes frequently enough. And I don't do that. I typically don't. That's the benefits, that's one of the trade-offs of conceptual. You can trigger the concept. And one of the pivotal principles of science when you're trying to figure out what things happen is you trigger the effect. And you have to trigger the effect unnaturally. Or in science, the word would be physiological. In my opinion, physiological in the biological sciences. So for example, I could give you something from media, wine drinking. So there's a component in wines that are generically attributed to the tannins in wines. Maybe not so much even the tannins, but let's be a little bit more general and say there's a benefit. There's a benefit molecule or substance in wine. In the lab where this social media interpretation is, the lab is they enriched and isolated this particle and created an unnatural dose, as in a non-physiological dose in a model, in an animal model, that is not the natural application of saying there's a benefit molecule to humans. That is the conceptual nature of science. When you're discovering something, you're actually required to notice things that trigger as a phenomenon. So even a lot of scientific discoveries deal with atypical situations or creating atypical situations in order to see the relationship between a typical normative position. So if you're a task-oriented person, you're typically the control. You are the control group. And then when you're trying to test something, the whole obstacle is to test the variable group. And oftentimes the variable group is under conditions that are not frequent, right? That's why it makes it a variable, or like makes it intriguingly a variable. So whenever someone says, are you built to solve other people's problems, right? Like if you like to solve other people's problems, Probably a no if you're simply focusing on tasks, and especially when the task is applicable to you only. Right? I'm not saying that your task couldn't be helping people. So there are exceptions to this, right? There's often exceptions to the rule. What if it's an identity property? Basically, if your task is that you constantly practice helping people, then you happen to be a task-oriented person that happens to practice applicable skills for helping other people. That's the one larger exception when identity property. So this is called coincidence. The task that you happen to be practicing is also the task that is applicable for the weakness of task making, right? Or task dependency. That's a lot rarer. That's very specific, right? It's very specific, but typically task-oriented things come with the human condition that deals with what works for me, right? Because it's all within your frame. And for myself, I'm a bit of both for now. Like, I like helping people, but I really am more of a conceptualizer. Most of my life, right? And I'm not saying I have a style, like I can't just become a task person. With practice, you can. The idea is that my life, my experience is dealing with problems that I don't have. So if you're in a company, for example, Anura is clearly working in like an environment where they work in a group and have coworkers. The skill sets for being a problem solver and the skill sets for performance, you know, like a service performance, are very different things. The nature is, are you keeping track of things that are inherently good and constantly recurring? Then task-based dominance is great. Like craftsmen, for example, you know, like blowing glass. They are built on long foundations. That also means they don't undergo radical change, or like they're not spurious. In science, when you're doing like basic science, right? Basic science. Basic, we have to be careful about the word basic. I'm talking about foundational science. I think the word basic has eroded in English. So basic is not the same as simple, not the NetSpeak simple. Basic does mean simple, but simple in the ways of foundation. So if you're gonna say you want to task space your way into a foundational thing, you have no foundation to be consistent in the first place, right? If no one knew how to run and you're like, I'm just gonna learn by doing it, how would you know it's the running? Like, would you even know if you're running yet? Like, yes, you could coincidentally, like, it's still possible. You can coincidentally, like, start doing something and say, oh, that's what's called running, right? And that's why humans do both, right? Humans do both. But there is often a preference. If you're a craftsman, you're built on top of a foundation. If you're solving problems and stuff, oftentimes, especially for discovery process, there aren't any foundations to base on. So what are you going to do? You're going to repeat it over and over again, repeat it over and over again blindly. Probably not the way to go with looking at foundational stuff. Yeah. The best example I have for people who are note takers and detail oriented and analysts is probably human resources. If they're involved in human resources, like a team leader, a consultant, basic upper management, science, right? Even applied sciences. I'm being too general about industry. Industry has, like, for example, industry has R&D, right? R&D, that type of thing. And it's definitely not for everyone. In fact, I would argue that this type of thing, you already know, it's far more scalable. And because of its scalability, it's not high in demand. It might be high in supply. I don't know about that. Questionable. But it's not high in demand. So one person has a ratio to, like, you know, thousands, if not millions. So you always talk about, like, CEOs, presidents, etc. And then you can see the parallelisms, right? Whenever you say, oh, well, it's not the president that is literally going to the field defending the ground, right? Like on the ground and stuff. It's like, yes, because most of these things deal with the conceptual understanding of things and not the doing part. So oftentimes that's what I mean by scalability. It takes a lot of people doing foundational skills to build a building. Versus the engineer, or maybe even further up, the architect that conceptualize it. And they both have weaknesses, right? The people who are building the building has experiences of nuance that goes beyond the foundations, because they are working on the nuances now. They immediately get into the nuance. If you already know the foundations of a language, and then you move on to task-based things, right? The moment you learn your foundations in Bunpro, like for example your grammar, and the moment you learn like your foundations of kana and stuff, you move on to the next step, right? But those next steps exist because there's a foundation for them already. And that foundation came from somewhere, not from the task person. It came from someone else who was doing it not solely based on task. It was based on observation, right? Grammar, observing a language, a natural language evolving and creating patterns and observations. That's not the same thing that people talk about when they say just do the thing. Just do the thing to find out. But you can't do something without observing something when it comes to foundations. There's nothing to do consistently. However, the people who have foundations, they take that foundations and they immediately jump into nuance. So much like Bunpro, when you get your grammar done, you get your vocabulary done, immediately, if you're someone who's task-based and you eventually grasp the foundation, you hop right into immersion, right? You will hop into immersion, find a place to apply it, and then that's where your retention is. Meanwhile, I do that too. I actually do this 80% of the time. The moment I learn something, I immediately think about, okay, where can I apply it? Explain it to someone. My foundation is to explain a concept to someone. So when I read this and someone asks me, oh, what are you doing right now? I immediately use this example to explain my application. And that's how I retain most of my information immediately. So I combine this with note-taking. And now whenever I make a mistake or I'm worried about something, I immediately do the task of relating it conceptually to a foundation that I already have. This is my foundation. There are 15 foundations, I think, roughly speaking. It's usually average. 15 different foundations in this mnemonic. that I've constructed, and I only use it when I need to note take. I don't use it when I'm busy looking at the nuances of Japanese and trying to push further into task things. So when I go into speaking, it'll be the same thing. It'll be a very similar process. When I go into reading or constructing sentences, anytime I encounter a particular process-oriented problem or foreseeable problem, I try to apply it, both conceptually, the act of conceptually taking the notes, and like record keeping, right? So that's slightly a balanced approach, and that's my balanced approach. So I'm getting a lot of benefits from understanding how to take notes, because those skills are involved in looking at the lesser occurring things. And while this skill, like the literal context, all of the words and stuff are semantic, they're static. Like if I say za is czar, that's it. That's the end of it. The act of doing this, the act of creating this process, creating this device, is what I, in the future, will use to help people. Because this way of thinking is not dependent on context. It's not context, but it's not dependent on syntax or quote-unquote content. It's certainly context dependent, but not dependent on, like, it doesn't have to be Japanese. It can be someone's math homework, which is what we worked on yesterday, or it could be someone's coding problem. That was what we worked on yesterday. You're flipping the script and it's like, oh, okay, I see. I noticed that this is the problem. Okay, let's go through the problems. Okay, so far you say, number one, you don't know how to do this task. Okay. Can we break this task into like different components? Maybe we can search this and you search this. And then let's combine and see how these interact so that we can comprehend A in order to solve task 1. And none of this, you can see that regardless of what A, B, C, and 1 is, it could be Japanese, it could be someone's relational problems, it could be someone's motivational problems. And if I had to give a task-friendly like summary, I'm describing the scientific method. Right? Sounds very it can sound very trite, and I got an even more trite word. Research. What I'm describing is research. And not NetSpeak. This is not the NetSpeak use of the word research. I'm talking about when someone asks me, oh, what did you do before you were unemployed and decided to go in a voluntary indefinite sabbatical? I did research. You know, that classical, often trite response. It's like, what were you doing? I was a researcher. That's what I did. I researched things. And then, you know, someone who's task-oriented would probably say, but what did you research? Like, what was the thing that you researched? I'm like, a lot of things, because it's the content is irrelevant. It's the act of research was the job. The job is to research things. Not the same as going online and knowing a bunch of things and then acting as though you understand the foundations and then blurting out the details. That's research too. I'm not saying it's not research. I'm simply
I want to iterate that the word I'm using here is about the scientific method. And no, the scientific method is not the same as coming up with a hypothesis and then confirming it's true. Well, it's not just that. It's part of it. It's a very, I would say, it's a very much, if I had to argue, it's one of the smaller parts of what the scientific method is. To come up with the hypotheses and then design something to confirm your suspicions. It's quite, I would say 90% of the time you're doing not this. You're not trying to immediately try to find confirmation of a hypothesis. You're trying to prove the strength of your hypotheses. So that involves ruling out everything that goes against it as well. And typically the vast majority of the time you're going to have is to rule all your opponents against your hypotheses. Yes, positive data is fantastic if you can confirm an effect. And then you undergo the rigorous task of defending that stance. So the vast majority of the time, you're actually defending your assertion, not confirming it. Because oftentimes the hypothesis has reasonable foundations to be true. Like, if you crank up the AC, you're going to feel colder. That's my hypothesis. And then, hypothesis. And then you do it. It's really sound in foundation, so it's likely going to be true. Then you're wondering, but what if you crank up the AC? So what conditions would happen if you crank up the AC and you don't get colder? Well, you can crank up the AC and go to a warmer room that the AC does not go into. That would be a counter argument. And you would fail because you didn't say that the AC directs cold air into the location of the person. And now we understand, now we have the emphasis of process-oriented thinking. Because when you say, hey, I was cold because someone turned on the AC. And I'm like, were you in the same room? Right? That would be my first question. Like, okay, well, if you're not in the same room, then why does it matter if the person turns up the AC? And you're wondering, what kind of logic is that? That sounds unnatural. There's no way that would happen oftentimes. You'd be surprised what the problems are in relational aspects. Oftentimes people will say, oh, I disagree with this person. They shouldn't turn on the AC in the summertime because we can crack open a window. And the person wasn't actually cold because the AC was on. They didn't like the principle of using energy for AC as opposed to cracking open a window. And now we get into deep problem-solving territory. Because a person who is task-oriented, they immediately would be based on their biases. It would be weak to confirmation bias. So whenever you think about an AC turning on, I basically set a bunch of people up. If you turn on the AC, would you feel colder? Some people say, well, presuming everything that I typically do based on confirmation bias, which is task-oriented, that you would not consider things that are out of the ordinary, like unnatural. When you think about an AC, you would pretty much presume that they're turning on the AC because it's hot out. Well, let me posit this. There's another location where people do cool down a room intentionally at all existence times of the incident, but it is not necessarily for the comfort of the person, but for a different task. Like the emergency room, when someone's overheating, right? It's still cooling down the body, but the idea is the concern is not focused on whether it's to your comfort, to lowering the comfort. It was necessary to counter the effects of a heightened fever. So that is going to be rarer, because if you don't work in the ER, right? If you don't work, I'm taking a page from a show that I watched that I really like, The Pit. That is conceptualizing. So I'm not an ER doctor, right? So I can't do the task of waiting for someone to die of overheating to find an alternative way to conceptualize, well, what's the point of cooling a room other than trying to make yourself feel more comfortable during the summer? The ER. And you don't need the experience to understand that concept. And there is where a lot of times when people talk about CEOs, politicians, and like leaders, they have to anticipate these things, or like they have to take these things into consideration. You can't simply try it and then see what happens and then feedback. I understand it would be great. So nowadays there's like computational work. You can do computational work. Task-based people are more vibers. If I would say there's a greater propensity to be a viber than a comprehender. So one of the difference is they're not exclusive, but for the sake of trying to draw a contrast between these two words, theoretical models. We're not describing any personal people. I don't think people are strictly vibers and strictly comprehenders, right? There are people who, when they learn for the first time, when they learn something for the first time, they will make sure to try to get it right conceptually before proceeding, or trying to increase their comprehension for it. A viber would just do it again and then do it again, and eventually that also leads to the same concept, right? However, there are two limitations. Can you do it again? Computationally, that has removed the limitations, right? When you can simulate something, it can be a surrogate for doing it again. This is provided that the simulation is grounded in fundamentals, like sound foundations. So what am I doing here? I'm comparing different types of coders. There are vibe coders, and then there are conceptual comprehenders, where they do validation by looking at the potential drawbacks. So the reason why I brought this up is because that's what I was doing yesterday. One of the things I was doing is the person that I was interacting with, they simply knew the application that they're doing. So they want to solve a problem, so they immediately begin coding, right? They do like input 1, and then a lot of functions, yada, yada, yada. And I introduced a different type of note keeping in coding. And it's a process that I do very often. The first thing I do is I look at a page of the code and I look at the task, right? And the challenge was, okay, so let's write down our parameters. Okay, so the person mentioned specific parameters. Do we have any null conditions? Do we have any always correct conditions? Are there any fringe cases? And then when we know all those things and the intent, like what is the problem? Is it asking what is the task? Then I go to my document and I comment each step in a language that will bridge the instructions to the actual coding thing. So like for the first one, get first word. And the code would be something like input 1 equals command, like maybe a string, like an insert string, right? And then I keep doing that. But even before I do these codes, I don't do it serially. I actually write everything in comments in the code of all the steps. Get first word, get second word, right? Compare both. Right, compare both. And then I ask myself, okay, what does compare both mean? Like, I might need to break this up into 2 more steps. And I do all of that too. And then I insert my codes for each step. And when I'm evaluating this, sometimes I comment out the step because my further step down compensated for the first step. And then sometimes I comment out the whole thing because then this evolved into another module. So that's how I do things. I do things and take notes anytime something rare could occur. So you challenge your code. You challenge your current perceptions whenever something can come up. And that is what taking notes will help you with. It helps you with conceptualization. So whenever someone asks you for advice, like, hey, do you have any advice? Can you tell me about some pertinent details? So how would you get pertinent details from someone? You've been doing this most of your life. Basically, like, if someone says, hey, can you give me any tips on reducing or increasing retention and minimizing mistakes? My first thought is, so how many times have I made notes about when I forgot things? And then how many times have other people that I've noticed made mistakes or have retention problems that I don't have, right? Because it is dealing with conception. You yourself are not doing all of it. But when you're doing something, you can keep track of those things if you want. It won't help you get to be more sufficient very often, but keeping track of all the mistakes and all the things that you can do can be beneficial when the rare occasion occurs when someone has a problem you do not have, right? And oftentimes one of the most serendipitous discoveries in science is discovering that someone recorded something that wasn't useful at the time. And then you hear those stories about penicillin, for example, your classical cliche overused example of serendipity, the discovery of penicillin or the effects of penicillin. That's science. So it's often a combination of the two. So for myself, we note what's rare and we keep on doing what's consistent. And we're back here again. All right, let's move on. Anyways, thank you again, Anura. I really enjoy. By the way, the comment that you made about coworkers and upper management and taking notes and task oriented, I think the last 4 people on Twitch also shared a similar setup, which is quite a interesting way to practice how to address the difference between like task preferences and like conceptual preferences, and it very much impacts language learning, right? Like, and what I mean by impact language learning, specifically the satisfaction of like the balance of satisfaction, overall satisfaction with language learning. Not that whatever you do, and I want to be very clear, all of the existing ways can be successful. I truly do believe it is sufficient over time, provided that you at least do something and think about something. Do something, think about something. To what degree, that's perfectly up to you, in my opinion. It's when you don't think without doing, and doing without thinking about what happens, or constantly thinking without doing anything that I have a concern about. Because there's a point in language learning where people keep thinking about learning a language, but they got so caught up about thinking about how they're going to learn a language that they do nothing. They do nothing at all. It stays in the conceptual phase. So that's a null condition. It's not that that person can't learn a language. They chose not to. At least in my opinion. Right? Because you can't know. That's a negative result. It's a null condition. It's moot because that person never tested their capacity to learn a language. And that's one of the misconceptions about adults or older people having trouble learning a language. If the vast majority of the confounding variables contribute to the idea that they choose not to learn a language, then it would contribute to the concept that adults are bad at learning a language, but that is a null condition. Most adults do not choose to learn a language when posited with the opportunities or the pragmatic application of learning another language, right? Like, for example, if you grow up in a country and born to parents who speak a different language, the statistics, the reality is that most people embrace a primary language and reject another language. So that is the observational skills. So how that relates to whether adult learns another language in the later in life, it can be a moot point or a null condition. And that's kind of where we are with language learning right now. Whenever someone thinks about all or none solutions, my first thought is, why restrict yourself? Why restrict yourself to a potential null situation? If you all in on one specific variable and all in on one specific parameter, you can take off like gangbusters until you reach a null condition. And that null condition is your skill is no longer applicable to the problem that you're trying to solve. Like, you can memorize thousands and 10,000s of words without the conceptual or the pragmatic experience of constructing a sentence. Both. You can have no conceptual understanding of the words that you are learning construct the sentences, as well as not doing it at all. So that's kind of like the crux of all this. Do both if you can. And then have it align, right? Without going into like effective methods and optimizing methods, there's still the underlying principle of your habits, like human condition habits. In no stretch of the imagination, there is no secret sauce to shortcutting a life skill. So if you're truly going to adopt a life skill, which includes hobbies, by the way, for myself personally, I'm projecting now. It is not other people's opinion, it is my opinion. When you say you want to do something as a hobby, you kind of want to invest in a hobby that will bring great joy and sustainable things to you. When someone tells me they have a hobby, it's not temporary. Because to me, I think a hobby is the most excellent, accessible source. Like, this is different from saying hobby swapping, which Anuta shared yesterday. Hobby swapping is not what I'm referring to. The swapping part is the content. You're swapping content. A person should have a hobby. The concept of maintaining a hobby and extracting, a balance of whatever hobby gives, that to me is it's kind of necessary. Or we could say maybe like sufficiency, sort of. Or some sort of like life balance. So the act of maintaining a hobby is a life skill. So if you're consistently failing at maintaining a hobby, we're losing possibly a place to argue about benefits. Now, this concept of hobby is very broad. I'm using it as an incredibly broad thing. Is hobby typically is your source of positive. Like, it's often viewed as positive. Obviously, you can have negative hobbies, but what are negative hobbies? They're usually called work. A negative hobby is called work, or you could call it a negative habit. Not a bad habit, a negative habit, as in it costs, a habit that costs money or costs energy. And then a positive one is one that lacks cost or lower cost in the habit. Hobbies are the low cost. When you say I'm going to do something and has barely any cost and more to gain, probably a hobby. Most of the time, when you're doing something that says like, oh, overall it's draining, it's exhausting, and it pays off in a different form, but I'm paying something in the long run. Work, right? You're doing work in a very general sense, not a little sense. Okay. Speaking of energy, ki. A word that refers to one's state of mind or where their attention is focused appears as part of many collocations, right? And well, lots of uses. Ki. All right. A unit of time that represents a 24-hour period, a day. Hi. The organ that pumps blood in the body or the set of thoughts and emotions. Oh, right. Yeah, the early thought. This is an earlier interpretation. When the heart thoughts come from the heart, and emotions come from the heart, as opposed to the brain, right? History. There's a lot of history with this, and it's internalized for me because Xing is always referring to the heart, but not necessarily the heart. And this is kokoro. Kokoro is Japanese. Xing is Chinese. Same character. All right. A conjugation used to present alternatives or choices. No, a conjunction. I said conjugation. A conjunction used to present alternatives or choices. Okay. And then they used or, right? And then it's mata. Okay. All right. I think that one's okay. An adverb used to single out or emphasize a specific thing or aspect. Single out a thing. Emphasize a specific thing or aspect. Interesting. And toku, right? Toku for special. Special has your cow, right? Your cow and your temple. Cow temple. It's pretty special. The process of undergoing a change or transformation. Yeah, see, that's gonna... I do foresee we're gonna try to fill this out and see. We're gonna pay attention to how that's gonna play out, because the process of undergoing a change or transformation is very, very broad, and it does deal with a super group of kairu. This is awaru, but there's also kairu. All the forms of kairu and kairu and kairu, it's a supergroup of change. Even substitution, replacement, exchange, displacement, something disappearing and then you're replacing it, right? In that way, or you're replacing it by, that's what I mean by substitution, and exchange and replacement or displacement. All of them deal with an act of change or altering. A really big group. The other person or party involved in an interaction, relationship, or competition. The other person. That description's a little interesting. But I get it. So this can describe, this will create a overlap too. Companion, colleague, classmates, a lover, a relationship, like using any form of relationship, noun, coworker, a helping hand, like some form of helping hand, an aid. Oh goodness. Well, we'll see. We'll see what the example sentence come up. To go back or be sent back to a previous state or location. Right? One of the kairu. But kairu, this one doesn't deal with exchange or a return, exchange or substitution or displacement. Kairu is good. I actually think both kairus are kairu. They're both kairu. And then all the changes and substitutes, most of them are kairu. So not kairu. Right? Kairu. The consequence or outcome of an action or events. This can be like so many things too. So in this case, they're using the keka, which is the result. Right. Fruit. I think this one is the more poetic way to say keka, but there's still like so many ways to say conclusion, results, effects, like reasons, conclusions, following event, like a following event, after matter, an after incident, consequence of something. So there's quite a lot of these. I'm kind of curious how one day you're just like typing one thing, it's like, oh, it's not that one, oh, it's not that one, no, not that one, not that one, not that one. And you might maybe someone will say, well, yeah, but you could just try to memorize the exact patterns and stuff. It's like, yeah, I get it, that would be a solution. Or you can, and then someone said like, well, just go read a book, buddy, like then you'll know which pattern, you know, just do reading, just go and do reading to figure out which one comes naturally. It's like, we'll get to it. The thing is, what I'm doing now, I'm gonna do later too, because for me, I'm practicing all of them. So it's not a point of negativity. It's actually kind of nice to know how many words that can overlap with a limited scope, right? A limited scope. And then when the larger scope comes by, it's a tiny little step to figure out what word would fit in like a large paragraph, right? And we're scaling up, basically. We've already started investing in a manner that would scale up to going into paragraph. In fact, like Bunpro is far smoother, largely because you could say I was wasting my time working harder than I should. And my first thought is, I don't think I was working very hard. I was practicing other skills. Like, what happens when you have very limited information? Like, what happens when someone tells you about their problems and all they could say was, I have a problem and I can't explain it? It's a challenge. Okay. Ooh, yeah, this one's new. This one's our new one, our new puppy. A word that comes before a noun. Before a noun. To suggest that it is something specific or known. A pre-noun Adjectival. Yeah. I didn't look at it like. So let me think about that. Oh, in my mnemonic, I also use that too. Drunkard, ground, drunkard, ground. Drunkard, mouth, ground. Apple, rule. Oh, aru. Okay, cool. The physical structure of a person or animal. And this can overlap with a bunch of things too. In this case, we're using karada, as opposed to like tai, some combination of tai and karada, like the two characters. Takara would be like the other body. All right, let's see if I remember the first 5. Okay, let's see.
僕は将来俳優になりたいと思っています。
鍋いっぱいにミネストローネを作る。
アルコールで消毒する。
消毒する。That's cute. 消毒。Using like not necessarily the common drinking alcohol thing, but to sanitize something. Pretty neat. Oh no. Yeah. Okay, hold up. Wait, you know what? I'm curious. What if they yell at me if I type kata? Oops. Oh, doesn't work. Same place. Interesting.
もう言い訳のしようがありません。
You know, what if I put... Oh, okay. It's fine. In. 日本語で年何年 verb to reside? Oh, right. To exist. Right. Oh, no, wait. Oops. Oh.
あなたは日本に何年おられましたか？
Yeah, because we had to pivot from iru. Okay.
このお金はあなたのためです。
あなたとはまた会うことができるはずだ。
結婚式を Oh. Yeah. This is wait. Wait. Oh, no. That not to do, and then we're using like the honorific for it. Oh no, wait. Did I get two things mixed? I might. I really thought... Oh, not to do to... Oh, how does that work? Interesting.
結婚式を行う。
Okay. Okay. We might have to differentiate between the two of them now. Three. We're gonna have to differentiate between three of them. And how would I know? I guess Kekonski is kind of a formal thing. But I'm not entirely sure. We'll keep an eye on what the direct objects are. And then yeah. What?
明日は殿様がこちらへござる予定だ。
And then they use this as to come because of the I mean, there is a path. Schedule. It came before schedule. Oh, okay. It's being used. Yeah, the modifying phrase for a noun. Okay. Yeah, it's the schedule thing that is to come here. Interesting. What? It's not any of the words that I remember today. Oh. Oh, really? I lost it. I have no... I'm not there. It's not there at all. Yeah, nothing. The blank. All I can think about is consciousness, which is not that term. Again, I can say what it's not. Yeah, I have no idea. That is gonna be tough. That is gonna be tough. Come back and
気を失う。
dang. All right. Man.
あなたはその日空いていますか？
Yo, what? I see.
私は心も体も健康です。
Interesting. Right, right. Oh.
今日または明日に部屋の片付けをしなくてはいけません。
一年の中でも especially
私は1年の中でも特にクリスマスの時期が大好きだ。
あと何日すればだろう。
あと何日かすれば状況も変わるだろう。
Oh, intriguing. It can be used that way too.
相手によって作戦を変える。
Okay. Okay. 時々子供のうちに子供の時に帰りたくな
時々子供の時に帰りたくなります。
テストのresults. Oh.
テストの結果を恐る恐る見る。
そる。Particular. How do we ascertain? Oh, that's not ascertain. Uh-oh. Was this that weird? Yes.
彼女はある小さな村に住んでいる。
And this is like not a Oh, not it. Oh, that's not it.
I
was going between a couple. Had a distinct feeling that was gonna happen. All right. Yeah, we're just gonna keep pushing. We're over time budgets. Oh, and it's past midnight. Oh, okay, that's fine. This number is weird because it's past midnight. All right, that's a wrap for our Bunpro session today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up Bunpro for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by and chat, discuss, what have you. I certainly do enjoy my slow burn explanation of things. I like practicing that. Perhaps I'll get to read more essays in the future. It's always a privilege, right? Take most things with a grain of salt. In a way, the vast majority of things don't occur behind the frame, right? Behind the lens. And it's often very, it can be enlightening when having discussions, exchanges. It's where you get most of your conceptualization, not necessarily like a hands-on experience, but at least vicariously conceptualize cause and consequences with each other. That's kind of the exercise today in a nutshell. Kind of like an inception point about the combination of taking notes and doing things. I am, for lack of a sounding too reductive, I definitely am more of a doing person. And even the act of taking notes had become more of a doing thing than a conceptual thing. After a while, you kind of run out of concepts. So I am more than happy to invest in reading people's essays, their thoughts, because conceptually, the things I hold dear are the things I practice the most. And typically, with the injection of other people's ideas and conversation and whatnot, that's where things become less of a requirement to conceptualize things when you have a lot of experience or vicarious experience from others. You're always welcome. So until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick break, bathroom break, and exercise a little bit, and I will be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第461天 is day 461. Alright, we're gonna lock in our lessons and then get to a fun activity this evening with some P5X. Alright, let's get into our lessons.
Show.
Show, to hunt. Hunt. There's another hunt. What is the other hunt? Lie. Lie is the other hunt. Does it look like? It looks more like show. Show to guard. Okay, this I can. Yeah, so this not to guard. Oh yeah, to guard against. So that's where there's a sound link, but it comes off more as a lie, which is to hunt. Lie also, by coincidence, has a left radical, pretty sure. Let's look at poodle for a moment. It's actually fairly rare. Lie. Yeah, so Lie has, by coincidence, the animal character. However, the real showcase is the caliper, and we're gonna use guard against. No, guard against also has something to the left of it, a shrine. Oh no, just kidding. I'm thinking of ripen. It's show is also has this combination, or ripen, I think, or to ripe, right? No, it's the shrine. It's the shrine. Juku. We're talking about Juku. So show is pretty good. We're gonna use guard. Hunt. I see. So Shrek is in the bathroom of the bakery, where he is guarding a poodle, where he's guarding, cleaning and taking care of a poodle that is being hunted or being used as a hunting dog, being neglected as a hunting dog that wandered to his swamp. Right, we got the show. Oh, let's not forget about the bakery. Maybe just say wandering into his bakery, where he was able to also feed it some good old croissants. Okay. Let me guess. Shou Lie. Of course it's Shou Lie. Okay.
Show. Huai.
Why? Why? Or fruit and leg. No. And this doesn't have a moon in it. Yes. I can't think of a why. At the moment, I can't think of a why that has fruits. This side doesn't really carry very much. Yep, no dice. So we're going in vanilla. The Hulk is inside the Hulk is inside the hallway of the high school, walking on 2 wooden legs after losing. Okay, not doing that. Fruits. Let's say the Hulk is inside the high school where he is showing off his strong legs and ankles. He's showing off how strong his legs and ankles are, telling kids to remember to eat their fruits and vegetables. Okay. Right? You know, despite despite the fact that he is a super abled person. Okay. Alright. Ankle. Maybe like, what could it be paired up with? Like, it could just be 怀指. It could be maybe like 怀脚 or 怀. It's probably 怀脚 or 脚踝. Okay, 脚踝 is fair enough. I didn't know which direction it was, either before or after.
I
guess the smaller portion, like the smaller part, maybe is a second most of the time. E, right. No, we're using the right as learn. Learn is the right hand. So since we know what learn is, got no E's for this, so we're just gonna go into it. So fire. Okay, here she is in the bathroom of the house where he was instructed to be able to, where he learned how to brighten up the bathroom in the house by lighting candles on fire. Alright, sure. Xing? Nettle? Oh no. It's another plant. We have so many plants. I think we can group the bottom for beard. Oh no, wait, not beard. Seek. Xing. Xing is seek for all the bottom things. So seeking flower is probably what we're gonna do. Which one's more exotic? I think fork is pretty exotic actually. Yeah. Xing right here. Xing to seek. So we're gonna use that as our shortcut. So Professor X is inside the infirmary where he is seeking a special type of nettle flower that will help with the recovery of the mutant students, right? Unfortunately, for the most part, either you know it or you know it. You know it or you know it. Either you know it or you don't.
Xing.
These are all like proper nouns or like items that are distinct.
Bei.
Bay. Oh, interesting. Bake. How do we get bay from this? Mouth guard? Pay. Pay is more like, oh, bay for fold. I think fold works, which has Slenderman, and there it is, bay for fold, as in not folding, but multiplying by something, like twice fold, threefold times. So we got Bei. We can still use mouth guard, right? No, we can't. You know, it has come to my attention. I thought this thing stood alone. It doesn't. Huh. Wait. We have to confirm that because there is a chance this still stands alone. Sometimes they don't include. It could be a. Okay. Alright, so they always have something like mouth guard, huh? Bake. Beach house. Mouth guard. Also, what is it? Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the beach house wearing a mouth guard and some swimming trunks. He has converted the bathtub into an oven that is powered by a fire below it. Spare mouth guards as fuel and use it to bake some cookies. Bart doesn't really care because it isn't his house anymore. In fact, he could bake things in the oven in the other room, but this is more. Sure. I think that's okay. I think we're good.
背
Oops. That's sure.
怀背寻受 意
Alright. Next 5.
生
Chung. Oh, really? Oi? Oi, that's nephew. Oi. Oh, wait. That is nephew. Or one of the nephews. Sister's son, nephew. As opposed to, like, brother's son, nephew. Interesting. Sheng. That does look like Sheng. For the left side, it's like life took over somehow. Sheng as opposed to Nan, like Sheng He, like Sheng He Nan, right? Sheng He Nan, so male life, which is actually kind of how you remember Oi for nephew. Interesting. Trek is in front of the Englishman and wandering through, the rice field where he comes across his sister's son. He is also green, but he's not an ogre. Short instead, he is an alien. Okay, Shrek's sister's son is accompanied by his best friend. In English, it's just gonna be male. We're gonna use. We don't have to rewrite this. It's good enough.
生肺
Fei. That does look like a Fei. Underneath Fei. For various other things. Heat rash. Oh, this is the character that I didn't get from Wanikani, but I got from Bunpro. Art of rash. What is it? Hoshin? Yeah, Hoshin. This is Shin. Interesting. Neat. Okay, so Frodo is in the bathroom of the beach house by the bay trying to cure his malaria. No, malaria. Yeah, malaria. Malaria. Whoa, that kind of escalated. Which has resulted in his body being covered in red sweat rash. It's gotten particularly bad at the hot beach he has been spending his time on. He lies in the sandy bathtub as a prisoner covers in snot to help cure his malaria rashes that are all over his... I guess. It somewhat sounds like Charlie Brown. I think we're gonna be okay because of Faye.
肺
Heat rash. Alright.
薄
Ball. The bottom is ball. Dian, right? Dian He Ball. He Ball. Hail. Oh, small packages in rain. Oh, that's cute. Yeah, this will write itself. Hang on, let's see. Our Simpson is inside the barn where he finds a strange oh no, he didn't do that. Alright, that's fine. Where he finds a strange package near a pile of hay. He opens it up and suddenly dark clouds from above him and it begins to rain down. Okay, let's rewrite that. I like where I was going with it. Bart Simpson is inside the barn where he recently obtained a package to make a ruckus and disturb all the animals by making it look like it is raining hail on the barn. Okay. Small packages from the sky. Hail. Bing bao makes sense. Ice hail.
宝
Oh.
训
Shing. Fungus. And it isn't chewing. But it looks more like... Oh no. It isn't like Lee. A sunflower under a cowboy. Could it be closer to Xing for the narrate? Maybe narrate off the cowboy? Xing. No. It's not the same one. Dang. This might actually be... Oh, Tan was the closest. Yeah, the sunflower was throwing me off. Lines up with Tan a little bit. That's not great. Alright, let's go and see what we got here. Gill fungus. Great. Another... Well, I guess this time it's a fungus as opposed to a plant. I don't know. Wait. Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm gonna trigger some people or maybe like trigger some alarm bells, but fungus is not a plant, right? Yeah, we just gotta clarify here. A fungus is not a plant. Professor X is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he is watching his favorite flowers go on in the sink as the nurse watch on. A rude cowboy shoves it. Okay. Fine. We don't want to do that. He's non-confrontational. Professor X is in the bathroom of the infirmary where he is trying to wash and wash a gill fungus flower and sunflowers in order to feed it to a recovering cowboy. A recovering cowboy that refuses to consume what is good for him. Right. Uses his telepathic powers to reach the mutant. Help out the nurse. Okay. Something like that. Gill fungus. Yikes.
训
And it doesn't look like Xing.
康
That's double whammy right there. Oh, hey, Chafe. Huh. Are the rub class and the scrub class? It does look like Kung. We can simplify the right now to Kung for health, right? Kung. Now we got Chafe. So Kermit is in front of the chapel where he is trying to promote health for all the churchgoers. Trying to help the chapel promote health. All the visiting patrons. By offering some rice, chafe, by offering some special rice powder that helps with chafing. Chafing whenever it, I don't know, gets really hot. I'll let you use your imaginations what I'm talking about. But oh no, but Kermit is starting to lose his identity. All right, Kung is still fairly strong, right? We'll keep it at that.
康 生 训 肺 康 宝
All right. Next one. Ooh, just plain flour? Doesn't quite look like Pa, but Pa and Ba kind of like line up to some extent. Pa Ba is kind of okay. We still have white. There is Pa, which a lot of the white characters do carry some sort of Pa. It's okay. This is kind of a 50-50. I would either think it's Ba or Pa. And flour. Man, this is going to be a red herring. I'm going to keep thinking, oh, what type of flour is this? It's simply flour. That help. Patrick is in front of the auditorium where he is growing flowers. He does so by planting seeds into the discarded crust that the lined up audience members have tossed aside. The flowers quickly bloom from all the nutrients in the crust, while with beautiful white petals. When Patrick then sells the audience members, let's try something. Patrick is in front of the auditorium, where he thought it would be a great idea to help with the entertain people while they wait in line by tossing white crust and flowers everywhere for fun, ultimately littering everywhere. at the dismay of the other attendees.
Ha. Hui.
Quay? Okay, we got Quay. Another Quay was... Sunflower? Sunflower. The sunflower. Although it's a little different. I don't think there are any other bunker heavens though. No other bunker heavens, right? Think about if we can pivot to sunflower. Koopa is inside the beach house by the bay and additionally inside a bunker. This is because the heavens are staring down on him and he can feel in his turtle senses. Okay. Let's use some sunflower. So Koopa is inside the house where after constructing the bunker that has an open roof to the heavens as requested, heavens and the sun for the sunflowers as requested by Bowser. They are then instructed to stare and keep an eye on on the sunflowers. Otherwise suffer Bowser's wrath, right? Sunflowers are for each. Alright, let's...
Hui.
Okay.
Yo.
Yo. Well, that does look like yo on the right. A weasel. What does this remind me of? Oh, squirrel. The left side squirrel. I'm taking it that the left side character, the mortar plus the mouse, doesn't carry sound. Wait, hold up. Not even a squirrel, it's a mouse. Well, this character gets used in squirrel. A mole. And it takes on... Is this yen? I'm not sure if that looks like yen. This carries yo though. He's all. Okay. Let's use mouse here. Oh, I guess the bottom is already mouse. I don't think I can use mortar. Okay, and she's in the bathroom. Bakery. Where he was tasked to chase down a mouse that have been eating all the sprout ingredients for baked goods. Teamed up with a weasel to track down the mouse. the bathroom. Okay.
右动
Dong. Okay. Dong. Sure. Oh no! Wait. You aren't any Tong. Also, that is not a heart. So I guess we're gonna use same. That's not a heart. I know it's supposed to, it could be interpreted as a heart, but we're just gonna use a soul. Keep it consistent. So Dracula is in the bathroom temple where he was trying to not frighten any of the monks, and maybe trying to communicate the same to fit in by communicating the same that they have, you know, in the bathroom of the temple where he is trying to be incognito by masquerading as a monk with the same soul as to not frighten any of the would-be victims. Sure, I'll try that.
动明
Ming. That's Ming, right? Yeah. Ming for dark, right? Crown is pretty rare, actually. Dark, which is Ming as well. I thought. Yeah, Ming. Dark. So we'll use dark here. Close eyes. Darken eyes. Close eyes. Gotcha. Mickey is inside the English Manor, where it is very dark. Almost as dark as what it's like when one closes their eyes. So he goes around and lights six different sun lamps or sun lamp. Brighten up the place. Good enough for me.
明哈右回明动
Alright. Last group.
鱼
Yi. Ooh. That does not look like. I don't know what the cricket. There is a cricket for you, right? You. Right, residence. And then there might be. Oh no. Oh yeah, there is you for stupid. Is it? And what was this? This was echo. And I don't think cricket is ever alone. No, cricket's not alone. All right. So we can kind of hop on the stupid train. Stupid is kind of weak. Actually, Yi is pretty weak. Echo with a mouth. Okay. Alright, can I ask us about how tones work again? Good spec Chinese friend has been teaching you some conversational things, but you still don't really get the tones. Oh yeah? What does spec person say? Alright. The echo. Yu-Gi-Oh is inside of the living room of the house, chilling on the couch. He uses a Yu-Gi-Oh card to summon a bunch of crickets, and then cover the carpet. The sound from their mouths start to echo and resonate throughout the entire living room. Yu-Gi-Oh regrets starting their echoing madness. Alright, fine. I don't actually think the sound comes from cricket. Yeah. Oh, I see. Okay.
鱼料
Now. Ooh. Kind of looks more like a luo than a liao. Where can I get liao from? So far, several greetings, filler words, few miscellaneous things. Okay. So like what? What about tone? Like, right? Right, like and and right. We could use something else. Maybe like probably you'll have how, right? How. So how how 2/3 is okay. 2 and 3 is okay. 1, 4, 5 are a bit shaky. 5 is contextual. So 5 is contextual in a way, or not contextual. Sorry, that's not the word. 5 is relative. 5 is always lower than 1. That's more or less. Oftentimes whenever you hear 5, it's probably shortened as well. It's both shortened and it's always relative to lower than 1. And 4 is like bruh. Bruh. It trails off. It's kind of like when you end your sentence. Oh, actually 4 is your stress. If you think of it as where you stress. So like syllable. Like if you want syllable. That's not good. Let's use something else. Let's use like donut. Right? Donut. Dough. Nut. Dough. Nut. Dough. That's 4. Dough. And then you're saying 1 and 4 is shaky. Donut. 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 So it's as monotones as you can get. Like, I hate donuts. I hate donut. And if you're doing like 5, like I hate donut, I hate donut. It's 5 is still flat, but it's lower than your 1 most of the time, and it's usually kind of short, like I hate donut, 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 I hate donut. Right, and then 4 is I hate, or sorry, 4, like all the 4s are, right? I hate donut, 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 I hate donut. Yeah, that's the 4, 1 and 4 stuff. And then obviously this is ne. You know, desne, right? Desne. And then 3 is what you do all the time when you do ah. So every time you ah, you're 3ing. So I'm not surprised that 2 and 3 are okay. 2 is because you're always asking questions. You're always unsure when you end your sentences. You have sentences, but they come off as questions every single time. So like very, very often. Very often you end with an uptone because you're not sure. And then when you're responding to something, you always go, ah. That's 3. So whenever you're saying, oh, ah, okay, yeah, sure. That's 3. And then 4 is like yes. Every time you say yes, it's 4. Yes. Okay. Okay. So like okay. So okay. Okay. Instead of okay. So this is 1 1. Okay. Okay. So it's like you're stressing it. I think 4 is supposed to be, in my opinion, one of the most natural ones for an English speaker. It's very close. It's close enough to where your stress pattern is. Obviously, you don't want to like just say really loud. Like you're not increasing the volume. You're simply taking the stress. Try to keep your volume down or straight, right? Like liao, right? Liao. Care. Chair. Liao. Yao. Sell. I. Take. Put. It's wherever your stress. It's wherever your stress is. So if you have a natural monotone, kind of like a monotone volume, not monotone pitch, but monotone volume, like your volume is still the same, just say everything like that. Rice, field, podium, finger, link, barn, bathroom, confirmation, mnemonic, composition. That's 4. So it's like stressing every single syllable. Yeah, I can't even imagine what that English sounds like here. Okay, this character is made out of the following components. Can you see where they are within the character? Yeah, that's all 4. And then if you want all ones, this character is made out of the following components. Can you see where they are within the character? That's all ones. And then obviously English is a mix of technically, if you listen carefully, English is a mix of all of these tones. So this character is made of the following components. Can you see where they are within the characters? And then we already talked about like prosodic stress in a sentence, and I use prosodic stress. So, and that's stringence. I can't spell sentence. So even though I'm reading, there's also prosodic stress going around. Like you can hear me influx here and there, or accentuation. So it's not necessarily just the words. 4 goes more down than 1 is the difference? No. Yes, if you want. Yes, you can think of it that way. So remember the diagram that I did before? So like you often think of it this. Here's your midtone. I think we did this before, right? So your chest voice, your normal resting chest voice, when you're saying so it's in your chest, right? It's in your chest. And then when you go when you do 2, you go so now you're in your head voice, right? Now you're in your head voice. And then 1 is like sorry, I went even higher. So and then when you're holding it, it's 1. So you go right, and then if you hold it then that's 1. And then 4 is so that's 4. So now you can combine them. So this is 5, by the way. This is 5. So so you start at the top, right? But you're trailing down. So just and then obviously there's the other one where you go from 5 so you like don't tighten up your vocals, you like flatten it so it sinks to your belly, like sinks to your stomach. You go from your chest to your stomach, sort of. So and there is something that it's not really important, but typically it raises a little when it stands alone. But that's not a big deal because when you're learning the words, it's gonna sink and climb. Like for example, if this was, so this is liao, right? This is liao, and if you want first tone, liao, right? Liao, liao. And then 2 would be liao. Now 3, if it's standing alone, it would sound like this actually. It would sound like liao, liao. So when you're hearing separate characters, you might get it mixed up because it might sound kind of like 2. So when you say 2 and 3 are okay, liao versus liao, 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 liao. So it does dip, but if you ever hear these things alone, it's gonna come back up. And oftentimes to the ear, they might be the same. In a word though, it is very pronounced. So when you get something like there's like you have ni hao, right? Ni hao. That would be your first greeting. there's some tone rules that will kind of mess this up. And one of the tone rules in this is that if there's a 3 before something, it's considered a halftone. So a halftone is you drop and you immediately go to the next one. Ni hao. So it's not ni hao. Ni hao is ni hao. Like if we were just gonna go off of this. So it's like half. It just goes down and goes to the next one. I need a better example. This is not the greatest one. And actually, if it's there are some HanziHeros. Oh, and just so you know, I screwed up. It's ni hao. I think, or no, I think it's ni hao. Wait. Oh no. Yeah, it's a. Sorry, this is a 2. Sorry, this is a 2. This is a 3. So ni hao, ni hao. So if we were gonna compare it, so here's I need a better example. Like here's we can use the same example. I screwed up. It was the ni didn't sound right. That's the problem. So when it's the problem that I have with writing tones. So 2 and 3 will kind of sound like each other. In my opinion, sound like each other when you're coming from English. And one of them is how to write ni hao. I had a habit, which is what happened here. I had a habit of writing it as this. But it's because when there's a 3 before something, this becomes a halftone. And you'll hear this quite often. So this is ni, right? Ni. This is ni, like going down. But it's gonna be so short that sometimes you're not sure if it's 2 or 3. So this is ni hao, ni hao. This is ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. Like ni hao, ni hao, ni hao. And that is probably something that 2-3 gets mixed up sometimes. So it's not ni hao, ni hao is ni hao, which sounds a little bit like ni hao. And there's quite a lot of these versions. I think that's why one of the first things that you might notice when someone is greeting, right? Because a lot of times people would say like, right, ni hao ma, like ni hao ma, right? Ni hao ma, right? Or ma, ni hao ma? No, ni hao ma. Yeah. And then this could be ni, it could end up sounding like ni hao ma, which can be similar, but it's slightly different. Or it's different enough that you can pick it up. I don't really use this too much. Like this type of greeting. I actually just I tend to use something like how have you been, or something like that, or have you eaten yet, like ni吃了吗, right? Ni 吃了吗 situation. But this is interesting. There are a few extra rules, but I think you kind of figure it out on your own when you hear it enough. But anyways, this is the typical thing. The 1 and 4 is because 1 is always your top range. So 1 is always going to be your head voice. 4 is always your head voice descending to your chest. 2 is always your chest going to your head. 5 is your chest voice only. And then 3 is your chest voice sinking to your stomach. That's kind of like my description of like the pitch. And to me, I like this description because while it's exaggerated, like a lot of times people will say, yeah, but that's an exaggeration. Like you're gonna sound like you're trying really hard, right? You're trying really hard. But the whole point, at least in my opinion, the point is that you exaggerate and then you refine. If you can do it in large strokes and take your time, you can then refine it down. So go as high as you want. It's gonna sound a little exaggerated, like that's fine. You can go that high if it's comfortable, but typically all you have to do is be higher. Like 1 just simply is a sustained sound that is higher than your 5, which is your neutral. So wherever your neutral is, and then as you're scaling up and down, you're doing 1 and 2s. 2s and 4s. You're doing 4s and 2s and 4s in between. So you're just like, let's say, so every time you're scaling down are your 2s and 4s and your 1s and 5s. And then when you're really lazy, you dip to 3. No, I'm just kidding, but typically when you're speaking, that's what happens. You dip to 3 when you're speaking. Kind of like a vocal fry situation. Like your voice gets fry. Like, anyways. Yeah, cool. Always fun. Always fun to talk about tones. There's other ones. I don't know if Mandarin speakers started doing these though. There's a glottal stop. So there is a place for glottal stops. I don't think it's written in like tones or anything, but occasionally you can kind of hear accents with glottal stops. That's technically a tone marker. I'm pretty sure. There's one for a tone marker where you just stop. Can I think of one? No, I can't think of one. Not in Mandarin because I didn't practice any of it. I would have to listen to someone speaking Mandarin to see if I can pick up a glottal stop. The language I speak with my family has glottal stops all the time, which makes my Mandarin sound weird. Like, sit, chu. This is chu. So to eat, you probably learned these phrases like eat. So chu, sit, just sit. It just stops. Sit, no trailing, no sit. Just straight sound. It's a tone 1 most of the time. It's like a tone 1 or a tone 5, and it simply just stops very abruptly. Wow, to really hear it like immediately, you know that that's how I determine when someone is speaking Mandarin. Oftentimes, because in Cantonese, for example, in Cantonese, a lot of the tone 1s are glottal stop, has a glottal stop to it, and that's where Fujianese, the language, the dialect that me and my parents speak, they inherit or they have a commonality with Cantonese, where there are places where you keep hearing long sounds like ch, and you get another vowel or like another sound like sit, and they don't exist in or they exist very little in Mandarin. So Mandarin sounds less syncopated, and that's kind of like the giveaway that I'm not listening to Cantonese. If there's no like sudden like regularity in stopping and sharp syncopations, then I'm probably listening to Mandarin, not Cantonese. That's kind of how I tell the difference when I was younger, and now I kind of know how to explain it, sort of. Like to glottal stops. What's a good glottal stop in English? Tactics. So sit, right? Or let's just compare it to like tack. So tack, yeah, tack, right? Tack. That's kind of the stuff that really discerns those two. In my opinion, Japanese just have that syncopation all the time, which is kind of interesting way to think about it. Like if you're speaking Mandarin or you're looking at Mandarin, Japanese just simply is very sharp, unnecessary, like very, you know, da, do, di, de, with the exception of extended vowels, and how they get extended vowels because of mora, right? Because of mora, they have to add an extra mora or to extend the vowel sound. So then you get like yo, right? Yo, re, so. But since everything is cut like this, the basic unit, quote unquote, the basic unit, it's always sharp. Yo, re, so. Yo, re, so. And they, to me, they're equivalent to glottal stops, sort of, or maybe tone fives, when compared to, if you're gonna say this would be the smallest unit for Mandarin. Yo, or yo, right? Yo, right? Yo. There's no yo. There's no yo. But there is in Japanese. So like so going up, right? Sort of. It like leans into the next thing, but like so. Right? So. Despite it being like a really small sound, it's still kind of elongated though. Like Chinese is like, it feels like Chinese is a little bit elongated no matter what you do. So never be short with your Chinese. It leans in and out. So it's not ni hao, like ni hao, right? Ni hao. It's ni hao. It just goes up and lyrically go in ni hao. No syncopation. It would be kind of weird. I wonder how that sounds. Like this isn't liao. The liao. I don't know if any of that even matters, honestly, because you can still make out most of what they're trying to say. I need a sentence, but none of these things have a sentence with it. Maybe I can do this. A link,在link 现在or 在洗澡洗澡厕所oh, barn. Man, I have to put barn up here. I don't even know what a barn is. I have no idea what a barn is. I legitimately didn't have a vocabulary word for barn. Maybe like 木关? That's kind of like a pasture, but that's fine. 木关 or 目的 or 目 oof. Still rusty with translating like these things. Like 谢谢 anyways, all right, I'm done. No more. Going back. It's rough. Man, I realize I can't read English words and then rearrange like English sentences and rearrange them on the fly. I would have to read the whole sentence and then say the sentence. Not yet. Can't do it yet. Liao. I don't think we got a Liao in the world, do we? Podium. Podium could get us a Liao, right? Nope. No dice. Alright. So what do we have? Podium, field, right? Field is not great. Fingers is not great either. Alright, Link is in the bathroom of the barn where there's a rice field. Ugh. Not again. Alright. Link is constantly making like plants and stuff in the bathtub. Basically. There's so many Links in the bathtub doing things. Link is in a bathroom in the barn where there's a rice field of sorts growing out of the pile of manure. Link walks around it and accidentally puts down okay. The barn where he has received a quest to put down a podium. Maybe we do each. Put down what though? Link is in the bathroom of a barn where he has received a quest to say pick up and put down a couple fingers worth of soil. Rice from each of the rice fields outside the barn to wash for the barn owner? Alright, we'll try that. Cool.
料
Okay. 料 each fields Inch. Not the greatest. Definitely not the greatest. Wait, now I'm kind of losing the... I'm losing the meaning. Sentence ordering is similar to English? As long as you know what the priorities are, yeah. Details are very important first. So, orienting details first is like a general thing in the sentence. So details generally come first. When you're about to say an object, say the detail about the object first before it happens. So like when you're saying you're going to do something, the details come first. So tonight I quickly left. Or like I tonight quickly left. As opposed to I left quickly tonight. That would then get you into a lot of troubles. So all the details come first. Still the same order, like similar order, but all the details are first. Like for example, Link is in the bathroom of the barn, right? It would be Link in the bathroom of the barn is... Oh, actually, no. This one's fine. Sorry, this one's fine, actually. Just this phrase is fine. Link 是在 bathroom. Yeah. Oh, but you need to put barn in the front. So barn bathroom. Or no. Yeah, you can still arrange it this way. It'll be intelligible, at least. In my opinion, it'll be intelligible. But maybe it could be because I also speak English. Yeah, that's a good question. Similar. They're similar. Oh, put down.
闲
Yen. Yeah. I'm just thinking of example sentences. Like maybe something that is useful when you're greeting someone. Like I'm gonna write it not with characters so that it can be seen with pinyin. 我可以 right? 我可以说 right? 我可以说中文。right? 我可以 Well, actually, I think it's actually 3-3. 我可以 Yeah, 我可以说中文。So 3, right? 可以 this is half tone, so 可以 instead of 可以 it's a half tone, so 可以说 and 中 and 文 This just says I can speak Chinese. I can speak Chinese. 我可以说中文. In terms of romanization, how should different letter combos be pronounced? Are there notable ones? Oh, yeah, they're all kind of different, aren't they? I think nearly all of them are kind of different because all the vowels are vowels are going to be somewhat different. Let me think. So we obviously have ah. This is This is This is ah. And it's largely vowels. Vowels are gonna be the difference maker. I think all the consonants are probably fine. Is the major change. There's no E, so to speak. And there's no E, like in Japanese, E. It's just Oh no, I lied. Oh no. But is one of the major ones. Wo is kind of weird too. Let's see. This is E. Your standard E, right? It's kind of like Japanese, except Japanese don't have an it has an E. And then wo. Which by the way, you probably understand why this is wo and o and o. So o and wo. There's a wo for the o sound, like wo, like in the direct object, you know, this character. Right, this character. The wo from that. That does happen. And then ooh. There's ooh. There's ooh, our normal ooh. Like the English ooh. And then there's yi. Yi is like NGN. That's probably gonna be the unique one. And the problem about romanization, like the pinging, right? Pinging is that this is simplified. So like this is yi. Yi. As in it's not you. There's no you. No you. As in without the dot. It actually is yi defaults to yi. But since there's only one sound, they don't write the little dot there. That I don't know how much it's gonna play into your reading or not. Like for example, this is ju. So this is ju. This is ji. Ju and ji. J's have two of these sounds. So that means they write this dot. But yi, there's no you. There's only you. So since there's only you default to one sound. That's one of the first things that you kind of get used to when you're looking at pinging. Like for example, this is not shu. There's no shu. It's she. She. No, they don't have shu for this notation. Or like this, like romanization. There is a shu though. There is a shu. Not a shu, but a shu. So the closest thing to what in English would say when it comes to like shu with an S, shu, not shu. Shu is really bad. Like if you try to say shu, it's like really not great. It's shu. Shu is the closest. that stuff can be a problem. There's quite a lot of weird things. I think instead of having to worry about it, right? Or like if you're worried about it, the vowels are probably the thing you get the most mileage out of, knowing what the vowels are. I don't like the whole idea of like what was it? I, e, o, u. But in this case, it's e still, e, and it's o and wo, and then u and nu, u and u, which is weird. But the most notable one is probably this one, because when you're reading this, for example, you could say it sounds like shun, or shun, or like shun, but this is shin, shin, so shin, and all of this stuff is going to be complicated. I think there's going to be quite a bit of growing pains if you're reading pinyin. Like, for example, xian. It doesn't sound alright yet. So like this would be like, what would you think this is? So xi, right? Xi an. You might get like xian. It's not xiang, it's xian. So xian, not xiang. When you get xiang, this is xiang, not xiang. There's no xiang, just, and these are the ones that I think people will recognize. Like this is not yang. There's no yang. There's yen. So this is yen. I don't know if there's a. This would be yang. We're mostly doing OVC, but for clarity things are typed at the same time. Oh, then you're fine, in my opinion. Unless you want to read this. That's kind of cool. We could learn Chinese together. As well. That's cool that you're learning Chinese. I don't know if you want to learn Chinese, but I think the pinyin system is okay, and then you can like double down on your Japanese, I suppose, if you ever get that. I feel again. Weekly CN updates sound good. Oh yeah. Let me know what you learned from that person, because that person is for all intents and purposes more Chinese than I am. I mean, I would love to hear what they explain to you. This guy is trying to learn Japanese basics from you alongside. Oh, you're doing a language exchange? You're doing like a subtle language exchange? That's cool. Yeah, I'd be down for that too. Do you know the difference between like shi and shi? Oh, that's a really bad example. I'm not sure that's a great example. About like xiang and xiang. I don't know if you can hear the difference, but I'm gonna do tone 1. This is xiang, 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 xiang. That's this would be like the reason why I would pick this up is because pretty much everything sounds like it's a sh or sh. So you have sh, 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 sh. So xiang, 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 xiang. And then there's also cai, You can't. Oh no, you can't do that though. There's also, oh, let's do all like Young's like. Oh no, I don't think there's a that. I don't think there's one for that. So you have these ones, which can be tough to hear. The limits of your CN prior to this is your month of HanziHero, listening to your classmates and roommates, hearing some CN names in games, a little bit of music. Oh yeah, that's right. You do have exposure to all your CN pals. Then now you can hear them like gossip behind you. I'm kidding. But you can hear them gossip. A lot of times that happens a lot, where whenever I go somewhere and I would speak in American English and they would like proceed to talk about things and I would like just listen, and it often is pretty much stereotypically assumed that when you start speaking English you don't understand what they're saying. Obviously it happens in Spanish too. Like it's not like someone looks at me and I'm like, oh, I know what you're talking about. Like when you get into an elevator, right? Whenever people are speaking Spanish around you, you would stand there and say, uh-huh. Like, or like I'm just like chilling, keeping myself, but it's they would pause for a moment and then they would start speaking in Spanish. I'm like, huh, they're having an interesting conversation. And it still walk off. Like 50% of the time I'm like, yep, and they just said that. Yeah, you have a lot of exposure to CN every day. I see 50% international student or 90% in dorms. Wow. So here's some stuff that I feel can be a little bit weird, and I'm looking forward to hearing how you're gonna navigate this. But so xiang, I don't know if the mic can pick that up. I'm exaggerating. I'm like legitimately exaggerating. So the S sound is when you put your mouth together, like xiang, you put like your teeth together. But the X sound is the sh sound without putting your teeth together. So xiang, 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 xiang. So I'm like really exaggerating, but it's really not that far exaggerated. And then this one, there's chang, tongue, chung, tongue. So the H sound, it can sound like each other because people are not that exaggerating. They're not like exaggerating the sound. And then the difference between chang, qiang, qiang, tongue, qiang, tongue, qiang. So all of these in isolation will kind of sound like each other because it just sounds like a ch sound, but it's a t sound and a t sound and a cha. So cha, ta, tang, like qiang, tang, qiang, and that becomes really lax too. Like all of these things become really lax. And in my opinion, I know that other, like, if you are around native speakers and they can hear the difference, maybe if they can hear the difference. For myself, knowing vocabulary is what creates these normalities. So what I mean is, I don't know how much of knowing what they're about to say fills in your ears, because if you're just saying chung, sometimes you don't know if I'm saying tongue, chang, right? And you need like a vocabulary word. You'd be like, oh, it's probably tongue, because the next sounds is gonna be natural with the stuff. For me personally, like when filling in the blanks, I'm not entirely sure if native speakers combine the two all the time to fill in, because it's really hard to hear the difference a lot of times. Like for example, sang, shang. So I'm exaggerating. I exaggerate everything. So shang, sang, shang, sang, can, sang, shang, chang. Right? Tang, sang, shang, chang. And all of these kind of combine. And when I was starting out, I basically treated them as the same thing for the time being, and then slowly separated them if I need to, which I didn't at first. I do now for the sake of like reaching the Roman, you know, the pinging. The pinging is what that is. I don't know if there's anything else that I can think of. Maybe American thing? Here's an American thing. I know you're British, Mika, but we talked about this. Tian, dian, dian, dian. If you get really used to hearing like American English, this could sound like dian, dian. So like 1-1. So let's say these two. So, tian, dian, dian, tian. Right, tian, dian, dian, dian. The D's and T's could sound like the same thing. Possibly. I've been thinking about it for some time now. Anyways. You wonder if over the last 5 years you have more American exposure than British, probably. I think that's probably true, but at the same time, I think that also applies to your Chinese. Sorry, additionally, I think that applies to your Chinese too. If you've been listening in the background, there's probably your visual, like your listening acuity might pick up something as well, much like your American exposure. I know that whenever I consume British content, right, I'm not saying that is representative of all of British English, but whenever I transition into listening to like a movie or something, like an audiobook narrated by a British person or British speaking person or British English speaking person, my fault, the transition is very quick. Like it takes like 5 minutes, or like not, sorry, it takes like 10 seconds, and suddenly it feels like that is the default and not American English. Like it gets to a point where after a minute or two, like I legitimately forgot that they were speaking British English and not American English. And then when I get back into an American, like a American English show, I had to remind myself which one is British English and which one is American English. And I feel like Chinese can kind of feel like that with people's, or at least with my perception of American English. The reason why I say that is there's still a distinctiveness to how I'm speaking American English. Like I am closer to other people who speak Chinese in some way than a multi-generational person who doesn't speak Chinese. There are very coincidental things, like it's not uncommon to have, and this is a correlation, right, or a coincidence really, it's not uncommon to have Asian people talk about speech in English. Because one of the practices of like a Chinese, for example, speaking, or maybe a Vietnamese and whatnot, is because of intonation, right? Like in your tone. And not really the tone of their language, but more the tone of English. Like I'm exaggerating things. I'm creating stress patterns in my speaking abilities. That's also kind of related to consistently speaking a tone. Oh, you're off to do some language exchange now? Nice. Yeah, I wonder what growing up with Malay would have been like now. We could ask Chern as well. Chern has some interesting cuts into it, so I would like to visit Malaysia sometime. Anyways, good luck, have fun. Thanks for stopping by and talking about language learning. We'll convene about on the weekend. Let's see, Xian. Let's do Xian. Oh man, that's Shen. Shen, ugh. Shen plus boat. Oh wait, isn't there silk? Oh, bowstring. I'm thinking of bowstring. Or, yeah, bowstring. Whenever visiting that side of the family, sometimes words are swapped out for Malay words. Yeah. Funnily, you never notice until others had no idea what I was referring to. Oh, yeah. Word swapping is, in my opinion, one of the hallmarks of multiculturalism is word swapping. Quite a lot of word swapping. Like if you like multiculturalism, instead of compartmentalizing, word swapping. Someone says that, I'm on top of it. I'm like, let's talk about multiculturalism. Alright. So this lines up with bowstring. Side of the ship. It also kind of reminds me of xiang. Xiang, or like a side room. Xena is inside the pawn shop where she is cleaning an old vintage boat that somebody just sold her that sits in the middle of the pawn shop. Unfortunately, I think we're gonna use strange. Xena is inside the pawn shop where she has acquired secondhand side of a boat, a mysterious piece of a relic boat, specifically the side of a ship she was tracking down. Okay. Makes sense? 左弦右弦 okay 弦
Hi.
Hi. Oh goodness gracious, that's just hi. That's the hi they use? Oh, that's interesting. Did they use another hi? I feel like there was another hi for hi. Nope. Guess that's the hi. Harry Potter is in front of the high school where he is trying to sneak in because he is sick of being a wizard and having to go to Hogwarts. Nonsense. How dare you? Alright. I think we can use every. Or ocean. Or sea or something. Fine. Alright. Harry Potter is in front of the high school where he is happy to be in Magic High School. Hogwarts. He ecstatically says hi to all the different classmates from every side of the sea, or every corner of the sea, exchanging exactly saying hi. Right, saying hi from the mouth. Sure. Say, that's good enough. I think that's good enough.
嗨眼
Yen. Oh, we got the mole. I kind of want to know if there is a yen with that combination. Where's that box at? Ah, there's none. There isn't one. Box is pretty exotic. Let's go to the box. Poo. Much poo. Alright. Wow, this one is very different. Still in the pawn shop though, so now we have to differentiate between weasel and mole. Oh no! Actually, they're in the basement, on the bathroom though. Here she is in the basement of the pawn shop. Trying to help out during the day. Trying to help out the woman pawn shop owner during the day to move boxes into the basement while trying to chase away the moles. Okay. The moles and mice that may get to the stored goods. Out the woman, Princess Peach. Pawn shop. Okay. Yeah, good dino.
眼
That might not be great. I might get mole and weasel kind of mixed up a little. We'll see. Oh, right.
鱼
What is that? Get what? Oh, it's like echo. Okay.
嗨咸
Yeah, this one's definitely the weaker one. No doubt, no doubt. What time is it? Oh my gosh, it's 2 a.m. We really gotta get on that P5X recording. Okay. Oh my goodness. Something about pinching fingers from the like the rice field and dumping it into the
料
and then what does that do? Like the heck, man. Oof. So it's like grabbing, you know, a bunch of rice and putting, oh, put down. Oh my goodness. That's a bit, oh, whoops.
眼
All right, we're gonna abbreviate this. Usually I've been on top of things and I was trying to keep up with all this. Let's do, yeah, you know what? And let's, no running away from responsibility. Let's do this. Let's do this. Liao. Put down. Yeah. Mole. Yi. Echo. Qian. Qian. Side of ship. I. Hui. Stare. Bao. Hail. Sheng. Nephew. Flower. Tongue. Chafe. Bay. Heat rash. Yi. Yeah, right. Whoops. Show. What is that? Hunt? Shing. Gill fungus. That's a rough one. Shing. Shing. Oh, no, wait. Oh, yeah. And then that's nettle. Dang. All right. Y. Ankle. Dung. Frighten. Bay. Bake. Oh, bake is weak. Bay is pretty weak. Ming. Pose the eyes. Oh, the other one's yo, actually. Now that I think about it. The other one's yo. So Weasel is yo. But that's kind of fine. I had to blow my nose. Let's see. I don't remember the mountain of beans with I think this is what we dropped yesterday too. Keep an eye. Mountain of beans. The left side is something. The mountain of beans is something. Don't know what it is though. Of it. Does that help me? Yeah. Yeah, it's creating engineered stuff of it. I don't know. I think it's still a mountain of beans. Oh, how to? No? Yeah, it's how. Okay. I get used to seeing how. Hopefully that's the only one today. Yeah. Squeak. Man, Squeak is weak. Oh man, this one is too. I changed the right and now I'm not there anymore. Oh, education. I want to say it's still you. Oh, it's yo. Oh no, it's your. Oh no. Your. That's bad. Your. Okay. Pull, crawl. A toad, right? Toad. Okay. This knee. No. It's Lou. Yeah, I see the battling thing, but I'm not entirely sure where this is going. Oh, Bill thing. Heck. Something about they're always up to mischief. And Dim, oh, Dim is bad too. Oh, there's some big duds yesterday. Big duds on the translation front. Dim was strong, like I was ham-fisting Dim into it. I don't know how, we're gonna have to think about Dim. Knee. Hide during the day. Something about like nonchalant. To do in plain sight. Intimate. Yeah, so many duds from yesterday. Legitimately, most of them are pretty big ones. Let them cook, I suppose. See. Bear skin. What is that? Oh, this one might not last. Young. Mock. Chong. Anxious. G. Arrow. Is that Pa? Or is it Pa? It's definitely Pa. Bang. Ooh. Cauldron. Go. Broom. Dry up. Ow. The heck? Bud? I am unsure where Bud went. Oh. Yeah, it's not mischief enough. Not enough scheming. Nearly all of the ones from like a good chunk of yesterday's ones are weak. Yeah. Awkward. Indeed. Alright, now we're going into 2 weeks back. Okay. mallet. Quay, stride. Sure. Bite. Mung. Deceive. Oh no, that Mung. Deceive. Whoa. Stamp feet. To. Thatch. Thatch is weak. Bien, 很难. Go. Pimple. Pimple. Weak. Chen. Sincere. Or honest. It's fine. Mung. Lemon. Chung. Sincere. Tie. Mustard. Dre. All. Ooh. Puff. Dang it. No. So weak. No. Coward. Ooh. Bat. Yao. Sage King. K. Overcome. T. Seasons. Palpitate is not going anywhere. Palpitate. I trample. Thing. Silly. Young. Part of the day. Young. Aid. Moth. Pool. Garden. Scar. Oh wait, that's fine. Okay, gather together. 这 sugarcane. A glance. 字 stain. 炫 dazzle. 卷 prefecture. 字 unrestrained. 力 shiver. 胜 Who absent-minded. Nope. Sway. Ear of grain. Soul. Revive. The eye. Oh no. Owl. Roar. 之 Earl. Bling. Actor. 猪 Spider. Yen Slug. Ling Listen. Wu Caress. Yen Swallow. Quay Sunflower. Ian Law. The Fold. Cool. Sincere. Nil. Button. Tea. Cream. The click of one's tongue. Own. Alonia. G. Huge. Twin. Female. Sheng. Rise. Wu. Oral. Li. Suffer. T. Silicon. O. Brown. Wall. Deep. Bank. Oh, no, wait. That's not right. Wait, is it? Oh, yeah. Mung. Drizzle. Ce. Astringent. I. Typhoon. Huo. Harvest. Ling. Exquisite. Jiang. Yin. Here. Ma. Ant. Jia. Furniture. Oh wait. Ice crystal. Alright, had to sneeze. Had to sneeze. Wait, this is Xiang Rise. What was I think another thing was no. I think we're okay. Ma Agate Twin Sync. Ooh. Check. Oh no. Okay. Check. Oh no, it is true. Dang it. That's okay. Pass without tongue flash gun discern the gutsu ni you li Chinese mile or partnership 借 borrow pay obviously fool seemingly da the oyster young solicit tian starch it or entrust yeah pod who announce who duplicate ying oh no ying recite chi maggot who butterfly ying cherry go helmet way curtain jiao sky one buzz yo pomelo John olive jiao haggard yeah choke on yong insight yen preserve one wash liang millet and I okay, so today's characters are okay, yesterday's characters are not. So G, all right, G, how I gotta link in on how creates a mountain of beans in the bathtub. Eye on them, right? They're prize beans. Your is just your, so education, maybe aid on how to maybe that's what we're gonna go with. And then ooh, yeah, kill is not the greatest in this one. Maybe the thing with the halberd in this thing is going after him, right? That might be it. That dim is rough. Maybe it's just gonna be loves dim kids because they're easy to wrangle around. That might be the flex. The high intimate is rough. Hide intimate things from the day Routine. That's rough. Knee is probably the weakest. Bow is unfortunate. Bow what? Bud? Maybe throwing buds around. Not too bad. And then, oh, G. So seasons, soul. Yeah, so rough. Palpitate. Maybe someone has these allergies. Palpitating. Gonna have to think about palpitate. Okay. That's a wrap for today. If you don't watch this later, yes, yeah, as always, feel free to follow along. Pick up HanziHero for yourself. Give it a go. You're always welcome to come on by, yap a bit, exchange ideas. Obviously, I yapped quite a bit today in both sessions. Discussing breeds critical thinking, right? Tasks are one thing. Learning from experience is definitely pretty underrepresented, and I do enjoy that. However, conversations, right? Conversations is another task. Speaking, right? Exchanging, language exchange. Those are actually tasks too. Making them into tasks, that's an interesting prospect. Anyways, for now, always welcome to follow along, right? Pick up HanziHero. Until next time, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. See you guys next time. I'm gonna get up, walk around, take a quick bathroom break, and I will be back for our last thing, which is a P5X 3.6 coverage. I'll be right back. Thank you.
SEGA。
アトラス。
ブラックウィングス。
Alright, folks, welcome back. It has been a little over 2 days. So now the time gate on Crossroads of Fate Laboratory Arc Part 2 is available now. So now we're going to complete the Laboratory Arc Part 2. We are not pulling Akechi. So Akechi is a pass in anticipation for Anj in a little over 11 days, right? Because of the maintenance time as well. So let's go over what 3.6, this is the 3.6 overview. So let's go over what 3.6 is. We have a new bond, which is Manaka, right? Manaka Nagao, Nagao being the Anj setup. And this says for best experience complete, a heartfelt message is what we did last time. It was a pretty traumatic one, but it's great to see Manaka, one of the first characters that you see in this game, actually being set up. Obviously we have the rerun from Mont. Someone shared that they're pulling Mont, right, instead of Akechi. And then we're gonna look at Akechi. Was there anything else outside of that? I don't think so. Nope. I think the crane game got refreshed. That's about it. So let's look at, we'll save the on after. So she's a rerun. So let's look at Akechi, because we're not pulling for Akechi, if ever. So let's look at what, Alright, calm down. So according to the global and CN comparisons, most of his kit got a scale up, like a percentage scale up. I don't know if that does anything, but we weren't planning on using his mechanic anyways. So Akechi has high attack power, questionable. It can deal almighty damage, right? It ignores affinity and defense, so can JC. By granting the mastermind state to sweeper or assassin, Akechi can record the damage dealt by an ally with mastermind and deal damage based on the recorded amount, which is a modest amount, which is what makes him underwhelming. It was increased to some extent. If there are no sweepers or allies, Akechi can gain mastermind to strengthen himself. That's an interesting. He can provide buffs and healing to allies. He has two, like a curse based and a bless based type of thing. So let's look over here. So this is how we typically do it with characters that we're not going to get. So flash of intuition, right? Deal bless damage and heals, right? And then he gains these currencies. Gain suspicion and deduction for 2 turns, with deduction increased party damage. So it buffs the party, right? Then curse is the dealing the damage and then decreasing their defense, so debuff. And then he gains arrow of purity, perjury, arrow of perjury, which allows him to trigger reign of justice. You spend all the arrows of... Actually, maybe not. I take that back. Hold up. You spend all arrows usable with suspicion, so you have to trigger... You have to use Flash of Intuition to use Reign of Justice. So it deals almighty damage to all foes equal to 18.4% of damage recorded. That is so low. And lose suspicion. Then activate arrows of perjury, right? That on random foes, dealing almighty damage equal to 73%. 4 hits. So I guess it's like a 1-3 or a 2-3, depending on your use case. And they're both AoEs. Curse is strictly higher in scaling, and it seems like even the Reign of Justice. From the second hit, prioritize new targets and decrease damage to deal on the same target. If Akechi has Mastermind, Arrow of Truth gates. Oh, this is in case there's no other damage dealer. What is this, an AoE? Yeah, I mean, the contention point about this is Akechi is classified as a DPS, like a sweeper role, and it's kind of a mixed bag, more support-esque. And right for now, like the current gates of, you know, Nightmare Gate requires 2 sweepers, or to encourage people to use 2 sweepers. I think later down, Kirijo is the kind of Akechi-like thing where it's a support DPS-ish for like Makoto Yuki, and I think that design is a little more agreeable than Akechi, unfortunately. Just deal damage, both curse and bless. I think. Also for 4 turns, increase arrow perjury numbers of hits by 2. I see. And what was the talent? Can activate Flame of Desire effects with all the allies. I don't actually know how Flame of Desire works. And it's something that deals with almighty damage. Not entirely sure. The Wanda Star something, the new weapon, deals with Flame of Desire as well. I'm unsure how Flames of Desire work. And this probably summarizes the Mastermind stuff. Grant Mastermind to the highest, right? At the start of turn, manually reselect a target to grant Mastermind. Okay. Only one ally can have Mastermind. Reselection is cooldown. Increase Akechi's attack by 25%. Okay. From the Mastermind one. When an ally besides Akechi has Mastermind, deal damage to all target foes with a skill. Okay, record it. Yeah. So AoE would spike the damage, but it's always going to be less. Unless you like stack a post modifier, which it doesn't necessarily appear. There is multiple hits, so still kind of weak. What does this weapon do? When deduction or stratagem are active. I don't even know what a stratagem is. Increase, okay, some attack. Activate when the Mastermind activates. Increase Akechi's crit. So it's based on him as opposed to a buffer, right? Because he's a damager. It's okay. Pretty lukewarm. Okay, so then you hit alt to like pick another guy, right? And then you have two all-purpose things. Oh, which stratagem? Oh, stratagem is the curse one. Stratagem. Suspicion and stratagem versus suspicion and deduction. Yeah, so either or creates suspicion to create reign of justice. And then the individual things are stratagem and deduction. Okay. I see. Conservative. Conservative. The heck? What are these guys weak to? Interesting. I don't have Joker either, so that's a thing. Oh, that didn't even land because of those guys. Okay. The heck are... Oh, you have to do almighty damage, I see. That's weird. Oh, that's fine. Okay, so let's just do this and see. You lose suspicion, but you get 4 attacks, dealing my almighty damage. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if it's a large AoE group with a strong sweeper, it does lock in 2 of your two of your slots. Looks pretty cool though. Interesting. Yeah. Alright. You know what? Let's do this. Let's go find out what she is about after the events, right? I don't actually know what she even does. Oh, increase social stats more easily. Well, that is a little bit late to the party. All our social stats are at 20. Let's go check out Manaka. Obviously, I'm not gonna like chug back the juice to trigger all the things. I'll probably talk about her, like her accomplice story and one a little bit when her banner is released in 11 days. Because now all my bonds are, all my accomplice stuff like the synergies, they're all filled as well. So now we'll just like, they release the new synergy ahead of a new banner each time. Talk about them as we go. So another 12 days I'll see a little bit more of her synergy.
最近散歩のルートに入っててね。まあなんかもうすっかり気に入ったみたいでさ。そうなんです。もしよかったらあなたも一緒にどうですか?
I was expecting her to like suddenly like get out of the wheelchair or something when I recover. But I forgot that the banners are not necessarily in line. Like every other character outside of the main cast, the banners aren't necessarily reflective of what is happening in the like the real world of P5X.
いい顔してるだろ。ここの雰囲気が気に入ったってのもあるけど、前より音楽を楽しめるようになったみたいなんだ。きっとあんたが私らの背中を押してくれたおかげさね。ほんと感謝してるよ。
いいですね。
ありがとね。
That clap is very cute.
あのね、おばあちゃん、私その
ステージ行きたいんだね。
ちょっと恥ずかしいけど、せっかくいるし。
かわいい孫の頼みをばあちゃんが断るわけないだろう。
Where's your sax, huh?
貸し出しの楽器があるんだよ。
Okay.
まあ、あんまり借りる人はいないらしいけど。よし、彼にいい演奏を聴かせてやろう。
Here we go again.
よろしくお願いします。
I feel like at the end, the very last scene of the synergy, we gotta hear a song, right? It's probably in her palace episode.
サックスとのハーモニーもうまい。
確かに伸びやかで素敵な歌声。こういうのもいいわね。
ああ、独創性がある上に透き通るような歌声だ。
Let the jazz play. Yeah, I'm looking forward to her arc. So this girl is the new arc in 2 weeks. You get to learn about her very unfortunate, tragic, somewhat tragic past, where she tried to take her own life. And it's not like, it's more like from cyberbullying.
ちゃんと聞いてなかったんだと思ったら恥ずかしくて。
Maybe she'll find her voice or something.
すみませんでした。
It's the
活動これからも
Japanese idol arc. Yeah, in the beginning of this game, it started with her jumping off the roof. That's how the game started. The first scene. And the grandmother is the only elder character in the banner list. She was released as a 4-star banner, but I kind of see her coming back as a 5-star banner sometime. Then flashback, or was she alright? No, she failed. She lived. Yeah, and then you meet her grandmother, Chizuko, and Chizuko was like constantly drinking, and then you listen to her story, and then being around her, Chizuko, you end up encouraging Chizuko to try to reach Manaka. And then now we're up to the present day. But in the beginning, you're exiting out of school, and you were waiting at the, I'm guessing the Shinjuku station or something, and you look across and she leaped off the building. But it was a failed attempt. So then she got hospitalized, and lots of things happen along the way, and then just now she's entering back into the arc, the mythos of it. Lots of things happen in between then and now. Her backstory is she's very talented. So she uploaded her video as a singer. And you can probably fill in the blanks. I hope she gets to walk by the end of the Palace arc. It'll be interesting. You learn a little bit. One of the sources of problem was a guy was jealous of her. So it's kind of one of those things. You post something on social media, you blow up, you become viral, and everyone's talking about you, and then someone else did all the work and the hard work too, but they didn't get the same attention and the viralness, and then so that person cyberbullied her into basically try to gaslight her as hard as possible. And Chizuko, her grandmother, was none the wiser, right? And then now they're making amends and whatnot. In Persona 5, the whole premise is that people can be filled with malice, and then you're supposed to go into the subconscious depiction of people, and you have the ability to rid them of the malice. And then there's other people that drain desire and whatnot. It's a metaphor. Most of the Persona stuff is a metaphor for what happens in the real world of the Persona characters. However, how they go about it is everything is personified and rendered in the image of the person's persona. So the palaces represent the personas of the realities. So the alternative realities, the metaverse. They legitimately call it a metaverse. The metaverse of the person you're in pursuing. And what you end up doing in this game series, the P5 universe series, which P5X is an extension of the P5 universe. The mechanic is you dive into their minds, their mind palace, and hence they're called the palace, and you see their warped sense of reality. And then what you're trying to do is, as you go through their palace, you learn about their backstory. What caused them? Usually most people are not straight up despicable. They are typically, they're rooted in some sort of something caused them to be this way. The game series is about redemption most of the time. So you learn their backstories, you find their treasure. Basically, the treasure is the source of when it all went down, what happened, the source of the whatever malice. And it's not necessarily malice. Persona games use the credos, the sins. So the first one, we've already done gluttony. Is it gluttony? Possibly envy or sloth and lust. I'm not quite sure. They kind of switch it up a little bit, but it's about the 7 sins, right? The 7 deadly sins. And there's a representation of each one of them in the palace. So, and Persona 4 had a different mechanic. It wasn't necessarily diving into people's minds, but it was going through like a television set, so to speak. And then Persona 3 had a different representation of like the chaos that can wreak havoc with like the human condition. So, and then all the modern Persona games are told through vignettes. So it's like a gigantic cast. There's 3 times more sub stories of other characters than the main cast, and that's kind of how Persona is structured. Do they ever overlap, or is it usually one persona is a main sin? Like the enemy people, they're all showcases. They are dynamic. They're not caricatures per se. So they have a highlighted sin, but it is written in a way that all the other sins still exist in some way, but they have a very primary sin. So like be it greed, gluttony, sloth, wrath. It's the main sin that they represent, but they're not written like the embodiment of the sin. Yeah. So the highlight is like the main source of their trigger is that primary sin, but they act all accordingly. Like they still experience greed, hatred, and all that stuff, like all the typical things, but the highlight and the central source of the theme will be. I don't know who this is going to be though. The last arc was incredible. It was about unconditional love and things that come out from unconditional love. It branched like 4 different times. This one, I don't know what it is at the moment. It's probably envy. Envy is probably the sin that we're talking about here, or something related to envy, possibly, which would fit with the theme so far. A bit dramatic. So it kind of strikes me as like Manaka might be hiding something a bit more serious, possibly. So one of the themes is that each villain, like quote quote the main sins, has a paired up character that you're friends with, like your company, and they are the ones that become the victim of the sin. So each of the characters that you root for and you play and you interact with your character, they are paired up with their confronting sin. So for every single palace, there's also a victim. And in the last chapter, there were 2 palaces because there involved 2 people and there are multiple victims, so they kind of escalate. Initially, most of these games would start off low stakes, like there'd be like 1-1, and it starts leaning in, and things get escalated. It gets a little bit more complex, or game writing and game designing situations as well. Like the mechanics also get interlaced. P5X is a live service game, so it's not quite the same how they lay it out, but it seems like that's what they're doing. The palaces do get bigger and larger and longer and more convoluted to execute. And we're seeing the beginning of the newest arc because we just concluded the last arc. The question is, what is... And you're always wondering, the thing you're looking for is you're wondering what is ailing the character. And the character's deficiencies, like Manaka, whatever is bothering her now is going to be something that makes her possibly the victim or involved with whoever the next quote-unquote villain is. The first villain was a washed up rising baseball star who then turned sour because one of the characters, one of the main cast, was also a rising star, and she embarrassed him. And because of his embarrassment, he got inside his own head and ruined his own career. Then he became a adult who delinquently checks people in the subway. So he ends up checking, like shoulder checking, the subway slammer meme and whatnot. He ends up shoulder checking women. And one of the women victims, one of the girl victims, was one of your high school classmates, which is not the same high school classmate that is also part of the main cast that was involved in like kind of unintentionally like embarrassing him. She actually looked up to him, but she was a girl prodigy, right? Like she was very good at baseball, and that led to his backstory of how his life spiraled because that one incident caused all of that. The second palace person, he was a guru, a self-instated guru, spinning like social media, but he was a gourmand, a self-proclaimed gourmand. And your second main cast character, Soy, he wanted to be a chef, especially a ramen chef. Like he loves everything about ramen. So he was challenged by like where he worked. That guru is the kind of guy that goes around doing whatever he wants and he must be pleased. Your video guru, your gourmand guru, where like, oh, if you don't treat me well, I'll give you a bad review and then close down your shop. And one of the characters was a high school classmate, and now you're his friend Shun, and he gets caught up in it. So he was the victim of the gourmand who like was basically faking everything. He's vanity is the thing. And then the third palace is Riko. Riko is one of your classmates. She's I think she's an upperclassman, right? And she's class president. She's the one where she's a princess that's like a princess figure in this type of arrangement. Her father is the CEO of a major corporation that runs pretty much everything in Japan. So she is groomed to be everything, like the heir. But then you help her discover like her own personality, and in the process there's another victim. There was a homeroom teacher. All of them have a homeroom teacher that really cares everything about their children. But on the way, the guy who was quote unquote the villain of the third arc, he didn't join at a weird time, StarCraft. Anyways, he was hired as a school counselor to try to improve things. But how he does it was to set up problems that didn't exist. And eventually you find that his past was because he loved to do something and it got shut down by betrayal. So like he wanted to be a film director and he made a show, but ultimately his heart was broken, he was manipulated, and he was also cheapened out of his dream. He had a boss that basically backstabbed him in all the wrong ways, emotionally and professionally. So then he went on to do the same to someone else. He paints scapegoats in order to elevate his career. And that's how he came across your cast, because he ended up targeting their homeroom teacher. And their homeroom teacher is like overly concerning and caring teacher to a fault. In fact, she is like, she tends to overstep the traditional like Japanese decorum, where it's an overly concerned homeroom teacher. So she becomes victim of that, and that's where the whole unconditional love theme came from. Riko parallels that, one of your characters, because there are a lot of people who unconditionally love her, including this homeroom teacher, and possibly even her father and her mother. And then you learn about her background, where she is painted to be a perfect model, but at the same time she rarely gets to express her own selfishness, while at the same time understanding how much people love her despite feeling like they might be potentially suffocating her. So that's the that's the most recent arc. And now the new arc, we don't know yet, or at least I don't know yet, and I reckon it'll be something of that nature. But then we have the theme of possibly envy. This is my guess. Yeah, pretty good. They tend to try to keep it like varied and not necessarily overlapping in that sense, like overarching themes. Like there aren't 6 villains doing the same thing per se, like a very similar thing. For mechanics purposes and story diversity.
2日に1回くらい病院に行ってるんです。主に歩行訓練ですね。手すりにつかまりながら歩いたり、マッサージを受けたりって感じで。
あとは家でストレッチもしてるね。
です。歩けるようになるにはまだ時間がかかるから、しばらくは車椅子のままですね。入院が長かったので筋肉も落ちていて、頑張らないとなんです。
マナカは十分頑張ってるよ。体力も退院した後に比べれば戻ってきてるだろ。
それはそうだけど。
あとは外に出て気分転換をするのもいいって先生には言われてるんだけどね。ほら、私は片目があんまり良くないだろ。長時間の外出はきつくてさ。夜の方が動きやすいくらいなんだが、さすがにマナカと出かけるのは危ないしね。さっきみたいに段差に気づけなくて車椅子を倒しちまったらことだろうよ。
おばあちゃん。
そうだなあ、あんたよかったらだけどマナカの散歩に付き合ってくれないかい？
Okay, so we're going out on walks with her. Interesting.
さっきも言ったけど医者にも勧められてるんだ。外の空気を吸って歩きたいと思うことも大事ってね。でも私じゃ近場までしか付き合ってあげられない。だからもしよければ。
おばあちゃん。
No worries, Crocodile. Anytime.
彼だって忙しいんだから。
So, the thing about Persona games is that they are characterized by the interaction of all the social links, or as they were called in P3. So, for a game like this, the longer the game runs, the more and more vignettes there are. So, with every patch, there's usually a vignette. Almost every patch. And then there are seasonal events, but generally speaking, seasonal holiday stuff occurs like roughly 3 or 4 times in the calendar year. However, the rest is dedicated to consistently creating more and more vignettes, and sometimes they might overlap. So it's kind of like tiered, very much like a Dragon games, where you have sub stories which builds on every single character in a given area. So like when you walk around, there will be a particular character that's associated with every aspect of your character's lifestyle, be it in a maid cafe, you go to a shop, you go to a gun, like a gun store, you go to like a weapon store, or you go to school, you go to like literature club. Nearly eventually every character or location, like every location associated with a character, will have a legitimate character attached to it. And the way they unfold in like the single player game, the mainline game, is that you spend time as time passes to get to know their backstory little by little, consistently by consistently, and eventually when you complete a game, you have at least like a glossary of 30 to 40 characters with all of their backstories filled in, on top of your 8 or 10-ish main cast characters that interact on a daily and main story basis, who have awareness. The way they separated this game is that all of your synergies, like her, Manaka, Manaka might be one of the main cast members. And when you're talking about the main cast members, they're not quite the same as the alt cast members. So in order for them to separate it, all the banners, like all the people you draw, their personas, in the story itself, they are not part of the main cast. So every other chapter, the non-main story chapters, they will introduce a character and their hypothetical persona character that joins you, and they're called the banners. In this case, what's coming up is a main story update. So Manaka will become likely a main cast character. And they're involved in, like, they have the awareness of going in and doing all these things. That's how they're balancing it. And in all the mainline Persona games, it's very similar. All the surrounding cast is to proliferate the storytelling in the world you live in. And your main cast are the only ones that are aware of all of this going on. And they're the ones that would make these decisions together and whatnot, though. So it's not quite on the level of like a Suikoden, game, or like Chrono Trigger, or like a Chrono Cross game, where legitimately all your cast members are involved in the thing. It's more like creating a world and building a narrative at the same time. So Persona games tend to have a little bit, have pretty much a balance of both of them. Where your world building is through the vignette of all your characters that surround your main cast, and then your main cast is the narrative-driven novella. P5X kind of tries to spin it in a different way slightly, and then still capture the Persona 5 thing, which I'll probably talk about quite at length when I start playing Persona for this year. Like, try to go through the Persona games, the modern Persona games. There's always a chance that P1 and P2, I don't know what P1 and P2 is like. There's always a chance I might have access to those too. Harking back to that Nintendo discussion. P1 and P2 is like locked in a console kind of thing, so have no access to what P2 is like. Alright, let's do it. And much like how Persona, like the numerical games work, you do dailies and then you advance the time, and then these characters will ask you to hang out with them. You have the opportunity to hang out with them, and over time their stories fill in. So this is the beginning of her story, which I can't do in real, like, actuality, because it takes a resource that is associated with actual time passing. Yeah, let's do it. Go.
ありがとうね。あんたならそう言ってくれると思ったよ。
He didn't get a fancy drink though. Lame. Look at this lame drink.
よし、決まりだよ。よろしくね。
Should get a blue one of these.
早速近くを歩いてみようか。マスター、お愛想。
え。
そうだ、マナカ。せっかく彼と出かけるんなら、もっと綺麗な服の方がいいさね。
She has other clothing?
大丈夫だよ。このままでも。
いいや、たまには可愛い服くらい買わせとくれ。ちょっと待っとっとくれよ。
Ooh.
マナカ。
Alright, let's see what her other outfit is. No, that's a very flattering outfit.
別に今着替えないでもよかったのに。
She's so much more vibrant.
だろう？ぴったりだと思ったんだよ。
そうです。
おばあちゃんってば。
じゃあ改めてちょっと歩いてみようか。あんた車椅子を頼むよ。
はいはい。Go. Pork.
そこのお嬢ちゃん、揚げたてのコロッケどうだい？へ
え、うまそうじゃないか。3つ。ああ、いやいや、夕飯用に5つくれるかい？
はいよ。
5.
ありがとうございます。
毎度。お、そうだ。お嬢ちゃん可愛いから、よかったらこれもどうぞ。余り物で悪いね。
いいんですか？ありがとうございます。
2 full bags. Look at that.
こんなにたくさんよかったのかな。
Yeah. That is a lot? Nah, I call that a good deal.
昔からよくあるんだよ。買い物するとおまけくれたりね。まあでも身内の私が言うのもなんだけど、確かにマナカって何かあげたくなる雰囲気があると思わないかい？
そう。
ハロー？
はい。
いっぱいありますし、一袋はあなたに後で渡しますね。
They're just like talking in front of her though.
おいしそう。
Sweet nature, could that be what makes people want to give her stuff?
ベンチがあるし、そこまで行って一つずつ食べようか。
ごちそうさまでした。美味しかった。
また今度買いに来ようかね。あんたも付き合ってくれてありがとうね。 またよろしく頼むよ。
ありがとうございました。車椅子重くなかったですか？よかった。そのご迷惑じゃなければまた。
Nanji wa ware. Alright, so this is where we like build the bond. Yeah, her skill gain is weird. It's so after the moment. Matakunda. Okay. Yep. So that is how her thing is gonna go. Every day is a surprise. Ever since I became friends with you, it's been one surprise after another. Like discovering a part of me I didn't even know exists, and finding the joy is going outside. I can't believe it. Anytime. Invite again soon, right? So, this is just to give you an idea, Crocodile. Like, so these are all the characters. So at some point, you know, after... And they all have their, like, idiosyncrasies that try not to overlap with each other. And then they would... There's a catalog of all the different informations of each of the times you meet. So that's kind of like the Persona's itch. It's kind of like a semi-visual novel game while also having the component of your JRPG. Anyways. So what? Oh, that's a cute little thing. So let's see. Is it just your social skills? Earn? Oh! Oh, does this retroactively give you super schema points? Probably. Yeah, so you just instantly get 5. What is this last one? Get a random... Earn a random gift for every 200 points. Oh, okay, so there is overflow. You do get overflow for your stat boosting. I see. Nice. They counted for overflow. Because our social skills are already maxed. Like, there's really nothing to be gained. Alright, so let's get into it. Alright, time to see what the second half of Akechi... Okay, so, up to this point, a very quick summary. The part 1, basically we met Kasumi. Is Kasumi still on here? No, Kasumi is not on here. Her banner expired, but Kasumi... Violetto is was introduced, and this is the P5 collaboration, so it's kind of like a truncated hybridization of what Persona 5's series of events was. So in the first part 1, we entered the laboratory, and it seems like they're hinting at that the laboratory has a boss, a villain that doesn't necessarily have some evil intent per se. And then we meet the overzealous Kasumi, or Violetto, which is a kohai of the rest of the group, of the Persona 5 group. And then they were doing something, looking for clues as whose palace it is. They ultimately got cornered, and then when they did something, an ominous figure shows up. You took care of it, and right when things are going south, Akechi shows up, and use his imaginary revolver, and then that's where we're at. These are really small vignettes because obviously we can play the Persona 5 game. So these collaboration events are typically to create little pockets of intrigue for the existing Persona 5 game. And after this is the last chapter of Crossroads of Fate. So starting after Anj, so maybe like a month from now, we'll start the P3 collaboration. And I actually know quite a lot about Persona 3 already because I played Persona 3 back in the PlayStation 2 era. This one, I haven't played this game yet. Anyways, so all of this is just teasers for when I play Persona 5R or P5R in sometime at the end of the year. And we'll like kind of cross-reference all of that. So we have 10 parts to this. And it was unlocked like 3 hours ago. Like a little over 4 to 5 hours ago now. So let's see what happens. Alright. You always gotta love the music. Does it hype you up to go play P5? Most of the things hype me up to go play most things. Like I am a very calculating person. So in all the ways, there are plenty of moves that I make that are related to a lot of my experiences. So until like I'm forced to do anything, most of the stuff I'm genuinely always looking forward to the next thing. Right. Since I'm not forced to do anything of my choice. So I am excited to play Persona 5. I'm excited to do the Persona Legacy project. I call it a legacy project because it's going to take like a whole year, possibly. So we're starting with Persona 3 Portable. Persona 3 Portable is the closest thing to the PlayStation 2 game, along with all the FES edition and whatnot. And we're going to play that for completion. Then we're going to play Persona 4 Gold Edition. And then Persona 5 Royal Edition. Then we're going to go back to Persona 3 Reloaded. And by that time, Persona 4 Revival is probably going to be released. And then my anticipation is they might announce Persona 6, but there is obviously still a chance that they're gonna like re-release Persona 5 again, like royal, super royal, shiny diamond version or something. It's kind of an ATLUS trend a lot of times, and it's quite a lot of trends. Lots of Japanese publishers and developers are doing this kind of thing where they like generationally rotate through their things before the major release. So we'll see if they announce anything for the anniversary, right? I'm excited. However, you know, I don't want to downplay my excitement. Most of the time, I tend to sound like I'm enthusiastic for most things because it's really, I say this quite a lot. I don't often, if I had a choice, I don't choose to not be hyped or not interested in what I'm doing. I think life is kind of too short for that. So the answer is usually yes. I'm always excited and interested in the things I choose to do. Now, if you're gonna make a counter argument, then do you ever get not excited to start something? Well, I did have a job before, and there were things that are expected of me. However, I exchange hype for reward. So oftentimes when someone asks me to do something and maybe I don't know what it is, I can't be hyped for something I don't know what it is. However, when I do it, that is when I will receive the reward. So what I mean is my interest and love for the things I do often comes after I do something, if it's something I have to do. And that's like my job and helping people and whatnot. The reward is in the doing, as opposed to the reward is anticipating what you would be paid for or like what you'll be compensated for. That's kind of like the long umbrella answer to, yeah, typically if I plan on doing something, you bet your pretty penny that I will sound very enthusiastic and hyped for it. And hear me out. I am hyped for things that may be a disappointment. So the last time you mentioned like you dodged a bullet for Final Fantasy 13, I would be hyped to see how Final Fantasy 13 disappoints me. Because the hype comes from the idea that you can be disappointed. You can have an emotional response. And genuinely, things are fairly boring when you're not excited or have any stakes in it, right? Like, I understand that disappointment is a negative feeling for a lot of people, but feeling nothing, in my opinion, is probably the most disappointing type of excitement. Like when you choose to do something and your first thought is, I don't care enough to feel anything. That's the premise of Persona 5, by the way. The premise of Persona 5 is there's something that's draining all of the passion from people. You lose sense of desire and enthusiasm. That also includes both sides of emotions, both the capacity to be disappointed and the capacity to be happy or excited. Because if you're doing something and all you're saying is, I'm just doing it because I can, that is, in my opinion, the commentary that the Persona games have made for some time now, which is the idea that people do things just to do it. They don't do it because they're worried that they could be disappointed, or they care about it so much that they worry that it can be disappointing, or they care about it so much that they can't contain their excitement, right? That's kind of not the world we live in right now. Like, even video games have come to a point where some people, I would ask them, so why do you play Fortnite every day? And they say, like, just to pass the time. I'm like, do you get excited, or like, is there something you notice each day, something that gets you back into it? And they're like, no, I just do it because I know how to do that, just to pass the time. Okay, but you have to do homework, right? Like, well, I don't want to do homework. Okay, but it doesn't really sound like you want to do Fortnite either. That's kind of what P5X has teased for me about what P5R is going to be like, because it's about being void of those emotions. So yeah, I'm definitely hyped. Hyped to be both disappointed and excited or elated at the same time. It's why I really like video games. Alright, that's enough droning on for that. Let's get into it. So, the young man in white who saved Violet from attack introduced himself as Crow and explains that he is in temporary alliance with the Phantom Thieves of Heart. Temporary. So both Violetto and Thieves and Akechi are he's on a pod, I suppose. Apparently he's also a detective. Not a high school student? Interesting. Whose sharp insights into the mysterious palace aid the group in unlocking a new idea. You know what this reminds me of? All of this stuff reminds me of learning a little bit of a language and then eventually going to play the Persona 5 and filling in all the blanks. I think it's kind of fun to see how the puzzles fall together. Okay, let's go and swap this up. Oh, you know, hang on. I think it'll be a faster way if I do it. Okay. Okay. Yep. Alright. So I don't have to set the party each time. I've learned. Alright. Alright, let's get into it. Oh, okay. Luferu is the story character. Excuse me.
我々の力が必要なようですね。退屈させるんじゃないぞ。
次は
Alright.
君たち、ちょっと爪が甘いんじゃない？
Oh, your voice is interesting.
ここは異世界だよ。最後まで気は抜かないようにね。
はいはい。
お前、なんでここに？
誰だ？見慣れぬやつだが。
大丈夫だ。彼は敵じゃない。
Okay, so they're already acquainted?
友人。ま
あ、
そうだ。
妙な含みがあるように感じるが。
僕らの関係はちょっと複雑でね。友人というより、
Intriguing.
に協力関係を結んだライバルという方が。
ライバル。
どうにも難しい関係性のようだ。
難しいですね。
改めまして、僕はクロウ。今は一時的にだけど、ジョーカーたち怪盗団と取引を結んで仲間に加わってるんだ。それで、君たちは
？Introduced? 10 minutes later?
ワンダーで、そちらがキャトルだね。よろしく頼むよ。それにしても興味深いな。違う世界の怪盗たちと何度も出会うなんてさ。あれ？君、もしかして。
はい、私です。吉沢。いえ、失礼しました。ここではバイオレットと呼んでください。
バイオレット？でも君は。
他の世界の怪盗団もいることだしな。ここでは本名を明かさず。
Yeah, take care. Take care, Crocodile. Thanks for chilling.
なるほどね。じゃあ改めてよろしく、バイオレット。
はい、よろしくお願いします。クロウさんもペルソナ使いだったんですね。今まで全然気がつきませんでした。それに怪盗団と取引をしてるだなんて。
いろいろあってね。いろいろはいろいろさ。
例えば？
僕なりの正義に従って行動してるってところかな。
Okay.
そんな
Two peas in a pod.
今の状況を教えてくれないか？君たちの方がこの世界の事情に詳しいようだし。
ああ、だがその前に一つ質問だ。どうしてお前がここにいる？
ああ、ごめん。そういえばまだ話してなかったね。じゃあ簡潔に説明させてもらうよ。今日はサエさんのパレスを攻略していたよね。その帰り道、スマホに違和感を。
サエさん。サエさん。
我が輩たちが攻略中のパレスだ。気にするな。それでスマホに違和感ってのは？
Those eyes.
ああ、異世界ナビに妙な揺らぎがあることに気がついた。こんなこと今までなかったからね。確認のために電車を降りてみたら、お台場の方に引き寄せられるようにナビゲーションが開始されたんだ。その後はさらにナビの揺らぎが強くなって、確か新設される競技場予定地の近くかな。物は試しとナビをタップしてみたら、この空間に飛ばされていたというわけさ。
クロウさんもやっぱりあそこから。
ああ、出口が見当たらなかったからね。この建物に入って内部を見て回ってたんだ。そうしたらここでシャドウと戦っている君たちを見つけたという感じかな。
あ、そうだ、私お礼も言えてませんでした。さっきは助けていただいてありがとうございます。
気にしないで。異世界での戦い方はそれなりに心得ているしね。
なるほど。では勉強させていただきますね。クロウ
クロウ先輩。まあバイオレットがそれでいいなら。
お前にとって先輩は何人いるんだよ。もともとはジョーカー先輩を先輩とお呼びしていましたが、
でも
今は経験豊富な先輩がたくさんいらっしゃいますから。ジョーカー先輩、モナ先輩、
クロウ先輩。
それに違う世界の対等のワンダー先輩、キャトル先輩も。まあ好きにしてくれ。
うん。
さて話を戻すが、結局クロウが迷い込んだのも異世界ナビによるエラーということだな。
そうみたいだね。君たちは何度か似た状況になっているようだけど、脱出方法に心当たりはあるのかい？
I mean
今までは、
Mhm.
コアっていうお宝のような核を盗み出せば脱出できたんだが、
このパレスモド機からはコアを感じないのだ。
Oh yeah, that's right. The main thing was that there wasn't a clear core.
何も起こらなかったと。なるほど。ちなみにバイオレットはここに来たのは初めて？
はい、私も初めてです。あ、でも前に似たようなところには飛ばされたことがあったんですけど。
似たようなところ？もう少し詳しく聞かせてほしいな。
15 minutes later? Okay.
説明ありがとう。だいたい理解できたよ。少しまとめるけど、ジョーカー、モナ、ワンダー、キャトル、この4人は何度もここに来ている。ここっていうのは違う世界の人間が同時に存在している場所ってことだ。
3回です。いや、3回です。
で、これまでの経験だと他の怪盗団のメンバーも一緒に飛ばされていた。なのに今回はいない。代わりに僕とバイオレットがいる。そういう状況だね。
あ、そういえば思い返すに、これまで我が輩たちは怪盗団全員が飛ば
That's
され
fair.
て
This time is a little bit different.
こちらも同様だ。まあ異世界に行くときは全員揃っているという点もあるかもしれんが、
逆説的に言えば全員が揃っていなくてもここに飛ばされることが証明されたわけだ。しかも怪盗団ではない僕とバイオレットがいるという例外中の例外。僕に至ってはまるで誘われるように
That's a
この世
fair
界に
point.
引き込まれた記憶もある。つまり今回両世界が交わったのはイレギュラー。今までと脱出方法も違うと考えるのが妥当かな。
クロウ先輩、すごい分析力ですね。
これでも一応探偵を名乗っているからね。
Fair enough.
そうは探偵。あ、知りませんか？クロウ先輩は巷で
High school detective.
探偵王子の再来とも言われてるな。
再来。あんと。
ここでは身分を明かさないって決めたんだろ。とにかく僕やバイオレットが例外である以上、2人がここに呼ばれた意味、それを考えれば 脱出につながる手がかりになるかもしれないね。
So Crow is a self-proclaimed highly intelligent private detective for now.
しかし探偵とは世を賑わす怪盗としては宿敵とも言える相手なのではないか。
少し前までは探り合いの中だったな。今は協力関係ってことになっちゃいるが。
はいはい。
僕は怪盗団のやり方には反対だからね。手を組んだのもある事件の犯人を捕まえるためだ。気になるかい？それくらいなら別に教えても平気だろうけど。確か君の世界と僕たちの世界は何かしらがずれているんじゃなかったかな。
ああ、ワンダーたちの世界では例の事件は起きていないようだ。
やっぱりそういった大きな事件の違いがあるようだね。まあ話せば長くなるし悪いけど割愛するよ。端的に言えば事件の黒幕を怪盗団と調べてるんだ。
Interesting.
ああ、クロウの推理力にはいつも助けられてる。
ありがとう。僕の方も君の考え方には刺激をもらっているよ。
前から思ってましたけど、お二人って仲いいですよね。
Interesting.
あれ、私何か変なこと言いました？
いや、仲がいいというかライバルというか、怪盗と探偵って立場もあるからな。
まあ良いではないか。何にせよ今は共に脱出を目的とする仲だ。
じゃあ情報交換も済んだし先に進もうか。ここでおしゃべりしていても何も事態は変化しないだろうしね。
ああ、そうだな。探索を続けるとしよう。改めてよろしく頼むぞ、クロウ。
さっきのシャドウを倒して行ける場所も増えたみたいだ。まずはそこに行ってみようぜ。
You swear tones are written one way, but in conversation sound different? Are you interpreting it wrong? Or, but then when it's just friends explaining the word, it does sound like it looks. I don't know. Kind of hard to tell. What is it that you think is not correct?
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい。いいものが手に入ったわ。
There might be a disconnect between the sound that you're trying to produce with your voice versus what you think you're interpreting. It's always a possibility. It's kind of like singing, right? What you imagine you sound like when you're singing. Oh. Trying to avoid those. Okay. Push a button, see a button, push a button. Sometimes the way you think you're producing a sound may not come out to be the sound itself. That happens quite a bit when it involves like sound of the voice. Can't avoid hitting that thing because of the large hitbox. So.
ペルソナディオニソス受けてみろ。
制裁の時間だ。
Oftentimes, like one of the ways to sound like say to confirm is to record yourself and play it back in auditory review to get a more of a spot-on mind-body connection because your mouth is part of your body, so you might hear one thing that you're saying, but when you're hearing someone else, that projected sound is different from the projected sound of your voice, right? That's typically why auditory reviews of your own voice is important. What you're hearing yourself producing is not quite the same as the person you're listening to.
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。随分と抗ってはいたようだが。続けます。
舞い踊れ。受けてみなさい。
ペルソナいただいていく。
みんなお疲れ様。
we practice putting it in sentences, but when it's said again faster, he says what feels slightly different from slower. Are some sounds sort of skipped over or changed with speed? No, those are halftones. It's the thing that I was referring to with halftones. And then, like, if there are neutral tones, they tend to be shortened. There's a bit of lyricism in it, but regardless, if you stick to the tonality, like the tone things, it would be intelligible to another person. That doesn't necessarily mean the idiosyncrasies of the native speech is going to translate. And also there are accental differences, despite being grossly earlier I mentioned the thing that where when you're learning something, when you're practicing the tones, they're going to be exaggerated. And then once it's exaggerated, then you refine it, in my opinion. If you're unable to produce the tone distinctions, it's going to be tough to refine it and trying to mirror someone. So things like I was talking about some of the shortening and some of the flexibility of the words, because what you're hearing is going to be slightly different from what you're producing initially, and it's gonna slip into place as it's happening. But for myself, like, I'm still gonna end up sounding a bit different from like your friend, because I do have an accent, not necessarily because of English, but more a different combination of language profile. Like, you probably learned though, like, heard 朋友 is weird. That's not right. So 朋友 is like friends, right? 友達. And I hear like 3 or 4 different versions of that, and they're slightly different. The idea is you're listening for the differences in the tonality. It's a relationship of the tonality that you're listening for, not necessarily if you're like seeing it as a length or pitch difference. Length is not quite dependent, so you can elongate. So when they say it faster and slower, it does vary in speed, but the tonality, the relative tones, are still, whether it's fast or slower, will check out for its words. And you're probably talking about prosodic stressing that can make things sound like the same or different, in my opinion. Some kind of warehouse, alright. Multiple exits, okay. Oh, it doesn't. Okay, I was about to say. I thought this was the end of the segment. Alright. Next one, next one. There are some very common things that have more than one sound when it's put together, so that's also a thing. I'm not sure if you encountered one of the... functional words have more than one read. So if it's literally a different sound, then sure. But there is slight differences when someone slows down and speeds up. But that is what they're intending to say, in my opinion. The group arrives at a maze-like warehouse. They begin seeking out powerful shadows to defeat, hoping it will lead them to freedom. Yeah. So we're doing the same thing. Let's go. What? Okay, let me think about this for a moment. Okay. We'll use Turbo as much as we can because Turbo was our newest banner. I really like this like chord. Dun, 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 dun. I mean, what did your friends say? Can I jump up here? Just kidding. Is that a... Okay, that's the breakable. Dun, 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 dun. Looking for stuff. Wait. Wait. Calm down. Peace. Just breaking things. Okay. Boop. See a button, press a button. See a vial, break a vial. But not really attack an enemy when you see an enemy. Unnecessary confrontations are optional. This is not optional.
Persona.
Okay. Oh, why are you going last in the order by default? What is this nonsense? Oh, this track is amazing. Oops. That's curse resistant. You gotta love evil stuffed bears. Like, help me, please. It's scary. That's what it said. The classic phrases. Alright. Okay. Oh, that's not an opening. Okay. Alright. Sure. Okay. Boop. See a button. Hit a button. Okay. So now we can go back down. Apparently. Oh! That perspective change. Okay. Wow. That's a far way down, man. Okay.
あれは何かな?
心箱です。え? Oh, okay. That's just invisible wall. That's fine. Oop. Oh, no. Alright. Where's that button at? Oop. Oop. What? I'm being led astray. Okay. Where's the special enemy at? Wait, how did I miss a special enemy? Oh, it might include the last mob actually. It's probably the last guy. Wait, where are we going? Okay, that's an invisible wall! There's so many invisible walls! Okay. Oh, interesting. Let's go. Hello there, kitty cat. Oh, it doesn't. I forgot. He auto selects a mastermind. So that's fine. Yeah, so he selects a mastermind before it starts, so that makes sense. Okay. The turn order makes sense now. I thought you had to like execute mastermind first. So he gets his like perjury stacks. Vast warehouse. Into deep. I can sense enemy further ahead. Yeah. Okay. They're going haywire. See where we'll take this. Next one. Next place. Convoluted warehouse. After many twists and turns, the group managed to exit the warehouse only to find a shadow lying in wait to ambush them. After praising Crow's exceptional fighting prowess, Mona tries to engage Luferu in one of their classic bouts of bickering, but something about Luferu's mood seems off. Stay tuned for the next episode. I'm kidding. We're going. Alright. Interesting arrows. A modern architecture. Oh. See a button, push a button. Oh no. Okay, that's fine. Okay. Oop. Oh, interesting coils. Or, I mean, they look like vents, but they kind of also remind me of conductor coils. Oh, you know, like a thing like a magnetic conductor coils, or electromagnetic coils. They're just shafts, but they kind of remind me. They have that like particle accelerator kind of electromagnet look to them. We are in a laboratory. I come in peace. Okay. Calm down. Can you heck. Wait, what's going on? Oh. Wait. Oop. All right. Can I get down here? Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, that's kind of weird. Oh, I need a damage dealer. I guess we can use that Ketchy. Because he highlights himself. Right. What's your standard? Ooh. You going third? Certainly are. That's an interesting splash. Bakuro bako desu. Said it before. Come on. Oh, you are a detective. I'm kidding. I'm just being difficult. Okay. Oh, hi.
あそこを見ろ。また強力そうなシャドウがいるな。
あれが君たちの話していた強い気配のする敵ってことかい？
ああ、各所にあのような輩が配置されている。何の因果かわからんが。
各所に配置、つまりこの世界を形成している番人みたいなものかな。
何にせよ、あいつらを倒せば道が開けた例もある。行くぞお前ら。
Alright.
敵発見。抜けなさい。仕掛けるよ。続いて。
No crits.
ディオニソス、受けてみろ。
イコロセ、ロビンフット。
Okay.
威勢はいいね。ロビンフット。さあ、決めようか。
It's pretty neat looking highlight though. Pretty satisfying.
なるほど。確かに強敵だったね。
まあまあ。
クロウ先輩、息切れもしてない。
厄介な相手だったけど、弱点をついたり戦闘の流れを俯瞰したりすれば問題ないよ。
Humble brag.
そう言ってくれると嬉しいな。ワンダーの実力も相当なものだけどね。
言い方が上からなのは気になるが、クローの戦闘センスには脱帽するぜ。
Yeah.
お前もペルソナ使いに目覚めたのはここ最近って話だからな。
ありがとう、モナ。褒め言葉として受け取っておくよ。
Okay, whatever floats your boat.
最近なら私も頑張らないと。行きましょう、先輩方。
Of course. Tripping on air. Daijoubu desu ka?
すみません、張り切りすぎました。
元気があるのはいいことだが、空回りには気をつけないとな。
Tripping on air.
ああ、バイオレットが誰より頑張り屋なのは知っている。
いつ脱出できるかもわからないんだし、余裕を持つことも忘れないようにね。
先輩方、
頑張って。
はい、ありがとうございます。また空回りしないように私も精進します。
その意気だ。さて、探索を続行しようか。
それ我が輩が言おうとしてたのに、この風洞
Here we go.
セリフを横取りすんなよ。
そうだったか。すまん。
そうだぜ、まったくお前は。って
ね
なんだ、いつもみたいに言い返さねえのか。
いや、誰がフードお化けだ、このクソ猫もどきが。
今思い出したのかよ。
空回りしてるのはどっちだって言ってあげたら、バイオレット。
You know, it's kind of if Lufedu was a cat, right? And it's just two cats bickering, that would be like on point. Just two cats bickering. It's like, wait a minute. I don't like you. Alright, the group comes across a monitoring room where they decide to take a break to ease Violetto's fatigue. Violetto's convinced that she's to blame for everyone getting trapped in the here we go. In the palace because of her desire to escape from reality. A kind words from Joka and Wanda and the others inspire her to be more accepting of herself. Kind of a replay. A bit of a replay from the midpoint of the part 1. Alright, now we got Violetto on our team. Eh?
バイオレット、大丈夫か。少し遅れているようだが。
はい、私なら大丈夫です。こうやって強がっちゃうの良くないですよね。せっかく頼りになる先輩方が一緒なんですし。すみません、皆さん、少しだけお休みさせてもらってもいいですか。ありがとうございます。ではお言葉に甘えて。
ああ、こちらも気が回らずですまない。少し休憩にしよう。
バイオレット、もしかしてだけど 君の疲労が溜まっているのは異世界に慣れていないからだけじゃないよね。
さすがです、クロウ先輩。探偵の目はごまかせませんね。少しお話をする時間をいただいても大丈夫でしょうか。
Alright, time to put on your serious hats. もちろんですね。
ああ、ここはシャドウの気配もないし、腰を下ろしながらでも話そう。
僕らも体力を回復させた方が良さそうだしね。ここで一度休憩としようか。
Alright, lay it on us.
少し落ち着いてきました。異世界で落ち着くっていうのも変な感じかもしれませんが、
セーフルームでもあればいいんだがな。でもお前が少しでも楽になったならよかったぜ。
それでバイオレット、話とは？
実は私とクロウ先輩がここに引き込まれた理由について考えてたんです。
その様子だと何か心当たりがあるってことかい？
はい、もしかすると的外れな意見かもしれないのですが、ありがとうございます。少し言いづらいんですが、私が皆さんを巻き込んでしまった原因なんじゃないかと思ってるんです。少し前にお話しさせてもらいましたよね。私には思い悩んでいること。
Oh yeah, that's right. She was the gymnast, right? The
その境
gymnast.
遇から私逃げたいって思っていました。そんな気持ちがあるか
The
ら
social
ここに
pressures.
来てしまった。私の意思に皆さんが巻き込まれたのではと。現実にいたくない、どこかに逃げ出したい、そんな願望に。
いや、だからってそれで人間が異世界に巻き込まれるってのは。
でもありえないことじゃない。僕たちにとってはこの異世界すらありえないことなんだからね。
現実から逃げたい願望か。
Oh yeah, that's right. He also had the Luferu had the scary stuff.
私にそんな力があるとは思わないんですけど、逃げたいなんて思うのきっと私だけですし、思い返せばここのシャドウも盗品みたいな、そういった言葉を発していた気がします。
それは確かに。
そういう後ろ向きな気持ちがこの空間につながっちゃったのかもって。ちゃんと向き合わないといけないのにダメですね、私。だって自分がやらないといけないことから目をそらしてるんですよ。本当なら立ち向かわないといけないのに。
When you're able to.
俺もある意味では逃げてきたようなものだ。
先輩？
理不尽に罪を背負わされ、居場所を奪われ、そこから脱しない限り何にも抗えなかったと思う。だがそうやって逃げた先でしか得られなかったものがあった。
逃げた先でしか得られないもの。
そうそう。だいたい怪盗なんて追われるのが仕事みたいなもんだからな。我が輩たちはこれからも不自由に捕まらないように華麗に逃げて逃げまくるぜ。
ジョーカー先輩、モナ先輩。 逃げるって感情や行動は悪いことだけじゃないんですね。
Hi there.
ワンダーの言う通りだ。理不尽な環境を受け入れ、抗わなければ自分の意志を殺してしまうだけ。逃げるという選択肢がなければ、俺は何も変えることはできなかった。
Yep.
慣れ親しんだ環境を捨てるには勇気も力もいる。逃げるのも決して簡単なことではないと思うよ。
クロウ先輩。
Very poignant.
ありがとうございます。
だけど、そうか。逃げたいという意志が鍵なのだとしたら、同時に誘われた僕もそうだったのかな。
That's what I'm wondering. What are you running from?
いえ、全然そんなつもりは。クロウ先輩が逃げるなんて。
Because Luferu had something too. What about you?
冗談だよ。
Oh yeah?
逃げるというのは人間が今のあり方を変えたいと願う欲望であり、希望。
That's certainly one way to look at it.
そう言い換えることができるのかもしれんな。言うならば、逃避欲とでも表現しようか。
私、今まで逃げてもいいなんて考えたことなかったです。立ち向かわなきゃ、なんとかしなきゃって、それだけが答えなんだと思ってました。
Well,
逃げても
both.
いいんだ。
Again, both.
逃げるね。ああ、本当に彼女の仮説が合っていたらって考えてたんだ。僕は逃げている自覚なんてないつもりだったけど、もしかしたら本当はってね。
心当たりはあったのか？
さあ、どうかな。
So what are you running from?
あっても、君たちには言わないよ。
Gee.
いや、この流れなんだからそこは話せよ。
話せよ。
だってここ、脱出したら記憶がなくなるんだろ？なら、言ってもしょうがないかなって。
That's a counter argument. That's a cyclic argument.
ひとまずはこのパレスもどきから逃げ出すのが
If they're gonna forget anyways, it means there's no reason not to say it. Counter argument.
どうやらこの先にもまだ強敵らしき気配が続いている。この謎の異世界から逃げるためにも今は前に進もうではないか。
うまいこと言いやがって。お前は逃げ続けてんのが性に合ってそうだけどな。
なんだとこの猫もど
きlively as usual.
と思ってたんですけど、お二人も相当仲良しですよね。
違わい。
さて、じゃあそろそろ休憩は終わりかな。先に進もうか。
あ、行こう。
Yeah, that deterministic argument where like, well, we're all gonna forget anyway, so there's no point in. That's also an argument for saying it anyways, because then it would be inconsequential whether he said it or not. Cyclic argument. Wait. Oh, hey, a slide. I wasn't expecting a slide here. Oh, can you please? That's a weird slide animation. Ooh. We got any breakables? You know, those numbers are very big. Alright. Oh, we got. Oh, I just wanna break that thing. Was there a button back here? Anyway. Excuse me. What's your what? Where are you going? Okay. All right. Cool. Hold.
なんか入ってるかも。
悪くない成果だ。
Do I want this? Oh. Okay. Alright. Oh, Chernobyl. Or, is that what that thing is called? Oh yeah, that crit. Me? Heck, go in. We crawl and we crawl. All right, that's a lot of wires. Oh. Oh my goodness, please. Wait. Oh, okay. All right.
あれ、なんでしょうか。すごいです。
All right, let's go. Bafflement.
敵発駆け抜けなさい。油断は禁物だぞ。仕掛けるよ。続けていきますね。周回遅れにしてあげる。
ペルソナーディオニソス、これでどうだ。
サンドリオン、手は抜きません。
ロビンフット、威勢はいいね。
やっちゃいましょう。オッケー、先を急ごう。
Okay. Alright. While scouring every nook and cranny of the monitoring room, the group discovers a particular passphrase. It turns out to be the key to unlocking a particular door that leads them deeper into the palace. What do we have this time? Okay.
任しとけ。
Electric fences. Look out for treasure. Got it.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある。
悪くない成果だ。
Eh?
と
Alright. Higher level security doors. Find something necessary to open it. Right. Huh. I need panels. Electric currents. Miraculously open. Interesting. Wait, was that door here the whole time? Ooh. Hi. Switch. Chew. Okay.
賊の侵入を許すとはね。敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。ピティス、最短距離で突っ走るよ。ピティス。仕掛けるよ。その調子。周回遅れに仕掛ける。
リオニソス。これでどうだ。
貫け、ロビーフット。逃げ場があるとでも。
ロボットのペルソナ。
どうだ。ここで終わるのか。
来なさい。ピティス、仕掛けるよ。続いて。
Oh, it was then Swift. Okay. Oop. Dead end door. Oh. Be quiet. Be very, very quiet.
貴重なもののようだ。おお、いいもの入ってんじゃん。
Okay. Oh. Laboratory. A TV. P4? Joyous Escape. Oh. I see. Joyous Escape. Interesting.
いいぞ。
あれは何か。
Last box.
悪くない成果だ。
Alright. Last dude. Let's go. What's going on? Alright.
アクセル全開。トロトロしてたら置いてくかね。駆け抜けなさい。油断は禁物だぞ。仕掛けるよ。続いてファイナルラップ突入。
ペルソナディオニソスいただいていく。
イコロセ、ロビンフット。逃げ場があるとでも。
やったな。一挙に電気撃破だ。
え Alright. Anxieties flare up among the Phantom Thieves as they continue through the labyrinth like ATLUS. Without the presence of a core, the group racks their brain to find a new method to escape. Wonder what they're gonna come up with. Pretty spacious. Stronger shadows. Alright. That is pretty spacious. Okay. Oop. Not this door, that door. Is there nothing in this room? Intriguing. Come in peace. Spiral staircase, of course. Maybe referential, you know, to Helix, right? A Helix. Can I open this door? Hmm? Ooh. Night room. Can't cross the threshold. Trying to get a little sus. Didn't encounter like the extra boss mob yet. Where are you? I feel like I missed those 4 coins. Oh, nope, we got the 4. Okay. Oh, there's that guy. Alright. Wait, I missed the box though. Yep. Pop this guy first. Man, that does like negative. That's some negative damage. Okay. Okay, so another box somewhere. Oh, that's where. Okay. Oh, yeah, it leads into that one staircase. Gotcha, gotcha. What are you? Good. Back here. Oop. Oop. Imagine sliding upstairs. Okay, there's the other guy. Here's the last box.
貴重なもののようだ。いただいていこう。
Bale or ball.
よし、見つけたぞ。わしらが感知していた特殊なシャドウだ。
あのシャドウを倒せば脱出が近づくんですよね。
多分ね。今の僕たちは前例のない脱出方法を試しているから。
Just gotta have faith.
ああ、
信じる。
他に術はないからな。やるしかなかろう。
強敵の気配もだいぶ減ってきたからな。何かしら前に進んでるとは思うぜ。行くぞみんな。
Alright.
アクセル全開。トロトロしてたら置いてくかね。敵発火。駆け抜けなさい。油断は禁物だぞ。仕掛けるよ。続いて。
You gotta love the crit. A crit on physical.
は譲れないんだわ。
よーし、片付いたな。
ふむ。残りの強敵シャドウの気配は一つしかないようだ。
それはつまり。
Hmm.
そうですよね。最後って考えると少しだけ緊張してきました。
大丈夫だ。みんなで力を合わせればどんな相手だって倒せる。クロ、いけるか。
ああ、問題ないよ。
Now hug and make up.
どうした？
Uh-huh. You gonna tell us?
大したことじゃない。先に進もう。
Hmm. Sus. Enter. Having defeated another strong shadow, only to gain no clues toward their exit, the group discovers a hidden path thanks to Kuro's keen observation. They find their way to another special door that takes them further into the palace. Alright. Oh, intriguing. I think we're just gonna supersede Kuro.
見る目があるね。
Alright. Another powerful shadow. Alternative route. Oh, okay. Now we grappling. Hang on. Gotta check our surroundings first. Where's my chest at? Okay, I don't see anything. Okay. Some RGB plants. Okay. Wait. Ooh. Kick. Huh. Oh. Interesting.
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。
That's a lot of almighty damage.
舞い踊れ。受けてみなさい。
We're just gonna pick them off as we go.
いただいていく。
みんなお疲れ様。
えCan't get in there. Alright. So I guess the stairs is gonna take us back up the other side. Oh. Passcode. Bring relief from pain. Sounds like escapism to me. Oh, you're just gonna take me back there? Okay. I think we might have missed something. Yeah, there's a chance. I guess we'll see. Yep. Should check the rest before going. Oh no. Oh no, yeah, I missed a unit and a chest on the other side. Okay. I have to go back. Dionysus.
さっさと片付けましょう。敵発見。
舞い踊れ。
油断は禁物
強め
だぞ。
追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナーディオニソス。これでどうだ。
制裁の時間だ。オッケー、先を急ごう。
The black door. Now we have to go back.
戦いを始めましょう。
敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。散してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。
僕が相手をしてやる。
続けます。
咲き誇りなさい。追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナディオニュソス。い
ただ
いていく。運が悪いね。
制裁の時間だ。みんなお疲れ様。
Okay. Somewhere here, right? Can't cross the threshold. Yeah, so I must be at the Oh no, it isn't. Wait. Huh. But somehow I missed. What? Oh my goodness. Like, what? Always gotta check the door. Behind the door frame. Okay. Or the door leaf. The group continues to face stronger and more powerful enemies. They find themselves in an area resembling a clinic for treating patients, calling into question just what kind of place the palace is meant to represent. Okay. Amid these uncertainties, the Phantom Thieves continue searching for a way out. Alright. Oh, those are interesting posters. Emulating? Yeah, okay. Yeah, happy people, sad people. Or, yes, sad people. Clinic. Interesting. Okay.
あれは貴重なものかもしれん。行くぞ。見つけたぞ。私の理想だ。
Okay. It just opens up back there? Okay. Oop. Oh, hi. Wait, hold up. Say what? Oh, no, there's more. Right? Is this can't be the end of the segment, right? Orochi.
敵発見強め油断は禁物だぞ追い風を今ここに
ペルソナディオニソスこれでどうだ
制裁の時間だ
みんなお疲れさんだ
Okay. Vicious laboratory.
この辺りに宝箱があるみたい
悪くない成果だ
Stuck.
ここ宝箱取ってないのある
ほうこれは悪くない
Where's my one? Wait. How did I missed it? Wait, how do I miss? Is there more? Huh. Oh, it's because it's open at the other end now. Probably. Okay.
チャンス一気にやっちゃって降参してももう遅い
これまでのようですねその程度か
強め追い風を今ここに
ペルソナディオニソスこれでどうだ
制裁の時間だ
オッケー先を急ごうこの辺りに宝箱があるみたい
Oh wait, can I? I could have walked the other. Oh no, I couldn't have. Okay. That kind of looks like hair. I imagine that's what it's supposed to be. Reminds me of the dancing lady in Claire Obscure. Boom.
制裁の時間だ
オッケー急ごう
Range area? Getting out of here, right? Okay. And ultimate. The group hurries to gather more passphrases to unlock the special door leading to the heart of the palace. All the while, the question lingers. What is the truth behind this place? I don't know. Maybe Kuro has something to do with it, you know? Mayhaps. Mayhaps. Okay. In passage. That's fair. That's a hidden passage. Oh, not really. Why hidden? Okay. Wait. What? Oh. We're going up? Okay. Their grappling position. Okay. Find a way to power down the gate first. Okay. Or the fence. Alright. A catwalk. Oop. Convenient. It's just such convenient buttons. Is there? Doesn't look like it. Not like this. The heck? Wow. Okay. Where are my 6 coins at? Ah, there they are. Right. Then the boss. Oh, hey, it's Fafnir. A boom.
制裁の時間だ。みんなお疲れさんだ。
Only solution. Only solution. One escape. Popping up. Okay. Guess I'm moving forward. Alright. Fast raid. Let's go. Hell there, Aiden. Alright. And now we're at the last part. See the boss. And obviously, as transparency, I already did the last boss as a way to unlock and expedite the challenge part. The Phantom Thieves realized that The key to escaping the palace was not stealing the core, but to embracing desire. They accept their desire to escape as representing a hope to change themselves and their circumstances. This ultimately reveals the palace's exit, allowing them to leave. Witnessing this, would all theorize that the mastermind behind creating these palaces aims to link the two worlds that set the Phantom Thieves reside in. Yeah, but I'm not sure how they're ever gonna pay that out at some point, maybe down the road. Oh, I didn't even check if there was anything.
異様な気配がするな。この奥にパレスもどきを形成させた輩がいる可能性が高そうだ。
ああ、プンプン匂うぜ。
Bunpro.
かなりの強
I'm
敵だ。
doing well. How are you doing,
気合い
Aiden?
入れねえとな。
この先のシャドウがコアの代わりになっている。それが君たちの予想だったね。
ふむ。他にコアとおぼしき気配もなく、この先以外に強敵の反応もないからな。
Oh, get the show on the road.
待って、その前に念のため確認しておきたいんだ。バイオレットはそれでいいのかな？
私ですか？すみません。おっしゃっている意味が。
この先の強敵を倒せばここから出られるかもしれない。けどそれは君が望んだこととは逆なんじゃない？
問題ありません。確かに私は逃げたかったのかもしれない。辛い現実や重圧、きっとそれ以外のことからも。だけど今の私は逃げていいんだと知っています。逃げちゃダメだと思っていた私よりも逃げてもいいんだと知った私はずっと強いです。だから現実に戻っても負けません。
Renewed passion for life.
ああ、今のバイオレットは生き生きしてて、見てる我が輩たちも気持ちいいぜ。
逃げるという選択肢が加わったことで心に支えができたということか。わしがいやいや、わしは何も変わってない。全然最初から元気ピンピンだ。
嘘が下手だよな、お前。ずっと様子が変だったのは自覚なかったのか？
なぬ変ではない。全く全然変ではない。
Whoa.
言いがかりはやめてもらおう。
まあまあ、誰でも突っ込まれたら気まずいことってあるからね。
だから何でもないと言ってるだろう。ちゃんと話を聞け。おい。
はいはい、大丈夫。
そんなことよりこの先にいる敵に集中だ。どうにかしないことには脱出もできんのだからな。
照れ隠しも不器用だよね。
だがキャトルの言うことはもっともだ。それに気をつけろ。この先の敵を倒したらパレスもどきが崩壊する可能性もあるからな。
Alright, let's do it. Not much of a... I'm expecting some sort of closure, maybe? For the collaboration? Maybe not.
相当な難戦になりそうだ。
おじけづいたか？
まさかそっちこそ準備はできてるのかい？
ああ、やるぞ。
So escapism for the last arc.
なぜ歯向かう？我らは貴様らのために。
一体何を言って？
受け入れろ、己の意志を。
敵発見。貴様の気持ちだぞ。
楽園へ導いてやる。
Relocate their power, they must plan a full. Try to attack the original first? Oh, I was under the impression you were supposed to attack the other guys first. Hang on. When defeated, gains 1 frenzy stack. Decrease final damage taken by... Oh, I was doing the opposite. Wait. If he decreased final damage taken by 20. Oh, I just blew up all the ads before. We're still gonna do that though. I just realized I've been doing the opposite.
これでどうだ？
制裁の時間だ。やったな。一気に敵撃破だ。お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Are you so girthy?
貫け、ロビンフット。逃げ場があるとでも。
貴様ら。
Oh.
楽園へ導いて。
Let's see what it do. Okay.
ナイス回避。
Wasn't negligible. It seems that damage to power up clones is the best approach. Oh, it's just... Never mind. It is. Is this a multiplayer game? It is not. Single player game.
これまでのようですね。
ペルソナ。これでどうだ？
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
It is free to play though.
ロビンフット。この力で全てを消し去ろう。
ハッキングだ。ミッシッシン。私の出番だな。パスワード解除。
舞い踊れ、強め、追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ、ドミニオン、これでどうだ？
ペルソナ。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。大技発動チャンス。
楽園へ導いて。
ちょっといいかい？
Under it seems their weaknesses have changed. Gather more time. Nah, we're fine. We're fine.
力を貸しましょう。
ロビンフット。威勢はいいね。
助かったわ。支援準備か。ミッシッシン。私。パスワード解除。
咲き誇りなさい。強め、受けてみなさい。
ペルソナ、サンダルフォン、ディオニュソス。受けてみろ。
見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞクリスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Boom.
制裁の時間だ。みんなお疲れ様。
Okay. Now let's see if we get any closure for the entire P5 collaboration. Hmm.
やりましたね。
Maybe they'll run it back after the P3. Huh. Like P5, P3 collab?
いつもと違い、パレスもどきが崩壊する様子はないな。
Oh. Hmm.
倒しきれてなかったようだね。僕がとどめよう。
待て。
ちょっと待って。Interesting.
夢を見続けなければ。
Think Skep escape.
自己の逃避を。
自己の逃避？おい、お前一体何を？
受け入れろ。
会話にはならないようだな。こやつにもう自我はないんだろう。わしらに倒された後、思念だけがここにとどまっている状態のようだ。
逃避を受け入れろか。
どういう意味なんでしょう。
バイオレットの考察が合っていたのかもね。完璧にとはいかないようだけど。思い出してほしい。バイオレットは当初逃げることは悪だと感じていたよね。だけどワンダーやジョーカーの助言もあって逃げとは選択肢の一つであると気づいた。
はい、皆さんのおかげで自分の考え方を変えられた気がします。
でもこのシャドウの言葉を聞く限りそれだけじゃ脱出の要素としては不十分みたいだ。自己の逃避を受け入れる。それはただ逃げてもいいって知ることじゃなくて、逃げたかった自分自身の思いを真正面から受け入れることなんじゃないかな。
Follow through accountability.
逃げたかった自分自身を受け入れる。
つまりそれは自身の新たな欲望の芽吹き。待てよ、考えてみればこれまでのパレスの融合にもその考えは当てはまるかもしれん。何かしら強き欲望を抱くことが脱出の鍵だった。そう考えれば合点はいく。思い返せばわしらとジョーカーらは互いに協力し共通して脱出するという強い欲望を抱いただろう。
それはそうかもしれないが。
だが待て。とするとコアのダッシュは本来正規の脱出手段じゃなくパレスの融合をコアを奪うことで無理やり解除させていたってことになるのか。
そうかもしれん。それを証明するためにも今から言うことを試してみたい。このパレスもどきで抱く欲望は逃避欲だとしてそれをわしらが受容すれば。
それは逃げたかった自分を受け入れるってことですよね。
You can do it.
そうですね。私はずっと逃げていた。きっと新体操以外の大切なことからも。でも それもきっと私の一部。逃げていた自分を自覚することが前に進み出す一歩になるのかもしれません。だから私は受け入れます。逃げていた自分もこれからの自分も。
Accountability and follow through.
そうだな。わしも心のどこかで逃避していたのかもしれない。
Alright, spill the tea, Takechi. What about you? Spill the tea.
だが、そんな自分を新たな欲望を受け入れよう。ワンダーや仲間たちをあの悪夢のような光景から救い出すために。
Alright, Crow. Kuro, spill the tea.
おい見てみろ。シャドウが。
Oh, there isn't one. What the? Alright. Okay, so no tea.
あの言葉からして僕たちが逃避欲を受け入れたと判断したのかな。
そうかもしれない。
だが奴が消えようとこの空間の崩壊は始まらないな。しかし入り口の方にあった妙な気配が消えている。今なら脱出はできるかもしれん。
なら行ってみましょう。
Interesting. They're not gonna come back to this. Morgana's animation.
おお、本当に出られそうだ。珍しくメガネザルの予想が当たったな。
この相変わらず口が減らんやつめ。
じゃあ脱出しましょうか。でもその前に皆さん本当にすみませんでした。結果的にここは私の逃げたいという思いが生んでしまったのだと思います。
いや、お前だけではない。恥ずかしながらその思いはわしも抱いていたのだから。互いにいい気づきと新たな欲望を得ることができた。今回はそれで良いではないか。
Oh, I wonder what her chapter is like about escapism
ありがとうございます。
in P5R. Okay.
僕なりに推察していたんだ。
Okay.
どうしてこんな異世界ができたんだろうってね。キャトルの予想通り、欲望を抱くことがここを脱出できる条件と仮定しても、この事象を起こした犯人にとっては一体何が狙いだったんだろうって。
Sure.
それは確かにな。我が輩とジョーカーにとってはもう4回目だ。偶然で片付けられることじゃね
え。前に考察はしたことはあるが、結局答えにはたどり着かなかったな。
Me too. Me too.
コアを盗むことでも
I wonder if they're gonna use the same explanation for P3.
対して今回はコアそのものが存在しなかった。なら前回までがイレギュラーだったのかな。
何が言いたい？
犯人にとってはコアを盗まれて脱出されることが想定外だったんじゃないかってね。だから今回はコアを盗まれないようにした。隠したか存在しないかまではわからない。
Intriguing.
本来脱出のために必要だったこと、何らかの欲望を抱かせるを達成させるために。
じゃあつまりこの場所は
Friend or foe?
私たちや怪盗の他の先輩たち
Friend or
欲
foe?
望を持たせることが狙いだったってことですか？
確信は持てないけどね。それに他にも欲望が絡んでいそうな点はある。ジョーカー、ワンダー、君たちならわかるだろう。
俺たちとワンダーたちの世界が同じ欲望を抱いた時、この事象は発生していた。例えるなら互いの世界ともパレス攻略を開始するタイミングだ。
そうか。
二人ともさすがだね。うん、僕も同じことを考えていたよ。この世界を形成するためにはコアの存在とお互いの世界の認知の同調が必要だった。今回なら例えば逃避欲によって認知世界が融合したという風にね。
Sure.
両世界の認知の同調。あ、そうか。そう考えると確かに辻褄は合うな。
そこから僕が推理するに、犯人にはもしかすると欲望を抱かせること以外にも別の目的もあったんじゃないかと思うんだ。
But the payout.
別の目的ですか？
うん。例えば2つの世界をつなぎ続ける必要性があったとかね。
2つの世界をつなぎ続ける。一体何のために？
さあそこまでは。でもそう仮定するなら犯人の目的は達成されたことになる。この世界は今回崩壊していないからね。
Intriguing.
何にしてもこれ以上の推理は厳しそうだ。この世界を出ると記憶も消えるんだろ。
Or would it? Nope. Food time.
すみません。出られると安心したからかお腹が。
気にしないで。今みたいにお腹も減るし、僕たちはずっとここにいられるわけじゃないから。僕の推理はここでおしまいかな。
ああ。何にせよ脱出を優先しよう。出られるのは今のタイミングだけかもしれない。
しかしクロウの考察力には感服してしまうな。どうだ、わしらの怪盗団に入るつもりはないか？
Endless bid to recruit.
このタイミングでスカウト？それはちょっと。
I'll just come.
キャトル先輩ってお茶目ですね。
ワンダー、今回も世話になった。
Gonna be a while. Last time for a while.
実はみんなには話せなかったんだが、俺も心のどこかで今の現状から逃げたいと思っていたのかもしれない。
But you're Joker.
君にそう言ってもらえると勇気をもらえる気がする。ありがとう。
I guess that's how they wrap it up for now.
カジノのようなパレスを攻略していたな。その作戦が終わったらまたみんなで会おう。
Interesting. Maybe it'll return after the P3? It's gonna be a long while, like a whole year. The P3 collab isn't even finished yet. Aegis is gonna be added soon. Casino-like Palace. Yeah. Going back there.
おーい、ワンダ。
Yeah.
何をしているのだ？
Intriguing. There's gotta be a last hurrah, right? With all the characters Crossing at the same time.
そっか。キャトル先輩とワンダー先輩のこと忘れてしまうんですね。お世話になったのに。
こちらこそだ、バイオレット。まあ縁があればどこかで会うこともあるだろ
う。しかしこんなに落ち着いて別れられるのは初めてだな。
毎回大慌てで逃げ出していたからな。
Indeed.
とはいえゆっくりもしてられないんじゃない？脱出できるのは今だけかもしれないしさ。
そうだな。では行くとするか。
じゃあな、お前ら。
Not canon. Not canon yet.
また会おうか。
また会おう。
ああ、深い意味はないよ。また会えるといいね。それじゃ。
Okay. No memories. Not canon.
どうした？ぼーっとして。スマホがどうかしたか？
Not yet. Just our
気
imagination.
を使わせてしまってすまなかったな。渋谷に出てきたらすっかり気分は落ち着いた。不思議なものだ。あんなにも心がざわめいていたというのに。胸につっかえていたものがなくなったようだ。ありがとう。ふむ、そう思うと途端に腹が減ってきたぞ。今日は煮卵とチャーシューの気分だ。
Yes, yes.
なあ、圧勝圏に連れてってくれ。
I'm telling you, another year or two, right? Another year. P3 cross P3 cross P4, you know? P3 cross. Oh. Interesting. They did put a teaser, but then it switches over to P3. So, I wonder how they release those things. Alright, there it is. So we collect our things, right? So it leaves to be continued. Intriguing. I don't know if that's just simply referring to like the P3 collab coming up. But let's use up all our currencies. There's really not much to get. Let's get these things. Okay. Alright, so I did already do this because of the stamina dependency. So I haven't done the level 30. So let's do the boss on level 30 as a prosperity, austerity, right? Because I haven't done the 30. And what I have come to learn is you simply phase the boss like the others. Let's see if we just one take it, right? So the rotation is standard. This is my sweeper rotation. And we'll see if I can get away with it. It's quite a bit harder. Yeah, because they have different resistance as well. So this should take out the other four. And we phase him on JC's turn. Or stock him. Oh, whoa. Whoa. Okay. Okay, those guys aren't supposed to survive, so I have no sustain. Oh, I think I might need to swap out a sustain. Or like swap out for a sustain. We'll see.
ギア上げてくよ。フィティス、みんなフィットインよ。必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。来なさい、フィティス。私がついてるから。咲き誇りなさい。千代目、受けてみなさい。
That's questionable. I think this turn will be fine. Okay.
行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。いい一撃だ。制裁の時間だ。やったな。一挙に敵撃破だ。
He's gonna attack. Okay, that's fine. As long as the guys are down. Interesting.
パスワード排除。来なさい。フィティ仕掛けるよ。続いて。
Oh, that doesn't actually do that much.
追い風を今ここに。
大技発動チャンス。
I have no AoE. Oh no.
力を貸しましょう。
This is gonna hurt. We're gonna use
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Oh, this is gonna hurt. Ooh, okay. Okay. Rip. Okay, I need sustain for the level 30. We'll just put Cherish in for Turbo. Okay. Thinking.
私の力が必要ということね。敵発見。油断は禁物だぞ。
アマルテア、誰も傷つけさせない。
千代目、追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ、ディオニュソス、これでどうだ。
制裁の時間だ。
Uh-oh.
ペルソナ。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
無駄だよ。
Okay, I mean that's fine.
そうきました。
That's fine.
必ず守るからね。
支援準備か。ミッシッシン。 パスワード解除。
アマルテア、凍りつけ。
必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。力を貸しましょう。
千代目、みんなを守って。
褒めてやる。感謝します。
ペルソナ、ドミニオン、受けてみろ。
Okay.
見せてやろう。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Yeah, he has so much HP.
制裁の時間だ。
狙いが甘い。
Okay, his strength, yeah, resets.
支援準備。ミッシッシン。私の出番。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
準備はいい？ 余るとあれも傷つけさせない。
強め追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナサンダルフォンディオニソス、これでどうだ。
Oh, they still have the same null. Okay. I thought that would change it.
行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
バカな。
ぬるいぬるい。
Alright, he can't. We're safe, pretty much.
舞い踊れ強め受けてみなさい。
いい一撃
だ。ペルソナ受けてみろ。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。いい一撃だ。制裁の時間だ。一斉撃破確認。やるな。ハッキングだ。無視し。パスワード解除。
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
チャージ完了だ。ぶっ放
私の思いに応えて強め咲き誇りなさい。
No danger,
強め
really.
追い風を今ここに。
Since his damage resets.
いただいていく。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
Like the boss isn't like stacking or scaling in damage over time. The only concern would be like the number of actions.
そうきましたか。ハッキング。無視し。私の出番だな。
I
アマルテア。
don't think this is gonna do very much.
私の出番だ。バトルデータ解析。どれどれ。
来て。アマルテア凍りつけ。
咲き誇りなさい。強めみんなを守って強め。
ペルソナサンダルフォンディオニソス、これでどうだ。
必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。力を貸しましょう。見せてやろう。我らの力を。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。制裁の時間だ。
どうしてこれを楽園へ導いてやる。
Yep.
必ず守るからね。
Pretty safe.
来て。アマルテ誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ強め追い風を今ここに。
ペルソナ受けてみろ。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
さなを楽園へ導いて。急さなを。
おー、ナイス回避。無視し。パスワード解除。
準備はいい？凍りつけ。
必殺いけるぞ。華麗にやっちゃって。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。
舞い踊れ強めみんなを守って強め。
ペルソナドミニオンいただいていく。
見せてやろう。行くぞジュスティーヌ。すぐに排除します。
It should be good enough, right?
いい一撃だ。
Yep.
制裁の時
Kaboom!
間だ。オッケー。発表急ごう。
Alright. Pretty standard stuff. We get our level 30 badge. Hooray! Alright. We got one more thing to do that we can do a little bit. And that's the dice thing came back. Maybe not. I don't think there are any surprises, right? I'm pretty sure this is about the same. Yeah, alright. Let's see. Yeah. So we don't really have to go over this again. It's for free resources. You can get more resources. Oh, but maybe we'll get let's get 300 flowers to spin this bell for the giggles, right? So let's do that. So let's get our 300 more. Well, let's get our 600 flowers. And then spin the bell and then end it that way. Maybe it'll land on the case with like a negative probability, you know? Could happen. Okay, it's almost 6 a.m. We got 50 so far. Let's see if we can get 600. Oh, you gotta love when you land on. Oh, you have to travel really far because the later routes are worth more flowers. So just gotta go fast. Roll 8s. Keep rolling 8s. Not once. Landing on the gold things are good though. Gets us closer to our goal. And encounters are good. These things not really pertinent, like landing on the ability ones. Alright, now we got the boss for the first route. They don't scale up until the other routes. Solo? The heck? It doesn't matter if it's assassin right now. Alright, so we cleared the first route. Next route, normal. This actually goes pretty fast. We might as well do the whole thing. Oh, what color is that? That thing is interesting. Is this the same thing? Oh, it's this thing. It's fine. Alright, 300 flowers. Oh, these are good. Landing on the encounters are good. Okay. That's 100 in the bag. Six. 5. Ooh. Okay. Darn. No 5 on there. 1 would be okay. Oh. Okay. Alright, give me an 8. Give me a 1. 8's good. Yeah, why not? Let's get to the end, right? I think we have enough dice. Generally, last time we made it on with plenty, with all our golden dice in hand. What's space around? 77? We're almost at the 100 mark. Four? Alright, we're good. Boss time. Now there are two of them. There should be two of them now. Still haven't scaled yet. You don't really scale that much even at the end. Oh. Eh? I swear it was longer before. Like you had to. Oh, it's 150. I see. The number of squares goes up in each one. Oh. Okay. Yep, now we're up to 120 for each. The thing I did last time in like to maximize the number of flowers you get, you were supposed to go to like the difficulty before the infinite, but the last time I used all my gold dice to see how many like all the power-ups you can stack. But really you want to go back to like the difficulty before and then just use your golden dice to always roll for the highest number of flowers to get a bit more resources. It's not really a big deal because all the resources are either the gems, which at this point in the game, if you're constantly playing the game, you have excess resources of all the stuff that comes from these. Like if you're playing free to play, you legitimately don't have enough banners to spend the resources. The rate limiting resources are things from the Astro Lab. Not anything out here. So you're really just collecting. You're collecting tickets, if there are any tickets, and then bells, if there are any bells. There is a bell, and there's a ticket, I think. One ticket and one bell. So we're just gonna go grab them if we can. We might as well go the whole way. It's pretty short. Come on, give me all 8s. So far, I haven't rolled back-to-back 8s. Oh, that's a pretty good running streak. Above average in the last, above average in the last couple rolls. Oh. There goes everything. I think they give you more dice this time around. Which is okay. Not really necessary. Got 50 more spaces to go. Oh, give me those big numbers. I don't think the power-up pool changed. Just looking at a glance when a power-up shows up. I think the power-up pools are the same. I don't think I've gotten a 1-to-1. It's probably still the same pool though. Roll a 1. I mean, I'll take it. 12 more spaces. 10 more. Yeah, they're the same pool. Alright, 3 more spaces. Alright. Boss. Yeah, we'll get to the end, boss. Now there are 3 of them. I think the last one, I don't know if it was these guys or the other group, the Oni group. Do we have enough power-ups? Oh! Hold up. Hold up. I don't have any sustain, so... Okay, hold up. Okay, that might be... Oh no. Oh no. That's pretty concerning. That's concerning. Oh, okay. Maybe... Oh, it's probably because there's a negation on the first attack or something. Possibly. They had like a first attack negation. Like a debuff on the first attack. Or it could just be the buff cycle is that good. I don't think the buff cycle is that good. No, fine. We're fine. We will need... There's a high chance we'll need Cherish on the last boss though. Okay. Alright. Last board. Is this the last one? Yeah. So this one we just run to the end. 50 squares. And then this is where I messed around with the loaded rolls to see how many buffs there are and look at the buff pool. But really you just go back to the previous one to earn some flowers. If you want it to be like super min-maxing your resources. But it only leads to more gems and like upgrade material, which those are like excess, like way in excess. You're not really missing out that much. You get free rolls after the first clear, so you can roll to complete your quest. Except for the loaded rolls. The loaded rolls you must use a loaded die to get the quest completion. I'll show it in a bit. The free golden rolls are not, no, they don't count towards your like mission, your mission stuff that you need to do. I don't remember this only being 50 square. Oh yeah, I remember. It's 50 squares because you can keep going to 100. We're just gonna roll into this guy. I think we're gonna use Cherish. Yeah, you actually have 100 spaces. You don't have to take on the boss right away.
咲き誇りなさ
How
い
strong are
追
you
い
guys?
風を今ここに
I think for whatever reason, the first attack is like really mitigated.
制裁の時間だ
Yeah,
ペルソナ
weird.
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除しますそうきましたかぬるいぬるい
Ow. That parasol though.
パスワード排除
準備はいい？アマルテア凍りつけ。
いい一撃だ
That's a little concerning.
力を貸しましょう
強めみんなを守って強め
ペルソナドミニオン受けてみろ
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します制裁の時間だ
Oh wow, they have quite a lot of HP. And technically that guy scales. I don't think there's a cap. I don't think they have a cap on that buff. Oh no. So we're probably gonna send Alphon.
私の出番だなバトルデータ解析どれどれ
準備はいい？アマルタ誰も傷つけさせない。
舞い踊れ強め追い風を今ここに
But just swap to send Alphon.
サンダルフォン受けてみろ
必殺いけるぞ
I want to use this. Oh, it still absorbs.
これまでのようですね
Oh, we can attack other.
その程度か見せてやろう我らの力を
Can I knock them down?
行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
I can't. I mean, it obviously indicates there's no down. It's just not paying attention. The tank.
やるな
Alright, the parasol's gone. Parasol OP.
みんなを守って強め
ペルソナリオニュソスこれでどうだ
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除しますいい一撃だ制裁の時間だいい一撃だそうきましたか
Ow.
必ず守るからね。
支援準備よしパスワード解除
準備はいい？誰も傷つけさせない。
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ
私の思いに応えて咲き誇りなさい追い風を今ここに
ペルソナ受けてみろ
お仕置きの時間です行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
これぐらい
Eh? We're just gonna recast this.
準備はいい？アマルテア凍りつけ
舞い踊れみんなを守って
褒めてやる
強め
感謝します
ペルソナドミニオンいただいていく
チャージ完了だぶっ放せ力を貸しましょうペルソナ行くぞジュスティーヌすぐに排除します
Hit him hard. Go ahead. 100% crit. It's 103% when they're both stacked together. So. Oh! It wasn't enough. That's fine. Dodge. Oof. Oof. Okay. Dang. This thing kind of went the distance. Wait, is there an action limit? Okay, we're on 40. That's fine. Dang.
サンダルフォン、ディオニソス、受けてみろ。人を前にやってくれ。
お仕置きの時間です。行くぞ、ジュスティーヌ。すぐ排除します。
Let's take out one of them so they can stop being a butthead.
やるな。見切ったわ。ハッキング。ミッシスシン。パスワード排除。
来て、アマルテア。チ
ャージ完了だ。ぶっ放せ。降参してももう遅い。これまでのようですね。人を前にやってくれ。舞い踊れ。強め。みんなを守って。褒めてやる。感謝します。
そら。これでどうだ。
At least I think. Hold up. Pretty sure they are at 100%. Oh, 134. Okay. That's what the bonus is from the thing, but the base of round is 103% with both of them present. Both Rebellion and Revolution on JC. Alright. Good talk. We take our flowers and get. Right. And then you can replay this unlimitedly, but it doesn't really do anything. And you have to go back to here to get flowers. At least let me see. You shouldn't be able to get flowers anymore, yeah. So there's no first time clear reward. You have to go, whoops, you have to go back to here to, like, if you refresh this, you still can get flower rewards. So basically that's what you do. You move and then you land on, you use your loaded die to land on the highest flower stuff. If you're like being super stingy, right? And we got all our gold, and then for the loaded die, you have to end up using the loaded die anyways, which I'll do on my leisure time. I'm not gonna sit here and farm this stuff, but we are gonna grab the bell. Oh, there are 2 golden tickets. Oh, and there are 2 bells. Okay, and then the rest, like, you just buy the rest. Eventually, you'll just have enough for everything. So let's go and spend the 2 bells. Then call it a day. Oh, what time is it? Oh, 6 a.m. Alright. And then, obviously, these are the seasonal completion stuff. Alright. 2 bells. 2 attempts and a dream. Look at this low odds. 2 rolls and 2, you know, I have a dream. Let's go. It's probably on the bottom tier. Alright. Easy come, easy go. Alright. That's it for our that's it for the P5 collaboration. They did say, you know, stay tuned until next time, but maybe it's just a blanketed response to now it's gonna continue on to the next collaboration. As far as I know, they don't like continue this P5 string along while P3 is happening, but we never know what happens till after the P3 collab is complete. I think Aegis might be the last character. I can't think of another character outside of Aegis, so it'll be curious if they do a P4 collab before P4 revival hits the shelf, figuratively speaking, or they do a P3 5 like co-collab. That would be kind of interesting. Like, stay tuned. You know, you have 3 groups in the place. The sky's the limit, in my opinion, for these crossovers because it's non-canon for the time being. Who knows? I anticipate that's probably going to be a P4 setup, right? The timing would be very auspicious, I imagine. Although the question is, are they going to do that on the CN, like the CN server first, or they just go back? It's really interesting whenever a chapter wraps up. Obviously, I already know what's going to happen going forward, but keeping an eye on CN and Korean servers gonna be interesting. So that's a wrap for Persona 5. Actually, and there's no like extra memory thing, I don't think, right? Pretty sure. Yeah, those are the teasers, and then now I expect that they're gonna do it for P3. Ideally, I would have played the P3 stuff before then. This month was the month that I was gonna try to squeeze in P3 Persona 3 Portable, but it didn't happen. Too much language learning in the process. So that's a wrap for patch 3.6. But we'll be back in another 12 days. It'll be roughly 12 days because it's 11, the maintenance, and then the following day. So it was entertaining. I think you take these for what they are. They are a way to give you just enough to make you interested in playing Persona 5, the Persona 5 canonical, right? The numerical game, which we will do before the end of the year. And I think that's what they should serve as. The next update in 12 days will be the main story update, and I'm excited to see what Manaka and how big the things are. I didn't check how many like updates there are for Palace number 5 or 4. It's chapter 5, right? So until then, it's been fun. Again, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. You're always free to follow along, pick up Persona 5, Phantom P5X yourself, play along. Again, it's fully accessible outside of the gacha. Gacha is not required to complete 95% of the content outside of your 2 competitive things, and it's not reward dependent when it comes to the completion of the game, right? Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys next time. Bye bye.